Before the contentment and bliss could even fade, Senshi already performed his signature move. Kicking the door wide open, then flickering in with a body flicker to stand right by Kakuzu's bed. Deftly reaching out to grab him. Kakuzu's pale green eyes snapped wide open. He could practically recite what Senshi would say. Next. Hey, Keiku. There's a new mission. Why are you sleeping? Get up and let's go. Why waste your limited life on the meaningless act of sleeping? Keiku. New missions and why are you still asleep? Senshi seized hold of Kakuzu, shaking a chime, all while parroting the very lines Kakuzu had memorized. And as Kakuzu well knew, if he stubbornly refused to get up, Senshi would just sling him over his shoulder to carry him off to the mission. Sigh. Exhaling in resignation, Kakuzu asked. What about Kisame? Can't you team up with him instead? Senshi chuckled. He's coming, of course. We'll all head out on this mission together. Kakuzu grunted, instantly feeling better. At least now it wasn't only him being tormented by Senshi. Despite no tea wanting to at all, Kakuzu left his comfy bed. Ever since embarking on the ninja path, he couldn't recall many times he'd slept peacefully. So was this his so-called ninja way? Kakuzu sighed inwardly. Under Senshi's lead, the group of four soon made the way to the Kiri's black market. By now it was nighttime, so traveling under the stars left Karin feeling rather sleepy. But that wasn't a big issue. She soon dozed off on Senshi's back, drooling in a pleasant dream. On the way, at an intersection, the Wood clone brought Terumi Mei and the others who had their chakras sealed over to rejoin them. In the main hall of the Kiri black market, the manager verified Terumi Mei's group's identities and confirmed that their chakras had been sealed. Then, pulling out a small card from his coat pocket, he handed it to Senshi. Bring them to the address shown on this card. Wait for the employer to pick them up, and you'll receive the commission. Senshi took the card, studied it carefully, and nodded. The note indicated a valley just outside the Kirigakuer, not far away. He double-checked the location and led everyone toward that valley. Hold on. Are we just going to barge right in there? What if it's a trap? Ao asked. Having his chakras sealed made him feel very insecure. Senshi shrugged. If it's a trap, you can always request a rescue mission. Then I'll help you get out. Hearing that, Ao promptly shut his mouth. Another word or two, and he might lose everything. So Senshi followed the route on the map, approaching T-Hat Valley. Places like that were scattered around outside the Kiri. This one was where the Blood Mist Shinobi had been told to meet and take the targets, completing the transaction. Leading the Blood Mist's forces here was Kandar Y, a Jainin of the Kiri with two swords strapped to his back, eyes never leaving the valley entrance. Swish! A Blood Mist ninja flickered into view behind him, dropping to one knee to report. Lord Kand, the targets are approaching. Kandar Y nodded slightly. How many came? Terumi Mei and the four of them truly captured. The reporting ninja stated. They came with 4 people, 3 capable shinobi and a young girl. Among the 3 shinobi, one is Kiri's own S-rank rogue Kisame. The other 2 are Kakuzu, well known in multiple black markets, and that newly famous AIM black market shinobi, Uzumaki Senshi. As for Terumi Mei's group of 4, they have indeed fallen into their hands and had their chakra sealed. Hearing this, Kandar Y felt fully reassured. He even let out a grin revealing shark-like teeth. So it's the Senshi Kakuzu combo, hey? No wonder they're said to have a 100% success rate at missions. They so easily captured Terumi Mei's group. Bring them to me. Yes, sir. With that, the ninja vanished via another flicker. At the valley entrance, Senshi had already deployed his mantra-style perception, covering the entire area. He could sense every movement. He even discovered a big fish from the blood mist lurking about. But he wasn't in a hurry, he wanted to follow the trail all the way up the chain and take out the blood mist higher-ups in one swoop. Swish! A blood mist ninja used the body flicker technique to appear before Senshi. Lead the way, Senshi said, as though he'd anticipated the ninja's arrival all along. Surprised for a second, the man guided Senshi's party forward to meet Kand. Watching from the valley, Kand had also seen. The men became more polite upon seeing Senshi's group. Approaching Kakuzu, he handed over a box. Kaku, here's your commission fee. Have a count. Senshi waved, calling out to Kakuzu. He was already accustomed to that routine, the job was taken under Kakuzu's name, then they split the proceeds 50-50. Kakuzu couldn't quite understand why Senshi, that shameless swindler, even needed him when Senshi was fully capable alone. But after counting the money twice, verifying no issues, Kakuzu felt a rush at the sight of so much cash he'd get a decent share. His earlier annoyance at being rudely awakened vanished at once. Meanwhile, Kand and his subordinates checked on Terumi Mei's group, confirming they really had sealed chakras. Kand decided to take them to the faction's base. Around the Kirigakura lay numerous scattered islands, and the blood mist base was on one such island near the village. Once satisfied with the four's condition, Kand brought them along. Inside the blood mist hideout, Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki were awaiting good news from Kand. In the Kiri, both the Hazuki clan and the Karitachi clan were big families. The Hazuki had produced the second Mizukage, Hazuki Gengetsu, and the Karitachi clan had produced the fourth Mizukage, Karitachi Yagura. Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki were both clan elders within the Kiri. But right now, the village was mostly in Elder Genji's hands, so these two had limited official influence. Additionally, they were staunch supporters of the fourth Mizukage's blood mist policies when Yagura was being controlled by Tobi. They had also been brainwashed into believing the blood mist approach represented the true will of water, necessary for a strong Kirigakure. They saw Genji's people, Terumi Mei, Gonbi, Ao, Chjr as hindrances to the Kiri's revival. Thus they wanted to remove Genji's subordinates, even the lackey's lackey, namely people like Chjr. They had great faith in Kand.'s abilities. He was an elite Jainin, solid in both skill and reliability. Yet they had no clue Kand would bring them a new boss today. Soon enough, Kand arrived at Karitachi Takii's office. How did it go? Karitachi Takii asked immediately upon seeing him. Kand gave a slight bow, speaking politely. Lord Takii, everything went exceptionally well. That ninja from the AIM is indeed formidable. I've verified that Terumi Mei's four subordinates are who we thought, no mistakes. Their chakras are fully sealed. I've already brought them here. Shall I have them brought in for you and Elder Getsuki? Karitachi Takii, overjoyed, exclaimed. Bring them. Yes, sir. Kand nodded and went out to make arrangements. For every 100 power stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote more. Also, check my Patreon for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Make Kiri Great Again. Before long, Terumi Mei and the other three were brought inside one after another. Seeing that Terumi Mei, Gonbi, Ao, and Chjr had really been captured, both Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki were overjoyed. Ha 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 ha! The left and right hands of Genji, all in our clutches this time. Terumi Mei's group felt both shock and anger upon witnessing the top leaders of the Blood Mist faction in person. It was unexpected, but at the same time made sense. Karitachi Takii was of the same clan as the 4th Mizukage Karitachi Yagura, and the Hazuki clan was closely allied with them. Moreover, Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki were elder-level figures in the village. Naturally, if they weren't of such status, how could they openly oppose Elder Genji? Terumi Mei glared furiously at these two older men. You two are elders of the village, so why are you doing this? Wasn't the suffering brought by the Blood Mist policies enough? Today's Kirigakure improves with every passing day, why can't you see that? She wanted to keep talking, but Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki were so enraged that they began trembling all over. Silence! Karitachi Takii cut her off, then continued. What do you even know? You and that self-important old fool Genji are making the village a total mess. The people is growing weak, the village has lost its fighting spirit, like a beast with no claws. Only the Blood Mist can make the Kirigakure great again. The more Karitachi Takii spoke, the more agitated he became, finally breaking into a bout of coughing. But Hazuki Getsuki, just as stubborn as he was, didn't give Terumi Mei a chance to retort. He followed up Karitachi Takii's words. You've allowed easy contact with the outside. That's how dangerous figure residential like Uzumaki Senshi Oregon Kisame get to roam the village at will. If we had stuck to the Blood Mist path, how could such threats ever enter the Kirigakure so easily? And frankly, his remarks left Terumi Mei at a loss. But she wanted to say that even if Tehi 4th Mizukage Yagura himself were exhumed to guard the village gates, it wouldn't be enough to stop a monster like Senshi. Thinking along those lines, Terumi Mei organized her thoughts and spoke. This was just a special case, it had nothing to do with the village's direction. Uzumaki Senshi is a ninja who can rival an entire village's cage. Cooperating with him only benefits our village. Today's Kiri is worlds apart from the old Kiri. People's lives are improving, you can see more smiles on their faces. Under Lord Genji's leadership, every aspect of the village is steadily growing better. What she said was factual, facts speak for themselves. No matter how argumentative Hazuki Getsuki might be, he couldn't just flat out lie about that. Still, they refused to recognize Genji or the current village. In the past, the Blood Mist had represented the highest authority, giving them supreme power. Under Genji's combination punches, their Blood Mist arrangements had been scattered. Now, the common folk and even the village's ninja were no longer as easy to manipulate. If things went on like this, it would spell trouble for them. Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki had also heard of the Uchiha incident in Konoha. When you don't hold on to the village's top power structure, you can end up marginalized and face genocide. They didn't want the Karitachi clan or the Hazuki clan to suffer the same fate as the Uchiha. Therefore, Genji had to die. And if Terumi Mei's group wouldn't surrender, they too had only one path. Hazuki Getsuki, disinclined to keep arguing, simply pressed the issue. So, Terumi Mei, do you want to live or die? That question made Terumi Mei's expression, as well as those of her companions, shift subtly. While they knew Uzumaki Senshi was somewhere nearby, Hazuki Getsuki and his men were so close. If Senshi was even a little late rescuing them, these four could be killed at any moment. Terumi Mei merely gave a cold snort as her response. Both Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki understood her meaning. Looking at Gonbi and the others, Hazuki Getsuki added. Well, Terumi Mei's apparently tired of living, how about you lot? Gonbi raged. I'll never betray Lord Genji. He's the one truly working for the village's betterment. Under him, Every aspect of the Kiri is steadily improving. Only by steadfastly supporting Lord Genji can the Kiri have a brighter future. As for the likes of you, your high-sounding speeches are purely self-serving. Hypocrisy. His words hit a nerve with Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki. Indeed, they simply wanted maximum benefit for themselves. They had once enjoyed the largest slice of power under the blood mist but had been shoved to the sidelines after Genji came into control. Hazuki Getsuki, not wanting to keep quarreling, drew a kunao and pointed it at Gonbi. "You're about to die, yet still running your mouth." Gonbi glared back defiantly. Seeing that look made Hazuki Getsuki uneasy, so he directly ordered, "Can't ry? Can't ry kill him?" "Yes." Without hesitation, K'ond ry unsheathed the swords from his back, stepping up to Gonbi. Without saying a word, he raised his blade for a decisive blow that would end Gonbi's life. Bang! But the sword did not fall. Not only that, K'ond ry himself was knocked flying by a figure who appeared out of nowhere, using raw brutal strength to send him crashing violently away. Boom! In the next moment, K'ond ry's body smashed into Hazuki Getsuki's desk, shattering it to pieces. Swish! 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 Such a huge disturbance caused countless blood mist ninjas to flicker into the room, instantly forming a protective formation around Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki. The intruder who had shown up so suddenly, blasting K'ond ry aside, wore a cloak of black with red clouds. He was none other than Uzumaki Senshi. Clang! A sharp sword hum sounded as Senshi lifted the blade. In a blink, he followed with several palm strikes on Terumi Mei's group, each blow dispelling the sealing technique that suppressed their chakras. In an instant, the ropes binding them fell to the ground, and their chakras previously sealed were restored. Having done that, Senshi cheerfully introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Uzumaki Senshi from the Omega Kure. I've accepted a long-term commission from the Kiri to provide strategic deterrence against threats inside the village." Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki could clearly pick up his meaning. Karitachi Takii looked furious. "You took our bounty job, then broke the deal. Is this your so-called professionalism?" Senshi cocked his head, looking offended as he pointed to Karitachi Takii. "Don't go slandering me. I could sue you for defamation. The one who took your bounty mission was Kakuzu, not me, Uzumaki Senshi. I was just assisting him while he caught people. I have nothing to do with you." Karitachi Takii, outraged, gestured to Kakuzu. "But you're clearly from the same group, same uniform." Senshi shrugged nonchalantly. "So what? We just happen to have matching outfits. If you keep slandering me, I'm not gonna be polite." His retort left the room in dead silence. "They can do that." Kakuzu stood there dumbfounded. Each time he believed he'd finally witnessed the bottom of Senshi's shamelessness, Senshi would prove him wrong. "Is that why you go through the same routine before every mission? I see now it was all part of your plan, Uzumaki Senshi." Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Subduing the Blood Mist Factions. Terumi Mei also felt a lingering sense of dread. She was very clever, and immediately understood the implication in Uzumaki Senshi's words, "Only tasks he personally accepts are his responsibility." As for Kakuzu's tasks, Senshi would only kill, not bury, so to speak. It looked like any missions in the future had to be entrusted to Senshi himself. Terumi Mei silently rejoiced that her own task hadn't been posted on the black market. Though Senshi's sudden appearance took Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki by surprise, this was still the heart of Blood Mist territory. No matter who Uzumaki Senshi was now that he'd arrived, he wouldn't leave here. Karitachi Takii bellowed, giving an immediate order. "Kill them! Meanwhile, Hazuki Getsuki pointed directly at Senshi and told Kandar Y. Kandar Y, deal with that man. Kandar Y, hey? I'm the one to fight Uzumaki Senshi. At hearing Elder Hazuki Getsuki's command, big question marks floated above Kandar Y's head. Certainly, Senshi had blindsided him just now, sending him flying. But as an elite Jainin of the Kiri, he'd been utterly unable to respond when Senshi attacked. Didn't that fact alone show how monstrous this young ninja's strength was? They had already measured each other in that single blow, and the gap was clear. If Kandar Y were able to handle Senshi, Hazuki Getsuki would have already proclaimed I'm the fifth Mizukage or something. Kandar Y, why are you hesitating? I told you to take care of that self-proclaimed Uzumaki Senshi. After a brief pause, Kandar Y steeled himself. Yes, sir. Swish. Right after uttering that, he flickered at Senshi. But everyone saw how Kandar Y attacked and was instantly defeated. Lightning release, backhand chop. The moment Kandar Y tried to body flicker close, Senshi's hand wrapped in lightning chakra slammed him. In the next instant, Kandar Y was blown away even faster than before, crashing down beside Elder Hazuki Getsuki, his life or death unknown. Anyone else from the Kiri who leaped forward to attack Senshi met the same fate. ZZZT. 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 In Hazuki Getsuki's office, bright blue arcs of electricity flashed back and forth. Swish. 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 Ah. Right now, everyone present was an elite of the blood mist. But in Senshi's eyes, they were like sheep being attacked by a tiger. Rampaging around, he flung the entire throng of blood mist elites into disarray. Almost in the blink of an eye, he subdued all of them. Terumi Mei and her group just stared, slack-jawed. They hadn't even had time to lift a finger, the fight was already over. Karitachi Takii and Hazuki Getsuki, along with the rest of the Blood Mist members, were all equally dumbstruck. They already knew Senshi had to be cage level, but, did the Kiri truly have enough money to hire someone this formidable? Meanwhile, Senshi, having finished off the last of them, turned to Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii with a relaxed smile. Hey, you old codgers, what's next? Still insisting on your blood mist village? You claim it's all for the village's sake, but in the end you just can't bear to lose your own power, right? Karitachi Takii, Hazuki Getsuki, and every Jainin or elite Jainin left in that office froze like statues. They had, after all, seen how Senshi had captured Terumi Mei's group, an undeniable display of his might. But now, witnessing him casually thrash their entire lineup of upper-level shinobi, it was all too unreal. Those many Jainin and elite Jainin, each with formidable skill in normal circumstances, had turned into mere decorations against Senshi. Even Kandar Y, whom Hazuki Getsuki had high hopes for, had been instantly dealt with. The room fell into dead silence. Inside that spacious office, everyone stared at Senshi in utter shock. Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii bore unmistakable fear in their eyes. After a long hush, Hazuki Getsuki hurriedly broke the silence. Rather than addressing Senshi, he spoke to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei. I've bled for the Kiri, I've made contributions, I've risked my life for it. You can't kill an old man like me. He wasn't lying, he really had achieved much for the village. Hearing him, Karitachi Taj too chimed in. I've done the same. They were afraid. Standing before this monstrous human-tailed beast known as Uzumaki Senshi. Fear not at them. Senshi's power far exceeded any usual means of dealing with him. Even the Kiri's most legendary first or second Mizukage would be no match for him. At that moment, Senshi didn't continue attacking. After all, the long-term contract he'd signed with Terumi Mei and her people only required him to subdue the internal threats, no need to kill them outright. Moreover, he knew the Blood Mist folks were stubborn survivors. Even after the Fourth Great Ninja War, remnants of the Blood Mist faction would occasionally pop up, wanting to revert the village to the Blood Mist era. Meaning there would be more jobs in the future. Keeping them alive now would guarantee more trouble later, which, from Senshi's perspective, meant more tasks to profit from. You had to harvest them strategically. In Senshi's mind, he was amused at the idea that the future Mizukage would pass down a saying. Whenever the village is cornered and helpless, call upon Lord Uzumaki Senshi. Or something similar. While Senshi was entertaining those mischievous thoughts, Terumi Mei fixed Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii with a cold stare. If you can keep your men in line, ensuring the Blood Mist remnants don't damage the village or hinder Lord Genji's work, then, in light of your past service to the village and any potential usefulness you still have, I'll spare you this time. Truthfully, she did want to slice both of these old men down, but couldn't. If the Blood Mist lost its leadership and fell into chaos, the village could face even worse disruption. Without Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii, who knew what lunatic moves these renegades might attempt. Besides, the Kiri had remained weak for too long, and the Blood Mist shinobi were still an important force safeguarding the village. It was better to rein them in, making them subservient, rather than simply kill these two. Even from the standpoint of the village's future and safety, the two couldn't just be eliminated. Terumi Mei herself wasn't aware what a prime candidate she was to become Mizukage. Even though she wasn't Mizukage yet, she was already tackling problems from a Mizukage's perspective. Recalling how she'd earlier saved the four of them from Senshi's hands with a moment of quick thinking, and now with how she was handling Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii, one could say she was doing an excellent job at every step. Realizing all ths, Gonbi, Ao, and Chjr looked at Terumi Mei with admiration and relief. There was hope yet for the Kirigakure. This beautiful, brilliant, and capable woman really did seem fit to be Mizukage. Even Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii were slightly moved. If Terumi Mei had supported the Blood Mist approach, they likely would have backed her the same way they'd followed the fourth Mizukage. But in their eyes, she had been brainwashed by that old codger Genji, wanting to do reforms, which they found laughable. Of course, neither of them dared say that out loud, not with Senshi, this human ten tails looming over them. After a brief moment's hesitation, Hazuki Getsuki and Karitachi Takii finally nodded. Very well, we'll rein in our subordinates and help defend the village. But that doesn't mean we've betrayed the ideals of the fourth Mizukage. If the village fails to improve under Genji or anyone else, we'll always seek to restore the Blood Mist. For that, we and every Blood Mist ninja are willing to sacrifice our lives. Hazuki Getsuki's statement rang loud and clear. Strictly speaking, they did have motives, public and private, for pushing the Blood Mist approach. One might see the shinobi world as placid now, but before each of the previous three great ninja wars erupted, things also appeared calm. The Kiri's only hope of escaping that destruction was to close its gates and grow strong alone. Terumi Mei saw no point in debating these two old fanatics further. They had their will of water. She had the welfare of the village. There was nothing left to discuss, logically speaking. And who decided that the will of water belonged only to the fourth Mizukage, anyway? Having confirmed that these two old men would restrain their men and guard the village, Terumi Mei and her allies didn't linger. Senshi, for his part, had finished his strategic deterrence mission. The Blood Mist folks would likely dream of him as their boogeyman from now on. After that mission wrapped, Senchi's group returned to the Kirigakure. Now, Senchi was treated as an honored guest. With Terumi Mei mediating, he'd solved a pressing headache for the Kiri. Even though he'd basically just shown up at the Blood Mist base and played his part, for quite a while, the Blood Mist faction would remain subdued. Looking at Senchi, Terumi Mei politely invited him. Lord Senchi, on behalf of the Kiri, I'd like to host a banquet for you and your companions. Banquet? Senchi's eyes lit up. He believed that if you're not enthusiastic about feasting, there's something wrong with your thinking. But at the same time, feasting was important and so were missions. Should he delay a job for the sake of a banquet? While he was inwardly wrestling with this, Kisame broke in. Uzumaki Senshi, haven't you forgotten we still have serious business to do? Serious business? Hearing Kisame's reminder, Terumi Mei and the others instantly tensed up. Of course, they all realized Senshi, Kisame, and Kakuzu, three extremely dangerous ninjas, with Kisame and Kakuzu being S-rank rogues, could not have come to the Kirigakure simply for sightseeing. A group like that was bound to have a purpose. Senshi shrugged. Serious business? Oh, right, don't worry, it's nothing big. I've already prepared. Certainly, he hadn't forgotten the mission assigned to him by the Akatsuki and the long-term commission from MUI, both related to a tailed beast. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please check my Patreon for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 33, 3 in 1, bonus chapter. MUI wanted to draw a tailed beast's chakra in order to open the box of ultimate bliss. And as for pain, he never specified whether he needed a plump, well-fed tailed beast or a malnourished tailed beast. Neither Pain nor Konan could possibly anticipate just how toxic Uzumaki Senshi could be. After spending a stretch of time alongside him, Kakuzu had become severely sleep-deprived and malnourished, his body in a bad state. That was bad enough, but now they were supposed to capture a tailed beast, yet Senshi might even starve the tailed beast. Both Kisame and Kakuzu exhaled in relief when they heard Senshi speak. They had been very worried that this brother of theirs would get carried away, go off feasting, and forget the assignment from their organization. They were even more worried that he might get blinded by a woman's charms, and then they'd have to report to Pain. This is a big problem. Our pal Senshi got caught up in lust and can't be trusted. Luckily, the worst never happened. Senshi was perfectly clear-headed, bursting with confidence. Other than being slightly torn about whether or not to attend the banquet, he hadn't slacked off it. All in his dedication to the mission. Clapping Kisame's shoulder, Senshi said, "Lead the way. There's a very large lake around the Kirigakure. Our target's lurking there." Kisame, Kakuzu, Terumi Mei, and Gonbi's trio. With just one offhand line, Senshi threw 6 people into utter confusion. Kisame really wanted to say, "Dude, do you actually not even know where the Three Tails is? You boasted to Pain you knew there was a lone-tailed beast around here that you could easily reel in." Kisame's lips twitched, and he couldn't resist speaking. "Near the Kiri, there's basically nothing but lakes. I can take you to whichever sort of lake you want. But out of all those lakes, I've got no idea which one has our target." Senshi grew annoyed. "Then what good are you? In his squad, Nobo Dy could just loaf around." Karen's role in the group was support, scouting, emotional pick-me-up, plus serving as a human adding machine for counting money. Kakuzu was the century-old establishment and golden brand at the black market, helping them accept missions. If necessary, he could be a secondary DPS, plus the secondary money counter. Kisame, however, didn't even know which particular lake among those near the Kiri held the 3 tails. Did that mean he was of no use? Meanwhile, swish swish h swish. Kendo led a team of blood mist shinobi, repeatedly using the body flicker technique to rush along. As they traveled, one of the ninjas, sounding anxious, piped up. Lord Kendo, are we really doing this? If the 3 tails goes on a rampage, the village will suffer. 2. Kendo shot him a cold look. Our faction's influence in the village is continuously weakening. So, I'd rather make a misstep than do nothing at all. We'll provoke the 3 tails into rampaging. Once Genji and the others are powerless to handle its rage, we'll appear, use our secret arts to subdue the beast, and return it to the lake. Then, once again, the blood mist shinobi shall be heroes who saved the village. In the Kirigakuer, only the blood mist can act as saviors. All of Kendo's conversation with these blood mist shinobi fell under Uzumaki Senshi's mantra. He realized that even combined, Hazuki Getsuki, Koke Takii, and Kendo didn't have the knack for scheming that Kendo had. The man's spur-of-the-moment plan was on a wholly different level from those 3 spinning tops. Truly splendid, no further words needed. This was Uzumaki Senshi's evaluation of Kendo. The Kirigakuer, with a talent like him, will always keep me busy with new missions. Kendo spontaneously produced such a big drama, just imagine what he could do with proper planning. The village's fresh wave of chaos would definitely yield fresh commissions. Noting Kendo's scheme, Senshi offhandedly said to the people around him, "Come with me, I know where our target is now. Everything is going according to plan." Kisame and the others all exchanged looks. What do you mean according to plan? This is definitely off script. All of them were sure that Senshi had no real idea where the 3 tails was. Kisame and Terumi Mei's group immediately followed Senshi, flickering along at high speed. Kisame's side needed to capture the 3 tails, Terumi Mei and her allies wanted to keep an eye on them, to see what they were up to. After traveling for a while, they spotted Kendo and his subordinates. Senshi's voice rang out to the group, Kendo's team plans to use a secret technique to push the 3 tails into a frenzy and wreck the village. Terumi Mei, do you want to handle them yourselves, or hire me? By now, Senshi was more and more adept at double-dipping or even triple-dipping. Given that tailed beasts were the ultimate weapons of the great nations, anything to do with them was always a huge deal. While rushing onward, Terumi Mei asked in a panic, "Is there still time to stop them?" Senshi shook his head. "Looks like it's too late." Elsewhere, Kendo's 4-man group reached a giant lake's surface. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. They molded chakra at their feet, standing firmly on Tihi water, then quickly formed hand seals in unison and slammed their hands onto the lake. Boom! The entire lake trembled at that moment. Soon, a fearsome, violent aura began surging from the depths up toward the surface. A vicious grin spread across Kendo's face. "The show's about to start, let's go." With that, he and his 3 companions disappeared via body flicker. What had been a serene lake, tranquil for who knew how long, was now roiling and boiling. Crash! Splosh! Wave after wave pounded Tihi shoreline. It was as if the lake had turned into a goblet of wine in someone's shaking hand. Rumble! Even the earth began to quake with a deep roar. Next moment, a savage aura erupted skyward from the lake bed. Boom! Countless columns of water sprang up. A massive, grey, turtle-shaped tailed beast rose from the bottom. Its enormous body was covered in drab grey scales, with 3 long tails extending behind it. That beast was the Kiri's formidable tailed beast weapon, the 3 tails, Isabu. This upheaval was soon noticed by the entire Kirigakure, and a large number of its shinobi raced to the scene. Naturally, Terumi Mei's group, being the fastest, arrived first. Seeing the three tails, extremely agitated as it emerged from the lake, Terumi Mei felt despair. Right now, the Kiri simply lacked the firepower to handle the three tails. Maybe in the end the Blood Mist faction would come save the day, but who knew how many villagers would die in the meantime? With no other recourse, Terumi Mei turned to Uzumaki Senshi to commission him to subdue the rampaging tailed beast. If we hire you, how do you plan on dealing with it? Senshi casually answered. I'll knock out the three tails and force it back into this lake. Terumi Mei nodded. All right. On behalf of The Kiri, we'll pay you 10 million Ry to subdue the three tails, prevent it from ravaging the village, and drive it back under the lake. New commission detected. Client, Kirigakure. Objective, subdue the three tails, stop the rampaging beast from destroying the village, and return it to the lake bed. Reward, 10 million Ry. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 10,000 employment points. Senshi inwardly grinned upon receiving the new commission. This marked yet another triple dip. Akatsuki ne Ded a tailed beast. Mui wanted a tailed beast's chakra. Terumi Mei needed him to subdue the three tails. He could fulfill all three tasks simultaneously. After Terumi Mei announced the mission, Senshi beamed. With pleasure. But have your Kiri shinobi step back. At this time, a large number of Kiri ninjas undaunted were attempting to hold off the three tails. Though courageous, their strength couldn't possibly stop a rampaging tailed beast. Hearing Senshi's words, Terumi Mei quickly barked, "Everyone, withdraw immediately. Help evacuate the villagers nearby, do not stay here." Those words had effect, many Kiri ninjas departed at once. Others insisted. "We'll stay to block the three tails. The rest of you follow Lady Terumi Mei's orders." Seeing some leave and some remain, all prepared for the worst, left Terumi Mei furious. Their jutsu wasn't even on par with little fireballs from the Uchiha clan, yet they truly believed they could block the three tails? Nevertheless, these stalwarts began frantically weaving seals. Water release, water collision wave. Splash, splush. Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of ninjas cast the technique simultaneously, impressive in scope. A surge of huge water waves formed. Rushing swiftly, they barely soaked the three tails' forepaws. Isabu. Even in a berserk state, the beast seemed puzzled. Was that an attack? I didn't feel anything. Seeing it pause, the Kiri shinobi on shore got excited. It's working. Again. Again. Keep Isabu away from the village. Water release, water collision wave. Those dozens of Kiri ninjas were all pumped up. Terumi Mei, however, had a face dark as thunder. What's effective about that? Sure enough, the monstrous three tails advanced, barreling through their endless watery surges. Against Iso Bulletin, their ninjutsu was mere scratching. Once more, Terumi Mei shouted. Retreat! All of you, move back now! Gonbi likewise bellowed. Get out of here! Hurry! 100 Power Stone Bonus Chapter. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, A Mere Three Tails. As the three tails, Isabu, continued drawing near, the many shinobi who had just tried stopping it with water release, water collision wave were left utterly petrified. But after Terumi Mei and Gonbi's reminders, they snapped out of their shock and hurriedly retreated. However, splash! All of a sudden, Isabu slapped the surface of the water, sending giant surging waves rolling back with tremendous force. Splosh! WHSSH WHSSH! Huge breakers slammed into those Kiri shinobi, sending them flying in all directions. Not only did a number of shinobi get tossed around by the violent currents, even the huge rocks along the shore and some of the trees in the nearby forest were swept up by the waves. These idiots! Terumi Mei felt utterly helpless. She had already given clear orders, but these fools hadn't listened. What could she do? Professional matters ought to be handled by professionals. And no one was more professional than Uzumaki Senshi, the job harvester from the Omega Kure. Seeing the three tails, Kakuzu and Kisame both adopted serious expressions. Kakuzu asked Senshi, "Do we have a plan of attack?" Senshi replied offhandedly, "You two just watch from the sidelines. Leave this to me." Given his current abilities, a mere three tails was no problem at all. Meanwhile, Elder Genji, and the other senior figures of the Kiri, as well as the Blood Mist leaders, arrived at a spot not too far away. Terumi Mei and Gonbi quickly moved over to Genji's side. Although Genji was already quite advanced in years, he remained devoted to the village's well-being. The moment something went wrong, he rushed to the scene as fast as he could. Seeing Terumi Mei, he instantly asked, "What is going on here?" Terumi Mei did not conceal anything and recounted what she knew. "Lord Genji, this was caused by those blood mist scoundrels. They used a secret art to force the three tails into our empage, and now they've hidden away somewhere." When she finished, Genji and the other top brass of the village looked grim. Genji anxiously pressed, "Do you have a way to deal with this?" All eyes turned to Terumi Mei. In truth, many of the senior Kiri shinobi had already begun treating Terumi Mei as the future 5th Mizukage in training. Hearing Genji's question, she answered candidly, "I've spent 10 million RY to hire a certain powerful ninja to handle this." From the Kiri leader's viewpoint, short of an actual cage-level ninja, perhaps an exceptionally strong one at that, no one could hope to handle a tailed beast rampage. They naturally assumed Terumi Mei was being swindled. Genji could only ask, "Any backup plan? Or maybe we can negotiate with the Blood Mist." He did not believe any hired ninja would actually show up. And even if one did, Genji doubted they would have the strength to quell the three tails. The rest of the Kiri High Command felt the same. On the Blood Mist side, Karatachi Takii and Hzuki Getsuki both watched in shock as Isabu rampaged. Hzuki Getsuki turned to Kandary behind him. Who caused this? Of all the people in the Blood Mist, they had the deepest knowledge of the three tails. Seeing it go berserk, Hzuki Getsuki immediately knew someone from their side must have triggered it. Although they had reached a verbal pact with Terumi Mei earlier, as long as no evidence tied them to this, Genji could do little to them. Hzuki Getsuki recognized that this situation posed a golden opportunity. The Genji faction had no means of dealing with the three tails. In the end, surely only the Blood Mist shinobi could settle things, making them out as saviors once again. "I did." Kandno's grim voice emerged as he appeared behind Kandary's group. "You did well." Seeing Kandno, Hzuki Getsuki's eyes gleamed with approval. Karatachi Takii also spoke. "For a brighter future of the village, certain sacrifices are inevitable. If people die for the sake of the village's advancement, then that's a worthy death." Clearly, these four Blood Mist fellows were no good guys. To them, some villagers' deaths were insignificant if it would let the village develop better. However, their plan was about to fail spectacularly. What is that?" Kandary's pupils shrank as he stared out at the lake. Hzuki Getsuki, Karatachi Takii, and Kand No similarly peered in that direction. Swish! They all witnessed something that made their scalps tingle. A bolt of blue lightning flashed to Isabu's face. Then that Himon figure actually held the three tails protective shell as though shoving the giant turtle like pushing a small hill backward. Wah! What on earth? Oh my god! Everywhere around them, people who witnessed this scene were utterly stunned. They had assumed there would be a dreadful battle here. But as it turned out, it seemed there would be no danger at all, for from the start, Uzumaki Senshi was completely overpowering the three tails. Hey! Using only one hand to push the three tails back. Even Elder Genji and the senior Kiri shinobi who'd arrived wore expressions of disbelief. Only moments ago, they doubted Terumi Mei's claim about hiring a powerful outside ninja. Yet this man, apparently using raw strength alone, was forcing the three tails backward. Terumi Mei, Gonbi, Ao, and Chjr had previously seen Senshi fight, but now they realized he was far stronger than they had imagined. At that point, Senshi was continually pressing the three tails from the shoreline back toward the center of the lake. Such a display shocked everyone but also thoroughly enraged Isabu. The beast gave a furious roar, launching a more savage attack on Senshi. Boom! ZZT, 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 ZZT. Isabu raised one massive claw and slammed down at Senshi. Instantal Y, lightning chakra armor flared all around Senshi. With his strongest shield, he simply endured the three tails strike. Boom! Yet Senshi didn't even budge. Taking the force of that blow, he raised his head at the beast and grinned. You ever heard of a stone wall before? This is a 10 tails level strongest shield, buddy. Of course, the beast didn't understand his words, merely sensed provocation from this human. Unforgivable. Meanwhile, the watching crowd was floored once more. Just one hand pushing the three tails backward and tanking its direct hits without moving an inch? What kind of monster was this? Terumi Mei's group was likewise speechless. HSSS. Even the elderly Genji and other high-ranking Kiri officials gasped in shock. Long after they'd gasped all the cold air they could, Chjr still stood slack-jawed, no more cold air to inhale. Not far away, Karin felt her own tension melt away. Ever since Uzumaki Senshi had rescued her, she'd been following him, gradually relying on him, whereas in Kusa, she could hardly ever sleep from fear. Now she could nap on his back and drool freely, though she still grew a bit uneasy when he faced a tailed beast alone. Fortunately, it seemed he was handling the three tails just fine. Kakuzu too was staggered by what he saw. He's definitely gotten stronger again. How can anyone improve so fast? While Kakuzu pondered that, Kisame was intently watching Senshi's fight with the three tails. Shocked as well. At present, the fight wasn't an even match but a one-sided beatdown. Senshi was basically toying with Isabu. Ruoor. As the beast scuffled in close quarters, it kept howling. Eventually, it lifted its claw for another furious swipe, which Senshi directly caught. I'm a tailed beast, it might have been thinking. Innately powerful, terrifyingly destructive, with massive chakra reserves. Yet this human? It feels like he is the tailed beast, completely reversing the script. Boom! Seething, Isabu opened its enormous jaws wide, lunging to bite down on him. This frightened all the onlookers. Careful! Look out, the beast's about to attack you. Oh no! He didn't dodge. But their fears were groundless. Next, Senshi demonstrated the terror of a human 10 tails. Up you go! Seizing Isabu's giant forepaw, he abridgedly flung the tailed beast's mountain-like body aside, swinging it around several times. Swish, 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 swish. Boom. After swinging it in a circle, he tossed the three tails far away. It hurtled downward, smashing into the lake and sending columns of water into the sky. Waves exploded outward in all directions. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded, never having expected such an extreme mismatch. They'd thought this would be a precarious battle, yet from start to finish, Senshi had it well in hand. Rumble. Of course, Aisabu wasn't so easy to tame. Rising from beneath the churning water, the creature lifted its massive head again. This time, an intense flow of chakra built up at its mouth. It was gathering water chakra into a high-pressure bullet nearly on par with a tailed beast bomb. Water release, Great Water Mass Bullet. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, This ninja is too powerful. With a furious roar from the three tails, Aisabu, a gigantic water sphere shot out at astonishing speed, heading straight for Senshi. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. With a wave of his hand, Senshi summoned a massive, storm-like beast formed of crackling blue lightning. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Huge arcs of lightning flashed and danced, exuding a terrifying aura. The colossal Thunder Beast collided head-on with Aisabu's water release, Great Water Mass Bullet. Boom! Rumble! As the giant sphere of water and the 30-million-volt Thunder Beast clashed, pillars of water exploded in every direction. But Aisabu's Great Water Mass Bullet stood no chance against the Thunder Beast. Bang! In short order, the water cannon was shattered, and the crackling Thunder Beast plowed right into the three tails' massive frame, smashing it sideways. Angered beyond measure, Aisabu refused to hold back. While sliding backward, it curled up into a huge spiky ball and rolled back at Senshi, aiming to crush him under its full weight. But Senshi showed not the slightest concern. Off to the side, Genji and the other leaders of the Kiri, who were watching, felt a chill. Genji couldn't help calling out. That's the three tails taijutsu, shadow stroke, both offensive and defensive. It's formidable. What's that ninja trying to do? Quick, tell him to dodge. Heeding Genji's words, Terumi Mei shouted from a distance for Senshi to get out of the way. But there was no time. Confronted with the three tails going all out, Senshi didn't even try to avoid it. He even looked excited. Lightning release, La Riat. Molding lightning chakra throughout his entire body, Senshi transformed himself into a bolt of blue electricity and dashed headlong at Aisabu. This turtle ball rollout move combined the three tails' best offense and defense, while Senshi's own lightning armor boasted the strongest shield. Which was superior would be revealed in moments. Boom! This collision was far more intense and shocking than before. In an instant, man and beast slammed into each other with a crash like thunder, sending monstrous energy rippling outward in all directions. Towering waves surged and battered the lakeshore. Aisabu was slammed backward yet again, sliding along the shoreline. Shaken silly, it had to wonder whether it was really the tailed beast or if Senshi was the tail-ed beast. Senshi's fighting style was more like a beast's, brutal and unreasonable, utterly dominating it. Bang! Skidding through the water and flailing up sprays of mist, the three tails staggered but quickly regained its balance. At once, it let loose its ultimate trump card, a tailed beast bomb. When Genji and the other top executives saw this, their expressions turned grim. Look out! That's the tailed beast's strongest weapon, the tailed beast bomb. Sensing the terrifying build-up of power in Aisabu's next T attack, Kisame said with mock concern. Think that brat Senshi might have screwed up this time and be killed. Kakuzu stayed quiet, pondering whether it might be better if Senshi lived or died. On one hand, Senshi's relentless mission grind was great for revenue. On the other, Kakuzu did want a slower pace. Maybe it'd be ideal if Senshi got a bit injured enough to reduce his insane mission schedule, without losing that enthusiasm for taking jobs. However, Kakuzu was clearly overthinking it. Sensing the tail-end potency of Isabu's tailed beast bomb, Senshi refrained from using anything too lethal. He didn't want to kill the three tails, he had other objectives. 200 million volts, Thunder Dragon. He estimated that going beyond that would risk killing Isabu, which would sabotage his other two missions. After all, with the Ninja World adaptation, his Thunder Dragon was considered a type of enhanced lightning release technique. Roar! A deafening draconic roar sounded, and a gigantic lightning dragon formed instantly, arcs of lightning crackling as though containing both the power of the Thunder Beast and the speed of the Thunder Bird. It surged straight at the tailed beast bomb. Boom! Rumble! The impact was earth-shattering, as though space itself tore open with a thunderous roar. Kraboom! Senshi's 200 million-volt Thunder Dragon was pushing near 10 tails level strength. Such a technique could be used even against the 10 tails, let alone the 3 tails. Isabu's tailed beast bomb, like a flickering candle in a bright moon, was instantly swallowed by the lightning dragon. The Thunder Dragon, its impetus hardly diminished, proceeded to slam into the 3 tails. Boom! The massive beast was hurled through the air, crashing into the forest behind it. In an instant, the 3 tails was completely defeated, essentially crushed. Roar! From the distance came a furious growl. Yet it could do nothing against this human who fought like a tailed beast himself. If anything, Isabu was thinking, maybe we should swap places. Let him be the tailed beast. What was worse, the 3 tails had landed in a dense forest, away from witnesses. Senshi instantly flickered over with a burst of lightning and appeared above its head. He spoke in a cold voice. Isabu, your power is too strong. You need to be contracted. Boom! At those words, Senshi unleashed a head pat of doom. With a single palm smashing against the 3 tails skull, a contract seal forcibly spread across its entire body. The 3 tails tried to resist, but to no avail. Roar! Furious at being forced into a summoning contract, it thrashed and snarled. Senshi, however, didn't mind. Lightning release, lariat waltz. He promptly gave Isabu a series of severe beatings. Pow! 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 The once enraged beast fell silent and cowered in the forest. Even fighting other tailed beasts, it had never suffered such a savage beating. Having forced the 3 tails to submit, Senshi pointed toward the large lake. Go back to the lake. Hearing this, the 3 tails wanted nothing more than to get away from this human-tailed beast. Already battered, it had no choice but to obey. By the time Terumi Mei and her companions rushed over, they arrived just in time to see the terrifying scene of Isabu seemingly tamed. With one gesture from Senshi, the 3 tails lumbered back to the lake, submerging itself once again. Seeing this, Genji and the other Kiri leaders felt as though it was all too unreal. They had anticipated a huge disaster. Yet in the end, Isabu barely did anything before being hammered back into the depths. Countless shinobi looked at Senshi with utter fear. From the Blood Mist faction, Hazuki Getsuki, Karatachi Takii, and Kandarwai were practically coughing up blood. They had known about Kandno's plan. Which looked promising enough if Isabu actually ran wild. But Isabu had barely gone berserk for a moment when that monstrous Senshi smacked it down so hard that its eyes shone with near clarity. Boom! 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 Before the entire Kirigaku's stupefied onlookers, the 3 tails trudged back into the lake. It had no choice, having been thrashed into submission. Anyone could see that Senshi hadn't even gone all out. Among them, Genji and the high officials of the Kiri felt deeply moved. They had expected a tragedy akin to the tailed beast rampage, yet in the end, the beast never really got rampaging, thanks to the mysterious ninja Terumi Mei had hired someone who had forcibly suppressed Isabu and driven it back underwater. Genji and the village seniors came over to Terumi Mei, exclaiming, "Terumi Mei, you've done us a great service. You saved the village from catastrophe." Earlier, many of them had presumed she was being duped. After all, in this era, who could match the legendary Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? Yet seeing the battle with their own eyes, they realized maybe such a being truly existed, and that was Uzumaki Senshi. Upon hearing Genji's praise, Terumi Mei responded modestly, "Lord Genji, this was my duty." She'd always felt a strong sense of belonging to the Kiri, despite its issues. Genji, satisfied, continued, "So, could the village convince this mighty ninja to stay on as one of us?" Given Senshi's incredible strength, if he were willing to join the mist and protect it, that would leave them free to develop without fear. Yet Terumi Mei shook her head. "I'm not sure. However," she paused before continuing, "we can maintain a working relationship using commissioned tasks." Though it baffled them, this unbelievably powerful ninja seemed fixated on taking jobs. But one thing they knew, as long as a legitimate commission was given, no matter what, Senshi would accept and carry it out at 100% success. Recruiting him into the village might not be feasible, but forging a partner's hip via ongoing commissions certainly was. Perhaps they could even negotiate a discount? Hearing Terumi Mei's explanation, the others exchanged looks. With his strength, if he wanted to join a major village, he'd be welcomed like a king, maybe even start a mighty clan there. They might let him marry some ideal partner to pass on his excellent genes. Even Terumi Mei didn't understand why Uzumaki Senshi was so obsessed with unending missions. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more e-chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Advertising. Aside from that, if he joined a ninja village and took on some high-ranking position, he wouldn't need to travel around everywhere, painstakingly taking large and small jobs. He could just sit in an office and enjoy a comfortable life. Terumi Mei just couldn't figure it out. No one in the ninja world could truly grasp Uzumaki Senshi's thought process. She said to Genji, "Lord Genji, I also want to keep hiring Uzumaki Senshi long term, to provide Kirigakure with strategic deterrence." This time's Three Tails incident was secretly instigated by the Blood Mist faction. "I'm going to speak to Lord Senshi now and knock those Blood Mist people down a peg." When she had arrived lakeside earlier and only saw the Three Tails emerge from the water without catching the Blood Mist members in the act, she could do little if there was no solid proof. Nonetheless, leveraging Uzumaki Senshi's formidable PR essence would at least let her intimidate the Blood Mist crowd. Before long, Terumi Mei brought Senshi over to the two elders of the Blood Mist again. Upon seeing her arrive, neither Hazuki Getsuki nor Karitachi Takii showed any change in expression. Standing behind them was Kandar Y, looking stern, and not far away, Kand no Wari. Slight smile. He knew Terumi Mei's party would come to demand an explanation, but that didn't bother him. He did things cleanly, he wouldn't leave her a shred of evidence. The moment Terumi Mei arrived, she got straight to the point. "Blood Mist, are you all planning to betray the village? You actually resorted to using a secret technique to force the Three Tails into a rampage." Hazuki Getsuki shook his head at her words. I do nt know what you're talking about. Likewise, Karatachi Takii spoke coldly. Nonsense. What does the Three Tails going wild have to do with me? The Three Tails is our village's strongest weapon. At present, nearly all of the village's authority is tightly clutched by Lord Genji. If something went wrong with the Three Tails while the power rests in his hands, obviously he bears full responsibility. He snorted. Sure, it looks like this Three Tails crisis has been resolved for now, but who's to say whether there might be deeper issues? Maybe right now the Three Tails is only temporarily suppressed, harboring its resentment. After some time passes, it'll rampage even more violently. Standing next to Terumi Mei, Senshi silently thought it was quite amusing. After all, his two employers Akatsuki and Mui both wanted a tailed beast. As soon as he had the chance, the Three Tails might not even remain here for too many days. For these two old men, or for Terumi Mei and her people, they should cherish whatever time the Three Tails still stayed in their village. Because one day it could vanish before their eyes. Terumi Mei heard Karatachi Takii and got angry. We're sending specialized ninjas to keep watch around the Three Tails. Without Lord Genji's authorization, none of you blood mist folks are allowed anywhere near it. Hearing that, Kando merely shrugged. Since the days of the fourth Mizu Cage, we were the ones in charge of everything related to the Three Tails and its research. Nobody in the Kiri knows the Three Tails better than we do. So, naturally, we should be responsible for guarding it. His words were logical, but Terumi Mei retorted sarcastically. Entrust it to you, so you can steal it under your own guard. Kando showed no anger, simply maintained his slow, unhurried tone. At least the Three Tails didn't go amok on our watch this time. So does that mean you folks lack the ability to watch it properly? Don't forget, once something has happened once, it can happen again. While Kando and Terumi Mei bickered, Senshi was just standing by, enjoying the show. He noticed these two were both eloquent, likely to argue all day if no one intervened. Thus, he calmly stepped forward and turned toward Hazuki Getsuki, Karatachi Takii, Kando and the others. In a mild voice, he said, "We've met already. Let me emphasize once more, anyone who tries to undermine the Kirigakuers peace and prosperity is my enemy." Seeing them look dark, he continued. "I hope none of you interfere with my tasks. You get what I'm saying." Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Takii definitely understood him. Inwardly, they loathed him but kept silent. Not too long ago, this was the same freak who had beaten the Three Tails into submission. Nobody dared protest. Even the resourceful Kando did not speak rashly. He lacked detailed intel on Senshi and could only surmise that he was fanatically dedicated to completing his tasks. Any sabotage might earn them a swift death. Provoking that man was not wise. Seeing their reactions, Senshi was satisfied. Right now, Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Takii all but had "I want to stir up trouble" written on their faces, while Kando, best at lying low, showed no emotion and uttered not a word, as though he'd accepted fate. The dog that bites does no bark. In Senshi's view, Kando was the truly dangerous one. Yet for Senshi, the more troublemakers the better. The future livelihood of the Kiri's mission feed depended on them. If he scared them too much, so they never dared act again, it would reduce the job supply he gleaned from the Kiri. So it was wise to threaten them lightly, then back off. After taking them down a peg, Senshi turned to Terumi Mei. "The assignment you gave me to deal with the Three Tails rampage is finished, right?" Terumi Mei froze, then quickly grasped his meaning, but her expression betrayed how pained she felt. "This blasted mercenary is so ridiculously expensive. She was glad at least that she herself had no addictive gambling habit like Tsunade from the Konoha. If her personal funds were empty, she couldn't possibly cover the sum for these 2 hires. Ultimately, the payment had to come from the village budget. So with a heavy heart, Terumi Mei said, "Lord Senshi, please come with me. Let's meet Lord Genji and collect your payment." Senshi had no particular objection, who paid was irrelevant, as long as he got his money. Thus, led by Terumi Mei, he soon stood before the Kiri's top authorities. For now, given that the 5 kg summit was still far off, this same group would continue to govern. Senshi seized the opportunity to advertise. "Lord Genji, everyone of the Kirigakuer, greetings. I'm a freelance ninja from the Ames black market. Name Uzumaki Senshi. So far, I've completed more than 100 S-rank missions, with 0 failures. I've also completed countless A, B, C, and D rank missions. My success rate remains 100%. If you have any unsolvable problems, you can hire me. If you face assassination from shinobi of another village, hire me. If your village is threatened by white-tailed beasts or cage-level foes, hire me. 1 hire, lifetime satisfaction guaranteed. Issue a commission? Come to Uzumaki Senshi. Excellent service attitude, high efficiency, 100% completion rate, you won't regret it." When he finished, his eyes shone with job-hungry enthusiasm. The elders of the Kiri were rendered speechless. A top-tier cage-level fighter with 0 sense of dignity? Terumi Mei, seeing it all, was left dumbfounded. These ultimate shinobi at the top of the ninja world really do stand out from the norm. They all have such bizarre personalities. Didn't they say God of Shinobi Senju Hashirama was a big goof with huge emotional swings? Sighing inwardly, Genji at last nodded gravely. Indeed, the village severely lacked high-end combat power, and in certain extreme scenarios, Senshi's services would be indispensable. Then he turned to Terumi Mei, who described how she had hired Senshi in the village's name twice. Upon hearing the price tags, Genji's elderly face froze. This damned mercenary! He wants 10 million RY for a single mission. And on top of that, the village has to pay a monthly 10 million for long-term hire. Our finances are already in dire straits. This is salt on the wound. Though bitter, Genji retrieved the checks, given G1 to Terumi Mei and another worth 10 million to Senshi. Commission complete. Client, Kirigakuer. Objective, subdue the rampaging 3 tails, prevent it from ravaging the village, and send it back underwater. Reward, 10 million RY. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 10,000 employment points. Once Senshi had the money, the mission was deemed complete. He'd gained 10,000 points from it. 10 draws quite a harvest indeed. After taking the money from Genji, Senshi and Terumi Mei departed together. Terumi Mei, is something weighing on your mind? Senshi noticed how she frowned and leaned toward her. Whenever there was friction or annoyance that might hint at a job, he was always eager to seize or even create opportunities for more commissions. This was high-S shinobi way. At first, Terumi Mei was baffled. Why is he asking me that so oddly? Then she saw how his gaze kept darting to the money in her hand. Realization dawned, and her face stiffened. This insatiable mercenary, after raking in 10 million from the Kiri, plus 80+ million from the Blood Mist, now he's eyeing the little bit of money I hold. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 37, Heading Back. At this moment, Terumi Mei's lovely face still bore a sweet, innocent look. She forced a polite smile and said, "Lord Senshi, I don't have any requests to hire you for the time being. You could tour around the Kirigakura and hire me as your guide, so I can show you all the sights and scenery. Hurry! She barely got the words out when she saw that Senshi was already far in the distance, waving goodbye. She offered him no new commission yet wanted him to hire her as a tour guide? Absolutely absurd. After parting ways with Terumi Mei, Senshi went off to meet up with Kakuzu and Kisame. Kisame saw him coming, rubbing his hands in satisfaction. Yaraime-soon, so we're heading off to capture the tailed beast now, right? Gotta say, you were looking ahead. You've kept this red-haired little brat of the Uzumaki clan with you all along, waiting precisely for this day, yet. Kakuzu also nodded at this and chimed in. Indeed. I heard that in Konoha, they've always sealed the 9 tails inside an Uzumaki. After all these years, Konoha's tailed beast incidents have been minimal. Kisame nodded. Exactly. The Uzumaki clan's life force and sealing techniques are extraordinary, perfectly suited to hosting a tailed beast. Karin. Her adorable face was now full of shock. So that's what it was? Did Senshi keep her around specifically to make her the Jinchuriki for a tailed beast? Surely not. Tears already glimmered in Karen's eyes. She had believed all this time she was his cute little assistant. Hearing Kakuzu and Kisame's words, Senshi's expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. When people are speechless, they often laugh. Senshi's foot came flying in, kicking the two of them squarely on the backside, sending them sprawling. What kind of nonsense is that? When did I ever say I was going to use Karin as a Jinchuriki? After finishing, Senshi saw Karen's eyes welling up with tears. He reached out to ruffle her red hair. You believe everything they say? Don't forget, I said you shouldn't die off prematurely before you actually prove useful, otherwise, I'd be at a huge loss. Hearing this, Karin broke into a smile amid tears, nodding earnestly. Understood, Senshi. Senshi nodded too, then further messed up the hair he'd already ruffled. Just moments ago on the verge of tears, Karin now clenched her little fists, pounced onto Senshi's back, and deployed her unbreakable 7-day lock of clinginess. With his personal massager activated, Senshi headed off toward the Kiri's black market. Kakuzu and Kisame watched him depart, dumbfounded. Hey, we're just leaving like that? What about the organization's mission? Kisame eyed Senshi's retreating figure, speaking up. Senshi merely waved a hand without looking back. Relax, everything's going according to plan. Neither Kakuzu nor Kisame trusted him in the slightest. This fellow's thinking was so unpredictable. Especially Kisame, he had been seriously injured by Senshi not long ago, and only recovered swiftly thanks to Samehada's healing. If Senshi refused to handle things personally, the Kirigakura would definitely keep a heavy watch around that lake now. Even if Kakuzu and Kisame were strong enough to seize the tailed beast, they couldn't just waltz off with the 3 tails right under everyone's nose. With no better choice, Kisame could only look to Kakuzu. Now what? Kakuzu shook his head. We do what he says. Let's just go back and report truthfully to Pain. Kisame had no other plan. Thus they left. On the Blood Mist side, Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Takii soon reconvened at their hideout. Their faces looked grim. We can't let that damned mercenary run wild again. During these past few days in the Kirigakura, Senshi's entire time was spent sweeping the black market for missions. Even though the Kiri had declined, it was still one of the 5 great shinobi villages. A camel may be skinny but still larger than a horse. The number of missions here far surpassed that of the aim. Every day, he would complete tasks, then sit down with Karin counting money until their hands cramped. In the Kiri's black market, at the main hall. A certain shinobi arrived and slammed his fist on the counter, glaring at the manager. "Why are there no missions posted?" The manager sighed. "No missions have come in, so what can I post?" The shinobi, who regularly roamed the Kiri black market, found it impossible to believe. "No missions, how can that be?" He smashed the counter again. The manager gave him a resigned look and pulled out a stack of mission request forms. Seeing that stack, the roaming shinobi momentarily relaxed, so they're WERE missions, after all. But on reading them, he was flabbergasted. Target: Fire Daimi Yamashita Kenshin. Reward: 1 billion RY. Target: 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward: 1 billion RY. Target: 4th Raikage, A. Reward: 800 million RY. Staring at these bounty requests, the roaming ninja's head buzzed. Could he possibly take on such missions? He tossed them aside, glowering at the manager. "All the other missions? Where are they?" The manager shrugged. "Most were taken by Kakuzu, the rest by Uzumaki Senshi." Hearing Senshi's name, the man swore inwardly. Rumors about what happened at the Kiri's black market had already spread. An insane duo known as the task-devouring machines, eternal commission engagers, or mission killers, had emerged there. They'd repeatedly cleared the entire market daily 3 times in one day, at the peak. They simply didn't let anyone else get any jobs. Damn it, that mission-killing fiend has holed up in the Kiri and refuses to leave. Just then, the hall's doors swung open. Senshi and Kakuzu entered, dropping off a stack of mission reports on the counter. "No need to save me any missions for tomorrow. I'll be leaving the Kirigakure then." The black market manager breathed a huge sigh of relief. He'd been worried these Kiri-based rogues would starve with no jobs left if Senshi stuck around forever. And the wandering ninja, who was unable to get any tasks just moments before, instantly brightened. "At last, that demon is leaving." He ran outside in tears of joy, hollering to all the other freelancers. "He's finally going. That damned mission killer is heading off, woohoo." Within minutes, much of the Kiri's wandering ninja population was weeping with relief. "Oh, 6 paths above, that monster's leaving the hidden mist at last. We couldn't get a single job these past few days. Let's hope he never comes back." Inside the black market hall, after dropping off his task results, Senshi watched as Karin and Kakuzu gleefully counted money while sitting on the floor. Their smiles gradually morphed from manic to downright depraved. Kisame, observing them, kept wincing. "Tisk! Are you guys done yet?" At length, once Karen's hand cramped from counting, she looked at Senshi questioningly. "I keep hearing people crying outside. What's happening?" Senshi thought for a bit, then said matter-of-factly. "They're probably so touched that this mission king is leaving. With me here, a flock of prospective clients was bound to come. Ha ha ha." Then he left, money in tow, heading out of the Kirigakure. Along the way back to the aim, Senshi naturally took one last escort commission. Just as he was about to board a carriage, Kakuzu stopped him. "Wait. We're simply heading back now." Kakuzu's pale green eyes filled with doubt. Something felt off. By his experience, Uzumaki Senshi never left a job half done. Senshi asked in a casual tone. "What's wrong with going back?" Before Kakuzu could say anything else, Kisame couldn't help scoffing. "You forgot the real mission? The one Pain gave us? The one we came here to do in the first place?" Senshi so unconcerned waved his hand. "Mission's done. Let's go." He climbed onto the carriage, calling for Karin. Kakuzu and Kisame stared, baffled. "Hey? That's it? We got a hand in an empty result. Kakuzu looked ready to argue, but Senshi refused to elaborate. Stop nagging, get on board. The mission's finished. He had no desire to explain about the forced summoning contract he'd used on the Three Tails. If the Kiri found out, they might find a way to annul it that would make this whole trip pointless. TCH, you'll have to face pain yourself later, Kisame grumbled. He settled into the carriage with a resigned sigh. Traveling with Senshi had its pros and cons. On the plus side, they traveled in comfort. Never short on big paydays. The minus was that this guy was a perpetual mission maniac. He might even be using wood clones to alternate shifts with his main body. One thing was certain, he'd do exactly what he wanted. No more, no less. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 38, The Box of Ultimate Bliss, Bonus Chapter. Kisame believed there was nothing wrong with his thinking. After all, this mission was led by Senshi. Now that the mission wasn't complete and they left early, that, too, was Senshi's decision. When they returned to the Akatsuki, Senshi himself would explain everything to Pain. Some time later, the merchant caravan finally arrived near Megakure. Senshi's four-man team also stepped down from the caravan's carriage. After reporting the mission, Senshi used a wood-style clone to notify Pain and Konan to meet in an open area near Megakure. Pain and Konan, of course, had no idea what Uzumaki Senshi was up to, but they still went over to the meeting spot. In the clearing near Megakure, Senshi, Kakuzu, Kisame, and Karin were all there. They didn't wait very long before Konan and Pain descended from above. Seeing the four of them, Pain and Konan were somewhat puzzled. However, Pain trusted Senshi after all. Senshi's missions had a 100% success rate. Even though he wasn't sure what was going on this time, he assumed they must have captured the Three Tails again, right? Upon seeing Pain, Kisame shook his head and said, "Pain, we failed to capture the Three Tails this time." Pain and Konan were both surprised by this. With Uzumaki Senshi's team of three, himself, Kisame, and Kakuzu, they should have no problem capturing even the 9 tails, let alone the 3 tails. Puzzled, Konan asked, "What happened? Did the ninja from Kirigakure discover you? Because of their interference, you couldn't bring the 3 tails back?" Kakuzu shook his head. "No, that's not the reason. Uzumaki Senshi is very powerful. He completely overwhelmed the 3 tails Isabu. But after subduing it, he let Isabu go back into the lake instead of capturing it. So, our mission failed." Pain blinked in surprise and turned to Senshi, asking, "What's going on? Did the mission really fail?" He didn't think Uzumaki Senshi could fail under those circumstances. Sure enough, Senshi gave a small laugh and said, "Who said the mission failed?" Pain nodded. "Then where is the 3 tails? That would make more sense if all 3 of them went out and still failed to capture it. That would be truly incomprehensible." Summoning Jutsu. Without delay, Senshi quickly formed hand signs and slapped his palms hard against the ground. Boom! A burst of smoke spread out, white mist rising. In the next second, the massive 3 tails Isabu appeared before Pain and Konan. Kakuzu, Kisame, and Karin, of course, all saw the 3 tails again. Humph! Summoned here, the 3 tails was visibly sullen. The ground beneath it was all hard and rocky. Is this really a place for a tailed beast to hang out? Pain was taken aback by the scene before him. He hadn't expected that Senshi was already strong enough to forcibly sign a summoning contract with a tailed beast. Konan's gaze at Senshi was also filled with surprise. She'd investigated and compiled the earliest intelligence on Senshi, so she was quite certain he hadn't been this powerful at the beginning. Yet he had grown unbelievably fast. But that's natural, you reap what you sow. In the shinobi world, Senshi was a tireless grinder. How could he not grow quickly? The so-called mission killer wasn't just an empty title. Even though Senshi was there chatting with Pain, he still had numerous wood-style clones out doing missions over accepting tasks, completing them, turning them in, and even his newly acquired summoning beast, the ninja dog Kuromaru, had joined the mission taking ranks. When Pain was delighted at the sight of the three tails, he casually said, "Take the THRE tails over too." Before he could finish, Senshi released the summoning. Pain's already cold expression grew even darker. What is the meaning of this? Kisame and Kakuzu also looked at Senshi. With a laugh, Senshi said, "Ha, relax, relax. I just need to use this tailed beast for a little while. Once I'm done, I'll send it over." Pain's expression changed several times. So that's it. He'd been wondering why Uzumaki Senshi seemed so different this time. He hadn't even asked for the mission payout first. Pain had given Senshi a contract mission to capture the three tails, while MUI had given him a separate long-term contract. Senshi intended to take the three tails to MUI first and milk that mission for all it was worth. He had already mapped out his plan. After a moment of silence, Pain finally nodded. "Fine. Once you're done with the tailed beast, deliver it as soon as possible." "No problem." Senshi smiled and nodded, then took Karin and Kakuzu with him to head to Kusagakur. Kusagakur is a village skilled at learning and research. Though they have no unique heritage of their own, they've learned many of the jutsu from other hidden villages. The reason they hadn't developed well is because they chose the wrong path. They aren't like the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had terrifying power, nor are they like Orochimaru with countless ways to save his own skin. They couldn't just experiment on others like Tobirama, Orochimaru, or later Kabuto. What they really need to do is stay behind the scenes, focusing on studying, researching, and developing jutsu. Not only jutsu, but ninja tools and shinobi world technology as well. Ninja from Kusagakur can dabble in all of these fields. They can't let Orochimaru carry all the burden of advancing ninja tech alone. This time, Senshi wanted to talk to MUI about that. On his last visit, he had helped MUI take care of village chief Shia and the others. Now that MUI was calling the shots, Kusagakur's future direction was up to him. Just thinking about unlocking another super draw soon made Senshi excited. Before long, the three of them arrived at the gates of Kusagakur. Seeing who it was, a Kusagakur ninja approached respectfully. "Lord Uzumaki Senshi, please come in." Clearly, MUI had instructed them, if Uzumaki Senshi showed up, grant him direct access. Senshi nodded, entered the village, and turned to the ninja to ask, "Where is MUI right now?" "Take me to him." "Understood." With that, the Kusagakur ninja led Senshi's three-man party toward MUI. Now that the whole village was under MUI's control, it had achieved a certain degree of growth. Previously, Kusagakur was riddled with competing factions, with two main blocks known as Kusa no Jutsu and Kusa no Hana locked in a long-standing rivalry. Amid such infighting, everyone was too busy backstabbing each other to focus on real development, so the village naturally stagnated. Thanks to Senshi's help, MUI ended up capturing the leader Shia and Elder Gama all at once. With no more sinister plots and power struggles going on behind the scenes, the village was already improving without needing much active management. Under the Kyuzagakure ninja's guidance, Senshi and his group soon arrived at MUI's office. For smaller villages like Kyuzagakure, there's usually no official KH, but MUI was so powerful and firmly in charge that he was effectively a shadow leader and unofficial KH. Seeing Senshi and the other two enter the office, MUI was clearly surprised. Lord Senshi, did something happen? He couldn't figure out why Senshi had come to Kyuzagakure. He'd already worked out the village's collaboration with Omegakure using a wood-style clone sent to negotiate with Konan. So what else could be on Senshi's mind? Senshi gave a cryptic smile. The commission you gave me before is finished. What? MUI shot to his feet, staring at Senshi in disbelief. You've already done it? That fast? It hasn't even been that long. Are tailed beasts really that easy to catch? MUI had been pursuing this goal for who knows how long, and Senshi just got it done in no time. He couldn't help being astonished by Senshi's efficiency. He'd half expected it might take at least 5 years for Senshi to complete this long-term commission. Yet here they were, not even a month in. And Senshi had done it. Faced with MUI's incredulous look, Senshi merely nodded without hesitation. If the tailed beast had a Jinchuriki host, it might have been trickier, since those shinobi are heavily guarded. But the 3 tails Isabu, roaming solo, was basically low-hanging fruit. Senshi went on, so, is the site prepared? The tailed beast is massive, so you'll need enough space to accommodate it. Tailed beasts, being pure chakra entities, can adjust their size. But Isabu didn't seem too bright, and Senshi didn't feel like negotiating with it. Besides, Isabu was forced into a summoning contract against its will and clearly wouldn't cooperate. MUI nodded at once. Lord Senshi, please follow me. I've prepared everything. Lead the way, Senshi said. As they walked, Senshi noted that the general mood in Kyuzagakure was noticeably better than last time. Remembering MUI's storyline in the original series, Senshi sighed inwardly. MUI wasn't exactly like Danzo, he was just blinded by his own obsessions. Senshi couldn't help remarking, before you begin, MUI, I have to tell you something. That ninja tool might not be able to fulfill your wish. Hearing this, MUI suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, he continued forward. According to Kyuzagakure's records, the box of ultimate bliss was a treasure of the Sage of Six Paths. All it requires is a massive amount of chakra to open. Once opened, it can grant a single wish. Long ago, Kyuzagakure nearly dominated the ninja world thanks to that box. MUI did trust Senshi, but he also trusted the village's recorded history. He had no reason to doubt such ancient writings. Senshi shook his head. I'm not sure why Kyuzagakure has those records, but once the box of ultimate bliss is opened, it won't grant any wish. All it brings is destruction and terror. 200 Power Stone Bonus Chapter. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Vote for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, it's fine, I'll handle it. Of course, if you want to open the box of ultimate bliss, I won't stop you. Uzumaki Senshi also wanted to see just how powerful this legendary ninja tool really was. Hearing Senshi's words, MUI sincerely expressed his thanks. Thank you. If not for your help, even 3 or 5 years from now, I might still have been unable to obtain a tailed beast or gather enough chakra to open the box of ultimate bliss. In other words, you've helped me fulfill my lifelong dream. Under MUI's lead, everyone arrived at a deep area of Kusagakure, a cliff by the sea. When they reached the spot, Senshi could already see a huge box about the height of a 2 or 3-story building. What is that? When Karin saw that ninja tool, for some reason she felt a sudden dread in her heart, as if it were extremely dangerous. Senshi casually replied, "That's the box of ultimate bliss, a ninja tool said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths." The box of ultimate bliss was enormous, a black box roughly the size of a 3-story building. The entire box was pitch black, and on its 4 sides were 4 eerie masks representing joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Even though it was just sitting there unused, it gave off a deep sense of oppression. With a serious expression, Mui asked, "Lord Senshi, where is the tailed beast?" Senshi, looking around as if simply touring the area, asked in a carefree manner, "Where do you want me to put the tailed beast?" Mui pointed to a large ceiling array not far away. "Place it in the center of that ceiling formula." At his words, Senshi walked to the center of the seal and rapidly formed hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. As soon as he finished, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom! A puff of white smoke burst forth and swirled upward. In the next instant, the massive form of the 3 tails Isabu materialized within the ceiling array, with Senshi still standing on the broad shell of its back. Swoosh! Without needing a reminder from Mui, Senshi used the body flicker technique and vanished in a flash. Wasting no time, Mui immediately formed his own hand signs to activate the ceiling array. Clank! 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 The huge ceiling formula spread across every inch of the 3 tails body. Dark chains emerged from all directions, binding the beast tightly. Suddenly some moaned here by Senshi. The 3 tails was confused and had no idea what was happening. And then, in the blink of an eye, it found itself ensnared by a colossal, bizarre ceiling technique. Even the 9 tails hadn't received such a lavish reception. Before long, the 3 tails flew into a rage. Its chakra was draining away fast. As a living mass of chakra, even if it were fully depleted, it could reconstitute itself over centuries, but that didn't mean it wanted to get sealed off or killed right now. Even if the other side wasn't planning to kill it. Losing that much chakra was the last thing it wanted. Roar! Even in the seal, the 3 tails thrashed wildly, letting out a series of roars. Swoosh! Wrapped in lightning release chakra mode, Senshi appeared right in front of the 3 tails, trying to calm it down. All right. No need to make such a fuss. We're just borrowing some of your chakra, okay? Once you help me reach my little goal, I promise you'll get to enjoy a good life." Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from Senshi, the 3 tails who'd been roaring just a moment ago could only shrink back. Not too long ago in Kirigakure, it had been brutally beaten by Senshi. It hadn't forgotten that. Realizing that Senshi and Mui only wanted its chakra and weren't planning to kill it, the 3 tails could do nothing but resign itself. It couldn't win and couldn't flee. What else could it do? After intimidating the 3 tails into submission, Senshi turned his attention to Mui, watching him open the box of ultimate bliss. A massive amount of chakra was drawn from the 3 tails, fed through Mui's technique, and funneled into the enormous black box. As Mui watched the box of ultimate bliss rapidly charge up, his excitement surged. Karin, staring at the box, felt an ever-growing sense of foreboding. Even Kakuzu, who had been quietly conserving energy, murmured as he looked at that ominous black object in the distance. "I've got a feeling something is about to happen. Is this tool really as legendary as people say? Once opened, can it really grant any wish?" Clearly, Kakuzu was asking Senshi. Although Senshi had mentioned something about the box to Mui earlier, he hadn't said exactly what would happen once it was opened. Smiling at Kakuzu's question, Senshi responded casually, "It's definitely something special, but just watch. No matter what happens. It's fine. I'll handle it." As Senshi chatted with Kakuzu, the box of ultimate bliss reached the verge of opening. Click, click. Mechanical Su NDS word from inside the box, and the massive mask on one of its sides trembled. Seeing this, MUI, overjoyed, rushed to the box. He looked at it and shouted, "Please bring my son back to life." Right after he voiced his wish, the huge mask that had just trembled slowly rose. Thus, the legendary ninja tool known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss opened. Creak. Boom. A large panel slammed down, sending clouds of dust drifting into the air. When they finally cleared, Karin and Kakuzu stared in shock at the figure that emerged, a young man stepping out of the box. Mouth agape, Karin gasped, "This ninja tool, can it really grant any wish?" Senshi shook his head. "Of course not." Puzzled, Karin asked, "But that person?" She didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she shouted in warning, "Watch out! That thing isn't your son. His chakra feels really off." With her mind's eye of the Kagura, Karin had already sensed something unusual. But MUI wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on the young man who had stepped out of Teehee box. Tears welling up as he spoke. "Muku. My child." The Muku who emerged from the box of ultimate bliss looked a bit dazed. Hearing MUI's call, he appeared happy, though something in his expression also showed conflict. "Father, He himself didn't know what was going on. He seemed to have been resurrected by some strange means, yet he sensed he wasn't truly himself anymore. Worse still, his consciousness was rapidly fading, replaced by bloodlust and destruction. MUI, unaware of the box's true nature, believed his son had truly been resurrected. But Senshi knew better. As MUI was about to rush forward and embrace his child where he would no doubt be killed on the spot, Senshi flickered beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Take a good look. Is that really your son?" Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 40, Back to Pain. Senshi's words made MUI freeze for a moment. He took a closer look. Sure enough, the young man in the distance was indeed Muku. But almost immediately, his pupils contracted sharply. Muku's body began changing at high speed. Only moments earlier, he'd been fine, yet in the blink of an eye, darkness completely swallowed him up. And then, a hideous monster, one with 4 sharp, snow-white fangs, no head, a face merged with its abdomen, and huge wings appeared before them. This creature was called Satori, and it possessed the ability to read people's minds and beguile them. Because it could see into others' teehuffs and move at high speed, it could almost evade any attack. Even more terrifying was its astonishing physical power. MUI was so shocked by its appearance that he momentarily lost himself. He couldn't accept this outcome. Even the legendary ninja tool of the Sage of Six Paths couldn't bring his son back to life. Did that mean he would never see his son again? Also, what was the connection between this monster and his child? Had the box of ultimate bliss transformed his son into that thing? On top of that, MUI also had a deep question: how did Senshi know so much about the box of ultimate bliss? After all, it was a secret treasure of Kyuzagakuer, and even MUI himself didn't know many of its mysteries. Yet seeing how things played out, it was exactly as Senshi had foretold. Just then, Senshi's voice rang in MUI's ear, pulling him out of his thoughts. "MUI, that monster isn't your son. Don't get confused. Fall back, I'll handle it. Before he had even finished speaking, Senshi's entire body was already enveloped in lightning style. Chakra. With a flash, he launched himself at Satori. Indeed, this monster's power to read and beguile people's minds was no joke. The moment Senshi attacked, it predicted his strike and flew skyward to escape. However, faced with Somion as fast and strong as Senshi, a human 10 tails, so to speak, Satori's mind-reading ability wasn't so helpful. First of all, it couldn't keep up with his speed. And secondly, it would soon understand true fear. You won't be able to hit me. After duking one of Senshi's attacks, Satori's voice echoed. Hearing this, Senshi broke into a grin. Just now, he'd merely been testing out Satori's capabilities, unsure yet how he wanted to deal with it. Satori had solid abilities and strength. Worst case, maybe it could be turned into a rare summoning beast. That said, if it were killed, it would simply retreat back into the box of ultimate bliss. Senshi planned to see if, after beating Satori down, it might surrender willingly. Lightning style, horizontal chop. Senshi's figure reappeared right in front of Satori. This time, Satori clearly sensed a flood of terror. It had read Senshi's intent, but it simply couldn't match his speed and had no way of dodging this blow. Boom! A hand chop wreathed in crackling lightning chakra slashed down brutally. The power behind it was both mighty and razor sharp. Satori's strengths lay in 4 key areas: powerful attacks, swift movement, mind reading, and mental manipulation. While fighting Senshi, it could see everything going through his head, enabling it to dodge the moment he initiated an attack. Unfortunately, in both speed and raw power, Senshi was superior. He was a true master of lightning release. Furthermore, ever since he'd enhanced his body with the rumble fruit, he was all but immune to any mental manipulations. Another ninja might have found Satori extremely tricky. But against Senshi, Satori was completely outmatched. Using the horizontal chop, Senshi's hand struck Satori's shoulder with immense force, knocking the monster clean out of the air and slamming it down onto the ground below. Crash! With a heavy thud, Satori crashed into the earth. Whoosh! Spreading its wings, it tried to take off again. At the same time, it realized Senshi intended to close in for a rapid flurry of attacks using lightning brutality horizontal chop. Though Satori knew Senshi's plan from reading his thoughts, it still couldn't dodge in time. Senshi's voice rang out, lightning style, lightning brutality horizontal chop. Slash! 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 This time, lightning arced across Senshi's entire body. His internal lightning-style chakra was surging non-stop. Bang! 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 As each of Senshi's hand chops rained down, Satori predicted them all but still couldn't get out of the way. Lightning style, thunderbolt. After dishing out a flurry of hits, Senshi seized Satori in a sudden grapple. Lightning chakra roared across his entire body. In an instant, Satori was driven down from midair, hurtling earthward like a falling star. Boom! Rumble! A deafening explosion shattered the surroundings. Dust flew in all directions. Chunks of rock, blasted apart by the impact, hurtled through the air. As the dust cleared, Senshi of course stood there unharmed, while Satori lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and its chakra in disarray. Even then, Senshi didn't let up. He attacked once more. Lightning style, backhand chop assault. Boom! Left and right, Senshi pounded the monster with a dozen punches. Satori let out a series of piercing shrieks and then dissolved into a mass of black chakra, fleeing back into the box of ultimate bliss. Clang! Clack! When Satoru's chakra returned, there was a sound of mechanical movement from inside the box. Moments later, the box snapped shut again. Senshi watched Satoru's final retreat as it transformed into black chakra and slipped back inside. Pondering thoughtfully. So this thing is a chakra-based life form, like a tailed beast? In elemental form, I guess I could also be considered a chakra-based life form. In any event, Senshi had dealt with Satori in just a few moves. MUI and the others were still somewhat dazed. Although Satori had been utterly suppressed the entire time, they could see it was undoubtedly dangerous. From their vantage point, Satori had edicted all of Senshi's attacks, but because Senshi's lightning release far outclassed Satori's speed, it never had a chance. MUI had briefly pictured himself facing Satori and realized that with his own attack and jutsu speeds, he'd hardly stand a chance of landing a blow. When Senshi sent Satori packing back into the box, MUI and the others approached, all wearing grim expressions. MUI, in particular, looked awful. He had spent years planning to resurrect his son through the box of ultimate bliss, only to discover the truth was nothing like what he'd imagined. Gazing at the box in the distance, MUI began thinking about how to handle such a dangerous item. The box of ultimate bliss can be fully charged if it absorbs a large amount of chakra. If it ever opens on its own and that monster Satori comes out again, that'll be a nightmare. Maybe I should just sink it to the bottom of the ocean? Or keep researching it? He immediately abandoned that second notion. There was no point in studying something so dangerous. While Satori was indeed strong enough to be worth researching, to Senshi, it was almost trivial. There was no reason to risk their lives over something so useless for their level. As MUI was wrestling with his thoughts, Senshi smiled and said, MUI, the box of ultimate bliss really is a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, but as you just saw, it can't grant any wish. Once it's opened, it simply releases a terrifying monster. It runs very deep and I'm not sure Kusagakuer is equipped to handle it. MUI nodded gravely. Given Kusagakuer's current strength, dealing with Satori would be exceedingly difficult. Even after a period of development, facing that monster would bring heavy casualties. Frowning, MUI looked at Senshi and asked, Lord Senshi, do you have any good ideas for dealing with this dangerous tool? Senshi nodded seriously. Hand this relic over to me. Before MUI could respond, Elder Gima wearing a horse-themed mask immediately objected. Absolutely not. This is a Kusagakuer treasure, no matter what. Besides, you just said it's incredibly dangerous. Why do you want it? Senshi snorted dismissively. Elder Gima, if you had any idea what goes on outside this village, you wouldn't ask such a naive question. Yes, I'm well aware that this relic runs deep, and you guys can't handle it. But I'm different. In the Kirigakuer black market, I'm known as the Ocean of Missions. This is nothing. So let me take this dangerous ninja tool off your hands. Of course, Elder Gima was reluctant to let such a powerful relic go so easily. But Senshi shut him down with just a few words. That monster Satori isn't dead, it fled back into the box. Who knows when it'll reappear? Are you sure you don't want me to take this ninja tool away? Hearing this, Elder Ginyu and the others looked at each other, expressions changing. After a brief exchange, Ginyu spoke up. Lord Senshi, if MUI has no objection, then please take the box for safekeeping. Senshi might be fear-mongering, or he might be telling the truth. Either way, if Satori came out again, Kusagakuer might be doomed. In that case, it was much wiser for them to hand over the relic to Senshi, forging a stronger alliance in the process. And everyone could see Senshi already had a good relationship with MUI, who basically held all the power in Kyuzagakuer. Giving him the relic as a gesture of goodwill would only strengthen their ties. Having a powerful ninja like Senshi as an ally was worth more than some finicky old artifact. Seeing Ginyu's stance, Senshi turned his gaze to MUI. With a slow nod, MUI agreed. Keeping it in Kyuzagakuer would be a ticking time bomb. Nobody here was strong enough to defeat that monster. Oh, right MUI, this completes your commission, yes. At that, MUI took out a check worth 20 million RY, which could be cashed at a money exchange, and handed it to Senshi. Senshi accepted it and heard the system prompt in his mind. Long-term commission complete. Employer, MUI. Commission objective, capture a tailed beast. Reward, 20 million RY. Missio N rank, S rank. Mission reward, 4,000 employment points, plus 1 super draw. At this point, his employment points were quite substantial. He had already made a huge haul from Kyuzagakuer. The total had exceeded 5 figures, enough to do 120 10 times D Ross and still have 2 super draws. He'd earn yet more once he handed over the tailed beast to Pain. He was practically swimming in rewards. Afterward, Senshi released the 3 tails from his summoning contract and stored the box of Ultimate Bliss in High S System Space-Time Dimension. MUI had seen him use dimensional storage jutsu many times before, so it no longer surprised him. With Kyuzagakuer matters settled, Senshi wasted no time. Together with Kakuzu and Karin, he departed for AIM. After traveling for a while, Senshi stopped. Kakuzu looked at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Senshi replied offhandedly, "One of my wood-style clones accepted an escort mission. The caravan should be along soon, so let's wait a bit." Kakuzu, long accustomed to ths, said nothing further. Undertaking missions continuously while on the move was simply part of Senshi's nature by now. The route from Kyuzagakuer to Kirigakure had once been perilous, but lately it was much safer. Why? Because after Kyuzagakuer and Amegakure allied, there was a lot more traffic. Both villages had stationed plenty of ninja along this vital road. Without any trouble, the 3 reached Amegakure again. Senshi went straight to Pain to deliver the captured tailed beast. Word had already spread through the Akatsuki that Senshi, Kakuzu, and Kisame had managed to capture a tailed beast. This time, in the open area of Amegakure, not only Pain and Konan arrived. Several other Akatsuki members showed up as well. Summoning jutsu. Boom! White smoke gushed upward and billowed out in all directions. A moment later, the 3 tails Isabu appeared before everyone. But its appearance had changed dramatically. Seeing the 3 tails now so emaciated, practically skin and bones, and much smaller than before ever, Yun's expressions turned peculiar. Konan, her gaze on the wasted-looking Isabu, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. What in the world had that guy done to the beast? In a room atop Amegakure's tower, Nagato, hooked up to his life support system, was equally stunned. Just a few days without seeing Uzumaki Senshi and he's turned the tailed beast into a starved husk. The rest of Akatsuki looked at Senshi with doubt and confusion. Kakuzu, who knew the truth, couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply found a nice spot to sit and recover his strength. Partnering with Senshi meant you needed to seize every chance to rest, otherwise you'd die of exhaustion sooner or later. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Kama, Bonus Chapter. Senshi summoned the sickly, weakened 3 tails, and Payne handed over the check he had already prepared. With that check, Senshi could withdraw 10 million RY at the money exchange. Commission complete. Employer, Akatsuki. Objective, capture a tailed beast. Reward, 10 million RY. Mission rank, S rank. Mission reward, 10,000 employment points. Catching a tailed beast Y yields a huge bounty, as well as a large number of employment points. Another big windfall. Nagato couldn't help marveling once again at Senshi's abilities. According to his plan, capturing tailed beasts was supposed to be a long-term project, requiring meticulous preparation. But to his complete surprise, Senshi had already brought in a tailed beast so quickly. Not only that, but Senshi's cage-level combat power and astonishing intelligence skills had left Nagato even more amazed. It was as if Uzumaki Senshi alone had better intel than the entire Akatsuki. After pondering for a moment, Nagato used the Deva path of pain to continue talking to Senshi. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of any other tailed beasts? Ideally, one that's also alone. Like the Three tails. Senshi heard this and appeared thoughtful. Another tailed beast that's on its own? I don't think so. Wait a second. After thinking a bit longer, Senshi's eyes suddenly lit up. If my information is correct, Takigakuer might have one as well. Just as he was about to explain more, a swirling vortex-like ripple appeared. An instant later, the masked man wearing the tiger stripe mask stepped out using his space-time ninjutsu. At this point in the Akatsuki, aside from Senshi, nobody seemed to know the masked man's true identity. Even Nagato still believed the man in the mask was Uchiha Madara. But of course, Senshi knew perfectly well who was behind that mask, Uchiha Obito. If Obito had been less pessimistic back then, maybe he could have awakened double Kamui and avoided his tragedy. Unfortunately, there was no if in life, and one of Obito's Sharingan eyes was still with Kakashi, so the idea of dual Kamui and using Susanoo was out of the question. When Pain saw Uchiha Madara appear, he essayed to Senshi. You may leave now. We'll discuss this later. Hearing that, Senshi couldn't help silently griping in his head. Nagato's body is already crippled, and Obito is aiming to cripple his mind as well. How wicked! Pain and Toby both disappeared in the swirl of the vortex. You've already captured a tailed beast. Obito's voice carried a note of surprise and doubt. In his mind, the tailed beast plan wasn't supposed to start for another 2 or 3 years. Pain replied truthfully. The new recruit to the organization, Uzumaki Senshi, is extremely capable. Not only does he have cage-level strength, but he also seems to have an unbelievable intelligence network. Obito asked, a bit taken aback. An unbelievable intelligence network? Pain nodded slightly. Yes. Even before joining us, he knew everything about the Akatsuki. He also knows the secrets of the major shinobi villages as if they were second nature. For example, he was the one who told us about the wild 3 tails residing in a lake near Kirigakuer. And he basically captured the 3 tails on his own. Hearing all of this, Obito hidden behind his mask couldn't help gaping in shock. But of course, with his face covered, Pain couldn't see his expression. Meanwhile, Senshi had already taken Karin back to his residence. He wasn't in a hurry to take on more missions. He intended to do some serious lottery pulls, draws, first. He had accumulated 130,912 employment points, so surely he could get something good, right? Senshi opened the system interface. Let's start with 10 pulls. 10,000 employment points deducted. Remaining points, 120,912. Drawing. Congratulations, you have obtained Chain Explosion Tag Scroll *1. Sai. A Konan Capture Kit. Ichiraku Ramen *10. A Naruto Capture Kit. 3-Color Dango *20. Whoa there! So this time I've got an Uchiha Itaka Capture Kit. Itaka was known to like sweets, especially 3-Color Dango, though not many people knew that. Technically speaking, his real bait is his foolish little brother, but oh well. Senshi saw that he'd gotten a big pile of food, ninja tools, some everyday items, and a few negligible ninja techniques, nothing really good. Even so, he wasn't upset. From all his time adventuring in the shinobi world, he knew you have to use up your bad luck so that good luck can follow. That means he was probably building up good fortune for a better pull next time. Another pull. 10,000 employment points deducted. Remaining points, 110,912. Drawing. Congratulations, you have obtained World Affinity +1. Oh. The first one's already big. Current World Affinity, Shinobi World SS rank. New ability unlocked, Sage Body. At that moment, Senshi felt an incredible sensation throughout his body. Each of his cells began transforming and upgrading. Over time, his body was evolving into the Sage Body. All at once, he sensed his perception of both chakra and natural energy becoming sharper and more sensitive. A massively heightened life force coursed through his limbs. Overjoyed, Senshi realized his ninjutsu had grown stronger, his wood style more potent, and his total chakra pool larger. He was a bit taken aback at how quickly things were progressing, first wood release, then sage mode, and now straight to the Sage Body? He really was heading in the same direction as Senju Hashirama. When Senshi came to his senses, he had already finished that draw. He couldn't be bothered checking the rest of the items, he'd just look at them all once he was done. Let's keep geoing. Just as he was about to do another draw, the lottery screen showed a message. You have reached 1000 uses of the basic draw, which meets the conditions for upgrading the prize pool. Upgrade now. So it could be upgraded? Senshi stroked his chin. Indeed, most of the items from the basic draw weren't very useful to him anymore. Might as well upgrade. 100,000 employment points will be deducted to upgrade. Remaining points after that, 10,912. Upgrade in progress. Time remaining, 72 hours. How much? 100,000 points. That's 110 pulls worth. Gone in one shot. Senshi nearly choked. He pressed a hand to his chest, taking a moment to calm himself. All right, no need to be angry. I still have 2 super draw attempts I can use. Super draw in progress, congratulations. You have pulled an SSS rank reward, a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. TCH. This is ridiculous, what a waste. If I'd gotten these earlier, I might have been excited. But for me, at this point, Eternal Mangekyo is somewhat underwhelming as an SSS reward. Even Susanoo might be weaker than my current body. Plus, there's no telling what Mangekyo ability it comes with. In the shinobi world, a big draw to the Mangekyo Sharingan is the unique ability that comes with it. But the gap in strength among those abilities can be huge. For instance, Amaterasu has the hype but famously 0 kills. Meanwhile, Kamui is unbelievably overpowered teleportation, intangibility. One-eyed Obito spent half the series looking invincible. Senshi shook his head, unimpressed with most Eternal Mangekyo powers. All right, system, let's keep going. Gimme something good. Super draw in progress. Congratulations. You have pulled an SSSS rank reward, Karma Seal, Kama, pure version. Whoa. Is T-Hat what I think it is? Straight up Otsutsuki powers? A fancy tattoo? Is that in the same prize pool as the Eternal Mangekyo? Senshi immediately checked his panel. Name, Karma, Pure Version. Rank, SSSS. Description, a special power of the Otsutsuki CLN, granting near immortality. As this power develops, the user's body is slowly transformed into that of an Otsutsuki. Current development level, D. Unlocked abilities. 1. Parasitic transference and reincarnation, compress oneself as data within the karma and implant it into another's body. Once it fully unseals, resurrect through them. 2. Absorption, completely absorb all jutsu formed by chakra, converting it into stored chakra for your own use. 3. Regeneration, instantly heal injuries without activating any special technique, letting the body heal on its own. 4. Space-time portal, summon a black-red circular gateway like a miniature black hole, allowing free travel between spaces. Wow, so now I'm heading straight into Six Paths territory. Senshi used it without hesitation. A diamond-shaped mark appeared in the center of his palm. Right. Then, Karin, who was following him, moved closer. Hey? When did you get a tattoo, Senshi? Senshi suddenly remembered he still had the pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the system inventory. In this world, having absolutely unrivaled power was always a priority, so every boost to strength was crucial. But at this point, he no longer needed the Mangekyo. Meanwhile, Karin was pretty much just baggage on missions. Perhaps he could let her have the eyes so she'd be able to protect herself. Karin, I have something good for you. Hearing that, Karen's face lit up with curiosity. She couldn't help wondering what Senshi intended to give her. Close your eyes, Senshi said. Karin obediently shut them, cheeks flushed, her heart pounding as she imagined what Senshi might present. Once her eyes were shut, Senshi tapped her forehead with 2 fingers, just like how Itaki had once transferred his ocular powers. Then he selected the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pair in the system. Using Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Karen's body trembled slightly. She felt 2 distinct flows of chakra entering her eyes, triggering some impossible evolution. In that instant, her power seemed to multiply exponentially. What is this? It feels like I have more chakra now, and my eyes. Senshi smirked. Ha, it's a real treasure, Eternal Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan. Karen's eyes went round. After her travels with Senshi and Kakuzu these past few months, she'd seen enough to know just how precious this gift was in the shinobi world. Tears welled up in Karen's eyes. Besides her mother, Senshi was the only one who had ever truly cared for her and looked after her. She had no idea how she could repay him for everything he'd done. Even though she sometimes threw little fits, she always tried her best to help Senshi in whatever small ways she could. But in her mind, she was still mostly useless, especially in the face of such an overwhelming gift. She felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Why are you crying? Does it hurt somewhere? To his eyes, she didn't look physically hurt, just emotional. Karin didn't answer, she simply lunged into his arms, sobbing. Senshi, I don't know how to become truly useful to you. Why? Tears rolled down her cheeks like beads on a broken string. Senshi realized what was going on and gently patted Karen's head to reassure her. Don't worry. I'll help you get accustomed to these Sharingan soon, see what abilities they grant you, and help you get stronger. Then you can assist me with all kinds of commissions. Karin wiped her tears and looked up at him resolutely. Senshi, it seems a lot has changed in Omegakure lately. How about we go check things out? I'll Treat you to something ng. He thought briefly, then nodded. Sure. We've been constantly on the road doing missions, so we haven't really taken a look around the village in a while. Let's go. He took Karen's hand and headed to Kakuzu's room. Knock, knock, knock. When Kakuzu heard the knocks, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, confident smirk. Heh. Senshi, this time you're the one off guard. As soon as I got back, I immediately rested. Now you're here knocking, so I'm fully recovered and ready for another multi-day mission grind. I bet you haven't rested yet, so you're definitely going to lose this time. The door creaked open before Senshi could barge in, and Kakuzu spoke in an insolent tone. Mission details. He was sure that if Senshi came looking for Hi-M, it must be for a mission, so he cut straight to the point. Senshi sighed, shaking his head as if disappointed. Kakuzu, don't you know we have to balance work and rest properly? Why are you always thinking about missions? That's not good. You might have 5 hearts, but Karen and I can't keep up with that pace. Kakuzu. All 5 of his hearts trembled at that remark. If he could beat Senshi in a fight, he might have already punched him. Talk about blame shifting. It was obviously Senshi who was the tireless workaholic, running continuous missions back to back without rest. Kakuzu took a deep breath and asked. If it's not about a mission, then what do you want? Senshi shrugged. We're going out for a walk. Karen's treating. Wanna come? Kakuzu suddenly felt all his enthusiasm vanish, looking like he'd lost the will to live. You two go. I'm tired. Senshi blinked. But didn't you just finish resting? Scram! Kakuzu snapped. 300 Power Stone Bonus Chapter. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 42, Taki Cage? The development of the shinobi world is uneven. The 5 great shinobi villages grow rapidly, while medium and small shinobi villages develop much more slowly. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha grows the fastest. Compared to those large villages, the medium and small ones seem almost stagnant in both economy and ninja strength. However, there are 2 hidden villages that are exceptions, one is Omegakure, and the other is Kyuzagakure. During the reign of the demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander, Omegakure, adopted a policy of isolation. In Hanzo's later years, he lost his fighting spirit and had no desire for progress, caring only for ease and comfort. Although one might say he had fought wars all his life and deserved some enjoyment, under his rule, neither the village's shinobi nor the civilians achieved the life they wanted. In that sense, Hanzo himself also failed to enjoy true comfort. Later, once Nagato killed Hanzo, he still maintained the village's isolation. Even the news of Hanzo's death did not reach the outside world immediately, because of its long-term isolation policy. Combined with Aim's perpetual rainfall that hindered crop growth, the village's shinobi and ordinary citizens had long lived in hardship. But Senshi's proposal convinced Nagato, bringing about huge changes in Omegakure. All over Aim, many new shops have opened, some even run by merchants from Kyuzagakure or other shinobi villages. After the village opened its gates to the outside, numerous development opportunities arose. Even the local shinobi can now receive more missions. Compared to before, Omegakure has become livelier, with voices of joy here and there. In front of a newly opened ninja tool shop, a crowd of shinobi and curious onlookers had gathered. I hear this Crafts of Grass ninja tools store has quite the background. The speaker was a ninja with a small reputation in Aim's black market, named Jotaki. What's so special about this shop? His companion, evidently less informed, had no clue about the store's origins. That companion was also no ordinary individual. His name was Salamander Tajima, a distant branch member of the Salamander clan. Fortunately for him, that distant connection meant he wasn't closely tied to the clan, otherwise, he might already have ended up buried alongside them. After hearing the question, Jotaki said smugly, "The name Sea Rafts of Grass suggests it's a ninja tool store jointly established by the Land of Crafts and the Land of Grass. Shinobi from Kyuzagaku excel at learning, research, and analysis of ninjutsu and ninja tools, while craftsmen from the Land of Crafts are masters at actually making those tools. Working together, they're sure to produce top-quality items. Not only that, you can see they also sell ninjutsu scrolls. Once I've saved enough money, I'm definitely going to buy the famed Uchiha clan's Gria T fireball technique from Konoha, so I can learn it myself. Land of Crafts is Takumai village." As he spoke, Chotaki's eyes were full of longing. Right now, he only knew some basic jutsu and simple taijutsu. When performing missions, he typically had to rely on taijutsu because he lacked impressive jutsu of his own. Hearing this, Salamander Tajima responded enviously, "You're lucky, Jotaki, that you can save up any money at all. All my mission pay goes to spending in taverns and hot spring inns." But by the time Jotaki eventually does scrape together the money to buy that scroll and masters the jutsu, Tajima might realize how lucky he was not to spend money on it after all. Even for actual Uchiha clan members, the Great Fireball technique rarely achieves stellar results. It might be even weaker in its second-hand form obtained from Kyuzagaku Nin. Right now, however, Jotaki remains oblivious to that. Suddenly, Chotaki's expression took on a hint of gratitude. "I hear it was all thanks to the mission making of the black market Lord Uzumaki Senshi who convinced God and Angel to open the village. He also made the alliance between Aim and Kusa possible. Otherwise, our village wouldn't have improved so quickly, and our lives wouldn't be so comfortable." In his words, God refers to Pain's Deva path, and Angel refers to Konan. Tajima nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's all thanks to Lord Uzumaki Senshi's suggestion, and thanks to God and Angel for adopting it. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have Rema-in stuck in that miserable state." Tajima recalled walking Ames streets in the past, seeing that almost everyone, civilians and ninjas, wore gloomy expressions. Now, though, even just looking around, one could see joy and relief on many faces. Jotaki continued. "Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last saw Lord Uzumaki Senshi in the village. He brought about this alliance between Aim and Kusa, ushering in all these changes. If our village could establish more partnerships with other hidden villages, our future would be even brighter." Tajima immediately chimed in. "I haven't seen Lord Uzumaki Senshi for a while either, but I did hear a rumor." Of course, Senshi himself had no idea that so many Aim ninjas were discussing him. At the moment, he and Karan were seated at a ramen stand. Karan stared at the ramen before her, unable to help swallowing hard. This was a specialty that originally came from the prosperous Konoha, a dish Aim had never had before. Karan picked up her chopsticks, inhaled the fragrant aroma, and happily said, "Well then, let's eat." Meanwhile, Senshi sipped his noodles and asked casually, "Manager Kikawa, has the village changed much lately?" Kikawa answered firmly, "Yes, it has." Senshi continued, "In what ways?" This time, Kikawa thought carefully, then replied, "Lord Senshi, ever since the village started working with Kyuzagaku, a lot of things have changed. For starters, we have a much greater variety of grains and vegetables. In the old days of isolation, with the village under constant rain, we couldn't grow crops easily. Food supplies were scarce, and most people had never tasted produce from outside. Back then, almost nobody could make direct contact with the outside world, we were completely locked in. Because of that, goods were in short supply, and prices remained high. Life was difficult, and people could barely make ends meet. Even the shinobi didn't have it easy, especially during the time when you, Lord Senshi, were snatching up so many missions in the Black K market. But now it's different. AIM has gone from isolation to openness. Those dark days of hunger and hardship are over. Nowadays, caravans from Kusagakure arrive almost daily, bringing large quantities of fruits, vegetables, and other goods to sell. Plus, many new shops have opened, some even funded by merchants from Kusa. Indeed, God and Angel really did bring peace and prosperity to our village. Senshi, who had been busy with missions, had no idea AIM had changed so much. He was a bit surprised to realize that just by doing his farming, rapidly completing tasks, he'd ended up bringing so many benefits to the village. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. So, you two are eating ramen here? At some point, Kakuzu arrived. Senshi, taken aback, asked. Weren't you going to rest? Kakuzu felt a wave of frustration inside. Rest? I've already slept for a full day and night, only for this jerk to say we're not going to do any missions now? He sighed inwardly, feigning indifference. I can't sleep. He coughed twice, then changed the subject. Not only has everyday life changed drastically for civilians, but the shinobi lifestyle has also shifted quite a bit. In the black market, there's been a surge of commissions coming from Kusagakure, though most of them aren't worth much. Kakuzu, known as the strongest hired hand in the shinobi world, had been working since the time of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His obsession with money was extraordinary, but not enough to make him kill himself with overwork. Even so, when forced to team up with someone like Senshi, who was a total mission terrorist, he had no choice but to slow down. Bringing the topic back, Kakuzu went on. Because Kusagakure's ninjas are really good at research and analysis, they've helped AIM's ninjas get high-quality ninja tools for less. They're also offering other villages ninjutsu scrolls, which people can purchase and learn. Normally, most ninja academies only teach the 3 basic techniques: transformation, clone, and substitution, plus a few other basics. If you're born into a famous clan, maybe you can learn a half-decent jutsu, like the Uchiha's lukewarm Grand Fireball. If you're not from a prestigious clan and you live in a smaller village like AIM, you have to do your utmost for Tehi village and earn the higher UPS approval just to learn more advanced ninjutsu. But now that Kusa is cooperating with AIM, our range of jutsu options has greatly expanded. After listening to both Kikuwa and Kakuzu, Senshi realized how promising this J-ointment development among small and medium hidden villages could be. As he mulled it over, he thought to himself. Interesting. Just by uniting AIM and Kusa, they've already changed so much. There are plenty more small and medium hidden villages in the shinobi world. If they all formed alliances and shared their resources, each village could develop rapidly. And the more prosperous the villages become, the more missions get generated. The more missions there are, the more benefits I can get from the system. So in simple terms, if I can help the small villages unite and grow, I can keep farming missions to get stronger. Excited by this revelation, Senshi reminded himself he couldn't slack off. Even though he now had The Kama, Karma, seal essentially a step into the realm of the Otsutsuki who knew if that would trigger an early arrival of those celestial Otsutsuki beings. He still needed to keep improving, continually training his rumble fruit and karma to their fullest extent. By the time the Otsutsuki arrived, maybe he could take them all down and feed them to the 10 tails or exploit them for new energy sources, or something else. That was all in the future, though, for now, he needed to unite as many small and medium hidden villages as possible. Uniting a bunch of these smaller villages won't be easy. We managed it with Kusagakur and AIM. By having me and MUI take down the top brass in Kusa. But that trick won't work for every village. I'll have to rely on a mix of force and interests, see who's open to cooperation. But there are so many such villages, which one should I start with? Senshi found the idea of forging an alliance among the small and medium villages quite appealing. But it wouldn't be simple. If they only appeared to submit, it could cause trouble later. After thinking for a while, Senshi glanced up at Kakuzu, whose past he knew all too well. This was a missing nin from Takigakur. Legend said he'd once been ordered to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and ended up fleeing with serious injuries, or possibly throwing some shuriken from 800 miles away, depending on the rumors. Regardless, Takigakur had punished him severely for failing, pushing him to steal their secret Earth Grudge Fear technique and defect. Those events happened so long ago that it was hard to tell exactly what had transpired. Possibly Takigakur's leadership had set Kakuzu up, sending him on an impossible mission to kill Hashirama as an excuse to get rid of him. That left Kakuzu understandably bitter, believe in nothing but money. Senshi guessed that if Kakuzu were asked how he felt about Takigakur, he'd have plenty of resentment. That made the plan easier. If Senshi wanted to unite the smaller villages one by one, perhaps he should start where he was, dealing first with Taki. Turning to Kakuzu, Senshi asked, Kakuzu, what do you think of Takigakur? The moment he heard Takigakur, Kakuzu's gaze instantly sharpened. He had lived through many years and seen how the leadership back then had basically conspired to kill him. Meanwhile, Konoha had already gone from its first Hokage to its fourth, then the fourth had died, and they'd brought the third back. But no one in all that time had proven capable of assassinating Hashirama. It was obvious those old Gzars in Taki had set Kakuzu up to die from the start. After a brief pause, Kakuzu's tone turned cold. Why do you ask? Senshi brushed it off casually, I'd like to hear your opinion of Takigakur. Kakuzu's face changed slightly, and after another pause, he answered icily. I have no opinion. What's in the past is in the past. Without hesitation, Senshi asked. Kakuzu, do you want to become the Taki Cage? For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 43, Chapter 43? Kakuzu. Even though Takigakur is only a small shinobi village, it's rather special. Among all the villages outside the 5 great nations, it's the only one that has a tailed beast. The 7 tails, Chmei, is sealed in Takigakur. That alone sets it apart from all the other medium or small villages. When Senshi spoke, Kakuzu's body stiffened, almost throwing out his century-old back. What the heck is he talking about? Senshi was suggesting Kakuzu become the Taki Cage. Kakuzu knew Senshi very well. Senshi never gave away benefits for no reason. If Senshi was tossing him a carrot, there had to be a massive pit behind it. Without overthinking, Kakuzu immediately shook his head. This isn't feasible. Takigakuer isn't like Kyuzagakuer, they have a Jinkraki. Hearing that, Senshi just grinned and spread his hands. A mere Jinkraki, how is that a problem? Kakuzu. His words left Kakuzu momentarily stunned. Then he thought it over and realized Senshi might be right. Senshi had effortlessly crushed the wild three tails before. Even though a tailed beast is stronger when it has a Jinkraki, especially a perfect Jinkraki like Yagura, who can combine forces with his beast to achieve more than the sum of its parts, Kakuzu suspected that even a fully synchronized seven tails Jinkraki wouldn't be much of a threat to Senshi. In Kakuzu's judgment, Senshi's real strength already exceeded that of the 5 kage. He was practically beyond kage. Seeing Kakuzu's conflicted expression, Senshi shrugged. No hurry. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Over the next 3 days, his system would be upgrading anyway, so he planned to spend some time exploring the village with Karin. Once Karin finished her meal, Senshi activated his Kama space-time transportation ability. A dark red vortex, like a black hole, formed behind them, and then the two vanished from sight. They reappeared at the top of a tower in Emigakuer. Thanks to the village's perpetual rain, its architecture was dominated by metal piping, and people typically lived on the lower levels while leaving the upper levels for storing bodies. No sooner had Senshi and Karin arrived than a flurry of paper flew in from afar, quickly assembling into Konan's figure. At the sight of Senshi and Karin, Konan wore a blank expression. What are you two doing here? They were, after all, quite close to the life support chamber where Nagato's real body was kept. Currently, both Nagato and Konan saw Senshi as the most dangerous individual in the Akatsuki. There was no telling if he might one day accept an assassination contract targeting Nagato himself. Senshi hadn't expected that merely coming here to watch the rain with Karin would draw Konan's attention. But once he probed briefly with his mantra, he understood the reason. Nagato's real body was indeed nearby, and although that location had protective measures, it couldn't block his sensory ability. Konan had rushed over as soon as Senshi turned up in that area. Senshi waved lightly. Miss Konan, we came to watch the rain. Hearing that, Konan remained poker-faced, though internally she was rolling her eyes. Growing up in Omegakure, she'd had more than enough of the rain and it held no appeal for her. After Yahiko's death, she had lost any interest in such things anyway. Karin, on the other hand, also wondered why Senshi had brought her here. But once she learned that it was just to see the rain, she couldn't help rolling her eyes, too. Miss Konan, Senshi said gently, there's still so much in life that's beautiful. You just need to learn to look for it. Long ago, Konan had been a much more cheerful girl. After Yahiko's death, she was devastated and became the cold, impassive ice queen she was now. She initially didn't feel like humoring Senshi. With no immediate tasks that needed his attention, his presence here made her uneasy, so she felt the need to keep an eye on him. Hearing his remark about the beauty in life, Konan couldn't resist responding. The only beauty in your life is the endless stream of missions, isn't it? From what she knew, Senshi's greatest interest lay in taking on missions, earning pay, and just working non-stop. Surely that was the beauty he talked about, right? Senshi let out a hearty laugh. Hearing Konan's deadpan sarcasm, delivered so seriously, was unexpectedly amusing. Who in their right mind would think of never-ending missions as the pinnacle of a fulfilling life? Missions were only a means, not the end. His real joy came from growing stronger. Even Kakuzu was in it for the money, not just for the sake of missions. While Senshi roared with laughter, Konan looked puzzled but sensed he wasn't hostile. Maybe he genuinely had come just to appreciate the rain. She herself saw no appeal in the constantly overcast sky and the ceaseless drizzle that made the streets slick. She'd never liked it, especially after Yahiko's death. As she was pondering this, Senshi spoke again. Miss Konan, you could have Kusagakure's shinobi redesign the village a bit. Right now, our drainage system is too primitive, and the architecture lacks aesthetic appeal. It's like a big factory. She didn't respond. Honestly, she didn't feel that strongly about it, and in her mind, Omegakure was already a lot better off than it had been under Hanzo, or back when it was locked down. She figured, if the village had been this stable back when she, Yahiko, and Nagato were young, they would have lived a much happier life. With that in mind, Konan said, the village is already fine as it is. Your previous ideas worked well, but the Akatsuki's goal isn't to build up the village. Even if we perfect this place, when another war breaks out, pain and despair will just return. Only by realizing the Akatsuki's ultimate objective can we achieve genuine, everlasting peace. Karin was baffled. Senshi, however, knew exactly what this was about, a plan engineered by Black Zetsu to resurrect Satsuki Kagaya. For the time being, he had no intention of exposing that, but he did hope to steer Konan in a more positive direction. Miss Konan, after Aim and Kusa formed their partnership, both villages made immense progress in every aspect. If all the medium and small villages banded together like a shinobi alliance, even the 5 great nations would have to think twice before waging war. Each small village has its own specialties or unique local products. If they all traded with each other, every village would see rapid growth. Right now, we've only combined Aim and Kusa, and look how far we've come. If more villages join this alliance, Omegakure and the others will advance even faster. While he spoke, Konan's eyes betrayed a thoughtful expression. He'd mentioned this idea before, and at the time, Byakushi and Nagato had been uncertain if it was viable. Seeing Aim and Kusa's success proved that maybe Senshi's model had merit. If more villages joined such a shinobi alliance, it could greatly reduce the likelihood of war. Starting with the First Shinobi World War, it was always the large nations that battled, while smaller ones got trampled. Villages caught between big countries inevitably became the battlegrounds. After a moment's deep consideration, Konan raised a critical question. But why would other medium or small villages follow Kusagakure's example and cooperate? How can you be sure? It was a tough question. Kusagakure's alliance with Omegakure only worked so smoothly because MUI had, in effect, wiped out the old leadership, and now he was in full control. Konan's question wasn't easy to answer, but Senshi replied anyway. It's actually doable. We can subdue them with force first, then reason with them, offer both pressure and profit. If we show them both power and benefits, they'll come around. Besides, now that Aim and Kusa have grown so fast, spies from those other villages probably already reported back. When the leaders see all the perks that an alliance brings, some of them might come knocking on their own. Of course, the 5 great nations won't be thrilled about a tightly bonded alliance of smaller villages. Most of these smaller villages have been victims of the great nation's expansion, or else they're basically the great nation's vassals. If they unify, it'll definitely impact the Griati nation's interests. As Senshi explained all this, Karen's eyes were already spinning in confusion. It was far too complicated for her. She's still got a ways to go, Senshi thought, if she wants to become the next mission machine. Konan, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The Akatsuki's goal of gathering all the tailed beasts put them directly at odds with the 5 great nations. Relying on the Akatsuki alone, or on a Megakure alone, wouldn't be enough to handle the inevitable conflict. But if other medium and small villages joined them, it might further Akatsuki's plans significantly. Meanwhile, Konan's real body conferred telepathically with Nagato. Nagato, what do you think of what Senshi just said? Although Nagato's body was frail, his mind was sharp. After a moment, he answered. If he can actually make it happen, it's a solid idea. Back in the first Hokage's time, the ninja world experienced a brief peace thanks to Hashirama's overwhelming power. If Senshi's shinobi alliance can form, a bunch of small villages might avoid war for a long stretch. More importantly, once the Akatsuki starts collecting tailed beasts, will inevitably clash with the 5 great nations. Aim alone, or even the Akatsuki alone, won't suffice to challenge them. But if enough smaller villages stand with us, we can push our plans forward. The key is whether he can get them to willingly join this alliance. Anyway, there's no need to intervene now. Let's watch and see what he does next. Cough, cough. Nagato broke into a fit of coughs, and Konan grew worried, recalling how important both Yahiko and Nagato were to her. She'd already lost Yahiko too soon, she didn't want anything to happen to Nagato as well. Standing atop the tower, Konan's paper clone fixed Senshi with a longy look, then dissolved into countless slips of paper that scattered in the wind. Watching, Karin felt a twinge of envy. Senshi, I want to learn that jutsu. No, Senshi replied, tousling her hair. You really don't? Konan's paper ninjutsu wasn't exactly something you could just learn, and as far as Senshi could recall, only Konan had ever demonstrated it. It's probably some special secret technique. You can't just pick it up. Karin didn't dwell on it. Senshi, could I go buy some ingredients and practice cooking? She looked at him, eyes full of hope. Senshi thought it over. Sure, but if it turns out badly, you have to eat it yourself. It won't be bad at all. Karin exclaimed, and then a transparent vortex appeared before her. In a flash, she vanished from their room. Senshi couldn't help shaking his head, half amused. He'd apparently steered Karin astray, now she was using Kamui for even the simplest outings. He could imagine the look on Obito's face if he ever saw someone else using dual Kamui. As for Senshi himself, he had his own system storage for space time needs, and he also had his even faster, more convenient Kama for teleporting. Before long, Karin returned with a bunch of groceries, heading straight for the kitchen. Hold on. The thought of Kushina's notoriously questionable cooking flashed through Senshi's mind, and he quickly stopped Karin. Since it's your first time cooking, let's practice in an open area outside, it's safer. Gathering the tools and ingredients, Senshi teleported Karin to a clearing in the wild. Senshi, Karin asked, perplexed, why do we have to cook out here? Senshi chuckled. Sometimes, ninja might say they're cooking, but in reality they're making explosive tags. It's safer out in the open. Karin rolled her eyes, then focused on rinsing the ingredients in the nearby creek and chopping them on a board. After just one glance, Senshi knew he'd made the right call bringing her outside. As cute as Karin was, her knife skills were abysmal, each piece she cut came out a bizarre shape. She built a small fire with wood, heating up the pan and pouring in half the pot of oil, more like a quarter, but still way too much for stir-frying. Senshi could only rub his forehead in exasperation. Thinking, at least I'm not expecting gourmet cuisine here. Clearly, Karin had no experience cooking at all. Woof. Because there was too much oil left on the heat for too long, the oil caught fire. Karin, startled, rushed to the creek to fetch water. "Stop!" Senshi shouted. He grabbed the blazing pot, covered it with a lid, and cut off its oxygen supply. The flames died out quickly. He didn't bother explaining why that worked. He figured it might be over Karen's head right now. Better she just know that when this happens, do that. Failure is the mother of success, though. After that first mishap, Karen learned not to pour in so much oil or overheat the pot. She decided to try frying meatballs this time, but the oil still splattered everywhere. Susanoo. Initially, she was a bit scared. Hot oil splatters could burn her skin. But if she put herself inside Susanoo and used it to manipulate the cooking utensils, she was perfectly safe. What the? A short distance away, Senshi gaped at the sight. Karen can already use Susanoo? Well, IQSS she does have eternal Mangeki Sharingan now. Still, seeing Susanoo used for cooking was mind-boggling. Imagine how the Uchiha ancestors would react, rising from their graves in protest. Then again, a jutsu is just a tool, so if Susanoo helped Karen cook safely, there wasn't really a problem. In the end, her cooking was relatively successful, though her methods were unconventional. She'd probably need to do it outdoors from now on. She tearfully ate her own blackened fried meatballs, which were technically edible, but definitely not what you'd call delicious. After packing up her cookware, Senshi used his Kama teleportation to bring them back to their lodgings. Having a tattoo did indeed make travel a breeze. He could go anywhere, anytime he liked. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Don't Try to Trick Me. How about what we discussed a couple of days ago? Have you given it some thought? Forgive me, but I must refuse. Kakuzu shook his head decisively. Senshi wore a look of genuine surprise. He really hadn't expected Kakuzu to refuse. Why, he couldn't help asking. After a slight pause, Kakuzu slowly replied. Based on what I know about you, going to Takigakure with you is definitely a trap. I have every reason to suspect that you just want to trick me into doing manual labor. So, I'm not going. Hearing this, Senshi thought to himself that Kakuzu had gotten wiser, seeing the big picture so clearly. Still, he needed Kakuzu to help him carry out any plans in Takigakure. Kakuzu, as a living fossil of that village, knew its ins and outs better than anyone. Bringing Kakuzu along would make everything go more smoothly. After a moment's thought, Senshi said, Kakuzu, how can you look at it that way? Come on, think about it. Ever since we started partnering on missions, haven't your earnings multiplied many times over? This trip to Takigakure is definitely not a trap. Besides, remember how they slandered you and wanted to execute you, even though you were a hero of Takigakure? Aren't you still holding a grudge? You know, there's a rumor going around the shinobi world, when you went to assassinate the first Hokage, supposedly you threw 2 shuriken from 800 miles away and then ran for it. As Senshi spoke, Kakuzu's expression grew increasingly grim. Indeed, the old folks from Takigakure deserved to die for what they did back then. Seeing Kakuzu show a hint of wavering, Senshi pressed on. Just say the word, and I'll take you back there in no time to settle this once and for all. Even then, Kakuzu still shook his head. Takigakure actually has quite a few strong genin. And from the intel I've gathered, Takigakure's tailed beast Jinkriki is a perfect Jinkriki, someone who can fully utilize the beast's power. That, combined with their many skilled genin, would cause us huge trouble if we start something there. It'd be loud, and word might get out to other villages. Spy networks exist everywhere. If our actions in Takigakure were exposed, we'd be in a very bad position. By the looks of it, Kakuzu had indeed thought carefully about the matter. There was something else on his mind, too. Back when he accompanied Senshi to Kyuzagakure, he'd met Mui, the man who held absolute power there. Once Mui took charge, he looked exhausted, as if he'd aged 10 years overnight. That was only natural. A shinobi village has countless problems to deal with. Becoming the cage of Takigakure would bring nothing but headaches, and Kakuzu strongly suspected that Senshi's aim was to get him doing the dirty work again. No matter what Senshi said, Kakuzu had resolved to refuse this time. But then another unsettling thought occurred to him. He turned to Senshi and asked, "Wait a second. You just mentioned stuff from decades ago, events that happened before you were even born. Takigakure has always been cut off from the outside world. So how do you know all these ancient details?" Senshi didn't answer directly. He just gave a mysterious smile. "Information like T-hat, is it really so hard for me to find out?" At that, Kakuzu stopped talking. He'd known for a while now that Senshi possessed a strange yet incredibly efficient intelligence network, one that surpassed even Orochimaru's or the Akatsuki's. While others may not know such old secrets, it wouldn't be surprising if Senshi did. Yet, no matter what Senshi said, Kakuzu wasn't about to let himself be roped into labor again. Ignoring his protests, Senshi threw an arm around Kakuzu's shoulder. Come on, no need to be shy. Let's go see the leader and ask for a mission. This time, we'll make sure you finally settle that old score." Kakuzu wanted to say no, that he only cared about making money now, not traveling far to Takigakure. But he had no chance to refuse. Senshi activated the Kama space-time portal, grabbing both Kakuzu and Karin, and they vanished on the spot atop Omegakure's tower. In the open space where the Akatsuki usually met, Senshi, Kakuzu, and Karin arrived shortly afterward. Before long, the Deva Path of Pain and Konan dropped down from above. Observing through Pain's eyes, Nagato felt a headache coming on. For most other Akatsuki members, even when assigned missions by the organization, they weren't particularly motivated. They traveled on foot, sometimes not even bothering with a carriage or using body flicker. Senshi was the anomaly, overly enthusiastic, always hungry for action. If there was a mission, he took it right away. If there wasn't one, he'd invent one himself. Worst of all, it was never a trivial matter, either capturing a tailed beast or forcibly bringing a shinobi village under Akatsuki's, or his own, influence. He was efficient, yes, but also ridiculously expensive. First he subdued Kyuzagakure with brute force, then he captured Tihi Three Tails from Kirigakure. Now, seeing Senshi, Kakuzu, and Karin all looking eager, Nagato couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Dropping onto the platform, Pain and Konan confronted Senshi. "Uzumaki Senshi," Pain said. "What do you want this time?" Senshi answered without hesitation. "Leader, I intend to press on and subdue another medium-small shinobi village." Nagato, back with his real body, involuntarily twitched at Senshi's words. Sure enough, he thought wryly. This guy either captures tailed beasts or takes over villages, no middle ground. Out loud, the Deva Path's voice was calm as ever but slightly less imposing than usual. "Which village?" "Takigakure," Senshi answered. Nagato, listening through Deva Path, was taken aback. Pain simply said, "Reason." Senshi had already prepared his talking points. "There are many benefits to taking over Takigakure. One Takigakure is secluded behind a great waterfall. Once it's under our control, we can set up a secret base there. 2. They have something called the Hero Water, which greatly increases a ninja's chakra. I'm not sure if they still have it, but it's worth checking. 3. Among the smaller hidden villages, Takigakure has some of the best overall skills. Their many Jainin would bolster a Megakure's high-end fighting force. 4. Most crucially, even though it's just a small village, Takigakure has a Jinkra key. Those who possess treasure often suffer because of it. We can't just leave that alone. We'd be missing a big opportunity. While Senshi spoke, Pain and Konan listened carefully. Indeed, what he said was logical. This kind of takeover would benefit both the Akatsuki and Omegakure. But after a brief silence, Pain shook his head. No. Senshi looked baffled. Why not? Having already subdued Kyuzagakure, he found it highly rewarding. Even though his main body was standing there chatting with Pain, his wood-style clones were busy in Ames black market and in various parts of Kusa, constantly accepting and completing missions. Even his summon, Kuromaru, hadn't stopped working since they signed their contract. All that work netted him not only vast wealth but also tons of system rewards. If Takigakure also joined the emerging Shinobi Alliance under Aim's lead, that meant more missions, more points, more growth. Pain's refusal was based on sound reasoning. Takigakure is different from other villages. The land of Waterfall has close ties with the land of Fire, and Konoha maintains frequent interaction with them. We can't treat them as we did Kyuzagakure. The Daime of the Land of Fire won't sit idly by. The Akatsuki isn't ready to face the great nations head-on yet. We don't have enough manpower. We can't move on to Takigakure now. Nagato, frail though he was, still thought clearly. Unlike a certain Tsuchikage who might become muddle-headed with old age, Nagato's decision-making and situational awareness remained sharp. If the Land of Rain suddenly seized a faithful subordinate of the Land of Fire, the Fire Daime would definitely retaliate. At this stage, Omegakure and the Akatsuki were not ready for that. Senshi immediately bristled, speaking with dramatic flair. You and the organization may not be ready, but I am. All I need is your say-so, and I'll go subdue Takigakure right this moment. As for any pressure from the Land of Fire, don't worry. If you give the word, assuming you cover my expenses, I'll just go kidnap their daime for you. He was stirring up trouble without a care. Truthfully, Senshi wasn't bothered by any threat from Konoha. He'd grown so strong, so fast, and had few reasons to fear them. Nagato, watching through Pain's eyes, nearly choked on Senshi's words, coughing violently. He knew Senshi wasn't bluffing, the guy feared nothing, had terrifying power, and was developing even faster. But even so, Nagato wasn't willing to say yes. The last time Senshi pulled off a grand achievement, capturing a tailed beast, it had caused Nagato quite a bit of trouble. If Senshi now went after Takigakure, that would drag the Land of Fire into the conflict prematurely, and neither the Akatsuki nor Omegakure could afford that yet. Hence, Pain, controlled by Nagato, spoke with earnest seriousness. The organization needs time to prepare. Once that's done, whether it's subduing smaller villages or capturing tailed beasts, we'll have major hiring opportunities for you and you'll get your big paychecks. But not yet. In other words, Nagato was handing Senshi a promise of future bounty. And he actually meant it. Even without Senshi, the Akatsuki would still pursue the tailed beasts. Senshi's presence just made success more likely. But right now, they simply weren't ready. Seeing that Nagato was firmly opposed, Senshi realized there was no pushing it for the moment. Over on Kakuzu's side, he silently let out a long breath of relief. He was certain Senshi's plan involved using him as a workhorse. With Pain's refusal, he could finally take a break. After all, Senshi's wood style clones could handle most low or mid-level missions. Kakuzu hoped that meant some leisurely days ahead. But back home, as Senshi was sighing in disappointment, an unexpected visitor appeared. Senshi's mantra had detected him in advance. It was none other than Orochimaru, a member of the Akatsuki. Knock, knock, knock. The pale-skinned Orochimaru arrived at Senshi's door, knocking lightly. Senshi opened the door at once. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Orochimaru's lips curved into a chilling smile. Slowly, he produced a long-term mission request. Senshi's eyes widened, then he looked slightly awkward. It hadn't been too long ago that Orochimaru tried to purchase Karin for research, which Senshi had refused. Instead, he'd offered up his own unusual abilities like his elementalization for Orochimaru to study. They even fought, ending in Senshi obtaining a long-term mission contract from him. But to be honest, Senshi had only wanted that contract for the Super Draw reward, not for any genuine interest in letting Orochimaru keep studying him. After signing the deal, he had only provided Orochimaru with 2 drops of blood and 2 strands of hair. Eyeing Orochimaru's contract now, Senshi asked curiously. Orochimaru, you're still looking for more research material? Senshi intended to brush the whole thing off. He'd already gained the Super Draw reward, so from his point of view, there was no need to continue. But Orochimaru wasn't so easily fooled. He looked at Senshi and said, since we signed our long-term deal, you've only given me 2 drops of blood plus 2 strands of hair. That's 4 samples in total. Don't you think that's far too little? Senshi forced a laugh. Haha. Orochimaru, you're thinking too small. Just 1 drop of my blood is worth dozens or even hundreds of ordinary samples. And considering how quickly I'm growing in power, the difference between the first and second blood samples I gave is huge. So, how's your research on those 4 samples going? He was clearly trying to brush it aside. Orochimaru's thoughts, however, were racing. Indeed, the material he provided is incredibly precise and unusual. His cells can rival those of Hashirama. In some respects, they're even more perfect. His lightning release aptitude is simply mind-boggling. Each drop of blood could launch a dozen research projects. Even the difference between the 2 blood samples is vast. His power level jumped tremendously. In that time, I haven't had enough time to study them thoroughly, anyway. Orochimaru wouldn't say these things out loud, of course. Instead, he met Senshi's gaze and said, seriously? Let's discuss it in my lab. I have a new mission commission for you. At that, Senshi brightened right up. All right, sure. Just as he spoke, he activated his Kama portal again, instantly transporting Orochimaru and Karin into the latter's research base. Orochimaru felt a brief shock. He realized that Senshi's space-time ability was, in some ways, even more advanced than the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God required a special seal. Senshi's jutsu seemed able to reach anywhere at will. Senshi and Karin had been here a few times before, but they were surprised to see that Orochimaru had apparently moved more research equipment into the lab. There was also stuff missing, presumably relocated to other bases. Orochimaru might be in the midst of moving house. Senshi recalled that Orochimaru later founded the Otagakure in the land of rice fields. Perhaps he was already making preparations for that. As Senshi let his thoughts wander, Orochimaru pulled him back to the present. Taking out a scroll. Orochimaru slapped it against the floor. Hey! Hello! Thank you for reading and enjoying this fanfic. For now, only one chapter per day, but if the chapter is only 1.5k below words, I will upload 2 chapters. But for 2k above, only 1 chapter like Tota Y. I'm trying to add more chapters on my Patreon, you can check it out to read more. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 50 chapters ahead of others. Please add this to your library and comment to keep me motivated. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, I Want a Living Uchiha. Right at the moment Orochimaru was fiddling with the scroll. Congratulations, host! The lottery system upgrade is complete. Intermediate draws are now available. Each draw costs 1000 employment points, with a minimum of 10 draws. Senshi's mind went blank for a moment. How much? 1000 points for a single draw. He had anticipated that the cost might go up after the upgrade, but he never expected it to jump 10-fold. Quickly, he glanced at his balance. Employment points, 15,231. Let's try one pull and see how it goes. Deducting 10,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 5,231 points. Drawing. Congratulations! You've obtained 1 pair of Sharingan. Shikatsumayaku, Dead Bone Pulse, a Kekai Genkai. Plus 10 chakras. Plus 8 physical strength units, labeled Kai. X10 LV80 Surprise Apples. Plus 6 physical strength units, Kai. 1 Thunderstone X100 Ichiraku Ramen. He'd drawn chakra again? In fact, after his chakra and body strength had both reached SSSS level, he hadn't drawn any similar upgrades for a while. Apparently, you have to upgrade the system first before you can draw these again. What's more, the odds of getting good items seemed significantly higher now. He even drew 2 Kekai Genkai at once, plus 2 other strange items. Thunderstone, a mysterious stone containing evolutionary power. When carried, it enhances lightning-type techniques. LV80 Surprise Apple, from what Senshi recalled, its flavor improved with the surprised level. The higher the LV of shock or fright, the tastier it became. One came from Toriko, and the other from Pokemon. He never expected that after the upgrade, he'd start drawing items from other worlds. Before he could think more on the matter, Orochimaru finished his preparations. Black patterns crisscrossed the floor, stretching out in all directions, reminding Senshi of the human transmutation circles from Full Metal Alchemist. Compared to the first time he saw Orochimaru's research seals, this one was clearly much larger and more complex. Having laid everything out, Orochimaru turned to Senshi. Based on our long-term employment contract, you're obliged to cooperate with my research on your chakra. Now please follow the agreement, go sit in the center of the array and refine your chakra. I need to observe and study it. Senshi heard this and didn't refuse. After all, it was a trivial matter. He soon went to the center, sat down, and began molding chakra. Orochimaru observed the readings from a nearby instrument, his expression impassive, but inside he was utterly shocked. What's going on? It hasn't even been that long since I last checked him. How has his chakra level increased so drastically? He was taken aback. Senshi's total chakra now exceeded the maximum this array could even measure. If Kisame, famous for his tailless-tailed beast level of chakra, knew how much Senshi had, he'd likely surrender his nickname on the spot. But Orochimaru's only concern was, how on earth had Senshi achieved such explosive growth? Beyond that, Senshi's chakra quality had also soared. Anyone familiar with tailed beast chakra knows that all equal amounts of chakra are not the same. 1 unit of 10 tails chakra far outstrips 1 unit of a common genins. Yet Senchi's chakra was now, by far, the highest quality Orochimaru had ever observed. Add in that Senchi possessed an unbelievable affinity for lightning release, and Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder. Just how powerful is he at full strength these days? Even he might not know. Finishing his observations, Orochimaru carefully recorded the data on a scroll, then opened his mouth and a snake shot out, swallowing the scroll in one gulp. Senshi noticed and instantly recognized the infamous Orochimaru spitting snakes spitting scrolls scene. He couldn't help making fun of it in his head. Obviously, Orochimaru had no clue what Senshi was thinking. After putting the scroll away, Orochimaru turned to Senshi. "There's another matter I want to discuss." Senshi rose, looking at Orochimaru. "What is it?" Orochimaru glanced at Karin and licked his lips. "I need a pair of Sharingan." He gazed at Karin's eyes with undisguised envy. Though his greatest wish was still the Rinnegan, he had seen with his own eyes how that was out of reach. Failing that, obtaining Sharingan would be the next best thing. For most people, acquiring a Sharingan is extremely difficult. Just look at how Kumagakure tried to abduct a Hyuga clan princess for Byakugan. But for Senshi, it shouldn't be much trouble. After all, he'd already transplanted a pair of Mangeki Sharingan into Karin. Realizing Orochimaru's aim, Senshi smirked in his mind. "That's easy enough. 10 million RY, and I can get you a PIR right away. It's just a pair of Sharingan," he thought. "I literally just drew a set." Once Orochimaru issued the commission, Senshi could hand over a jar containing the eyes on the spot. Of course, in reality, he wouldn't do it that simply. He'd probably disappear for a few days to pretend it was a grand undertaking so he could justify the reward. But Senshi didn't expect Orochimaru to shake his head and clarify. "Perhaps I didn't explain my requirements clearly. Let me be more specific. I don't only need a pair of Sharingan. I also need a living member of the Uchiha clan who's already awakened their eyes. Without an Uchiha's physique, normal people can't handle the chakra drain of Sharingan. Not everyone is like your Uzumaki clan, with massive chakra reserves. And I have no intention of turning into a Kakashi-like weakling after transplanting them." For a second, Senshi was left speechless. "Orochimaru, that's putting me in a tough spot. You know how many living Uchiha are left in the world?" "Exactly." Counting on his fingers, he explained. "We've got Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. That's it. Obito's a Cyclops, only one eye. I assume you're not interested in him. Itachi's off limits because he's part of Akatsuki, and I don't want to clash with the organization and ruin all my future missions. Plus, Sasuke's around Karin's age, a total little brat. What would you even do with him?" Inwardly, Senshi couldn't help rolling his eyes at how Orochimaru had insulted Kakashi's stamina. 4. All people tease Kakashi about his low chakra, that never stopped him from using Earth Release. Earth-style wall and carving 4 dog heads into it. Maybe that was the last stubbornness of copy Ninja Kakashi. If nothing else, he never actually collapsed from overuse, not in any definitive sense. As Senshi broke down these hidden pieces of intel, Orochimaru was left dumbfounded yet again. He'd heard rumors here and there, but not in such detail, and certainly not all tied together so neatly. He'd lost count of how often Senshi's uncanny intelligence network stunned him. No matter how secret the intel, Senshi always seems to know. Intelligence gathering is part of a ninja's power, and Orochimaru realized all over again that Senshi was beyond compare in this department, though in his mind, he labeled Senchi's brain circuit as the only questionable point. After regaining his composure, Orochimaru asked, "So how exactly do you know all this?" Senshi just gave a cryptic grin. Trade secret. He certainly wasn't going to reveal that his intel came from a system. Let Nagato or Orochimaru investigate all they want. Their conclusion would always be, this intelligence network does not exist in the real world. Seeing no way to pry it out of him, Orochimaru decided to make use of Senshi's mysterious intel, gathering services indirectly. He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me more about that Cyclops then, Obito, was it?" Truth be told, Orochimaru felt he had no choice. If Itaka was protected by the Akatsuki, and SAS Yuge was too young with underdeveloped Sharingan, Obito might be the only option left even with a single eye. Senshi felt a bit surprised by the question. "Wait, you're really going for that Cyclops?" "Forget it, Orochimaru. He only has one eye, so half the abilities are missing. A lot of Sharingan's powers won't work properly." He wasn't lying. That was pretty much the reality. Shimura Danzo, arguably the man who had the most Sharingan, still couldn't use Susanoo effectively. The eyes mostly ended up as disposable tools for Izanagi or whatever else. Orochimaru frowned as he mulled it over. "Well, can't I just find another Sharingan somewhere to make it to? Aren't you the one who supposedly knows where to get them?" After all, Orochimaru's knowledge of the Uchiha line wasn't very comprehensive. Senshi was momentarily dumbstruck by his idea and quipped, "Ha! Wow, you're really something else. But it's no good. If it isn't the pair that originally belonged together, it won't offer the full potential. Many of the HI-level Sharingan abilities wouldn't work." Obito and Danzo both had spares, and neither of them could develop Susanoo. The real point is, the pair of eyes need to be a matched set. Of course, there is a vanishingly small chance that Obito has a spare stored away somewhere and just never bothered to use it, but I doubt it. Seeing Orochimaru's face darken, Senshi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Though, come to think of it, I do know where Obito's other eye is." At that, Orochimaru lit up, hope flashing across his features. "Just when I thought all was lost, here's a glimmer of possibility. If Obito could recover his missing eye, then he'd be a perfect host body with two intact Sharingan." And Orochimaru, being an old client of Senshi's, understood how things worked. He saw Senshi was silent after dropping that remark, so he cut to the chase. "How much?" Senshi let out a sly laugh. "These eyes have abilities far beyond anything you can imagine. The other person who holds Obito's Sharingan is one of Konoha's top Jonin, an elite among elites, someone the village secretly grooms as a Hokage candidate. Taking his eye means going against the entire Konoha, which is huge. You're from there, so I don't have to explain its power. So yeah, this won't be easy. Oh, and top of that, Obito himself isn't some random nobody, he's allied with our leader Nagato. Making a move on him also puts us at odds with our organization. In short, one word for you, complicated. That's why we're talking at least, 100 million RY. Orochimaru, wah. He was momentarily dazed by all that extra intel. So Obito, the kid who was the fourth Hokage's student, someone he'd barely paid attention to, had not only survived, but also ended up cooperating with Nagato? How is that even possible? 1,000 questions ran through Orochimaru's mind. If Senshi's intel was true, it meant Obito was no mere tail ender, but someone who'd made it to Nagato's level in secret. Orochimaru couldn't begin to guess what had transpired to make that happen. Still, he mulled it over. First, did he still want a perfect Uchiha host body at all? Yes, absolutely. He'd seen Uchiha attack his prowess, he knew how enormous a boost Sharingan could provide. The stronger he was, the more research he could do, and the fewer ninja could hamper him. Second, if Senshi's intel was correct, only 3 legitimate Uchiha remained, ignoring the possibility of transplanting the Manjiki from someone like Karin, who already had it from a transplant. She had vast chakra reserves from her Uzumaki lineage, making her a good host, but Orochimaru would still have to get past Senshi to get her. And if he could get past Senshi, why stop at Karin? He could go after Senshi's body directly. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 46, Madade. After pondering it thoroughly, Orochimaru realized that spending 100 million Ry to hire Uzumaki Senshi to bring him a living member of the Uchiha clan seemed to be the only viable option. In more practical terms, no matter how he twisted and turned, Uchiha Obito was still the only real choice. Senshi waited patiently while Orochimaru stood there, lost in deep thought, clearly digesting all the intel. Meanwhile, Senshi wondered to himself, could Orochimaru actually fail to come up with 100 million Ry? It sounds like a lot, but really, it isn't that much, right? After waiting a bit, he saw that Orochimaru still wore a conflicted expression, so Senshi took the initiative. Well, Orochimaru, have you made up your mind? Orochimaru paused and asked. Are you absolutely certain there are only 3 living Uchiha left in the shinobi world? Senshi nodded solemnly. That's correct. A mercenary doesn't lie. Everyone in Akatsuki knows I'm honest to a fault. Don't pretend you haven't noticed. Orochimaru continued. And about needing an original pair of Sharingan, if it's not the matching pair, the eyes can't unleash their full power. Is that information reliable? He had carefully weighed the idea that Obito might really be his only option. Letting Obito go from 1 eye to 2 eyes should, in principle, be easier. Senshi apparently had channels to acquire Sharingan. If they captured Obito, he could simply implant another Sharingan into him. But if the eyes had to be Obito's original pair, that meant going after Konoha. At the moment, Orochimaru wasn't eager for a head-on clash with the village. Senshi answered without hesitation. Yes, absolutely. Don't doubt my professionalism. Hearing that, Orochimaru asked further. What if you have a pair of Sharingan already? Couldn't you simply replace Obito's single eye with a matching set? Senshi silently gave Orochimaru credit for his inventive angle. Logically, if you transplanted a perfectly matched pair into Obito, the Sharingan should function normally. But after a short pause, he explained. Manjiki powers vary tremendously. Some abilities are extremely useful, others fairly lackluster. At that, Senshi recalled one particularly notorious Manjiki ability, Amaterasu, legendary in name, but often underwhelming in actual combat. It burned the 4th Raikage's arm, sure, yet many times it got shrugged off by enemies simply discarding a piece of clothing or something similarly trivial. Orochimaru pondered a while but didn't decide immediately. He looked at Senshi, speaking in a serious tone. I need time to reflect on everything I've learned today before making a decision. He needed to analyze the pros and cons in detail. Senshi wasn't bothered and simply replied. Take your time. Think it over and get the money ready. You pay, I deliver. With that steep price tag laid out, Senshi and Karin left Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru's skill in research was top-notch, but making money was not really his forte, and he rarely sold his results. Senshi had no idea whether Orochimaru would be able to come up with the enormous sum he'd requested. Maybe, but, this was Orochimaru, after all. When the two exited the base, Karin asked offhandedly. Senshi, is there any particular food you really want to eat? I could learn to cook it specifically. Senshi shook his head. Karin, the path of cooking is a long one. For now, stick to simple stuff like instant ramen. Karin froze for a moment and then realized he was teasing her. Senshi, you're stifling a future culinary genius. Pouting, arms crossed before her chest, she stuck out her lower lip in protest. Senshi found that adorable and was tempted to ruffle her bright red hair into a nest. Silly brat, being tsundere is so old-fashioned. He smirked slightly. A sudden idea crossed his mind, why not use those scare apples to bribe her? He'd drawn LV80 scare apples earlier, a unique fruit from the anime, Toriko. When you shock or scare them, they develop levels and funny facial expressions. The higher the level, the more delicious the apple. Level 100 was the max, so at level 80 they were presumably already top tier in taste. Curious about the flavor, Senshi decided this was a perfect moment to bring them out. He took two of the strangely patterned apples from his inventory space and handed one to Karin. With a smile. Karin, I have a really tasty fruit here, wanna try it? Karin turned away, feigning indifference. Well, if you insist on me trying it, I guess I can manage. Senshi chuckled and handed her one. Initially, Karin assumed it was just an apple, but the moment she actually looked at it, she nearly jumped out of her skin, clearly repulsed. You! Senshi, this apple looks so gross. It's so weird, are you sure it's edible? Seeing her reaction, Senshi couldn't help laughing. These are high-grade items only available from an advanced system, draw no chance they'd taste bad. Karin, never judge an apple by its cover. It's like how my handsomeness can't be measured with normal means. As he spoke, he raised his own bizarrely patterned apple and took a bite. Crunch! All at once, it felt like an electric shock zippered through his mind. A fresh, sweet fragrance exploded on his taste buds, so vivid that his entire body seemed to sing with bliss. Every cell shouted in unison. So good, it's unbelievably good. Karin stared, seeing how much Senshi was enjoying that hideously colored apple, and she soon caught a whiff of a rich fruit aroma wafting her way. She swallowed hard. After traveling alongside Senshi for so long, she could tell he wasn't faking anything, he really found it delicious. Besides, to her, Senshi was indeed the coolest guy around, he wouldn't just trick her over something like this. Steeling herself, Karin took a chomp. Crunch! Instantly, electric jolts seemed to dance through her mind. The wonderful flavor rolled along her tongue from tip to root, spreading through her entire body. She could practically feel every cell locking into place. How can a fruit be this delicious? She finished the odd-looking apple in no time. And still felt like she wanted more. So, Senshi teased with a grin, I wasn't lying, was I? She hummed happily, still savoring the lingering taste. Senshi, I'm gonna work even harder on my cooking skills now. In his head, Senshi was thinking, that's really not necessary. After all, he'd never known any Uzumaki who was good at cooking, quite the opposite. He even suspected that the reason Naruto didn't get sick from expired milk was because Minato had built up a poison resistance from Kushina's questionable cuisine, which was then passed down genetically. Still, he wasn't about to discourage Karin. It was right then that someone blocked their path. Senshi glanced up casually and couldn't help smirky a familiar face. A man in a grey robe and a tiger-striped mask stood before them. None other than masked man Toby, the very Obito they had just been discussing. What a pleasant surprise, he'd just been talking with Orochimaru about capturing Obito, and the man himself turned up? Senshi eyed him with a crafty smile, choosing not to reveal Obito's identity. Oi, if it isn't Mr. Masked Stranger. What's the deal? Are you stopping me to give me a commission? Standing on the path, Obito, still posing as a mysterious masked man, responded with a cheerful laugh. Indeed I am. I've got a number of tasks, only a formidable ninja like you can pull them off. He spoke while slowly approaching Senshi. Had Danzo been in Senshi's place, he might have snarled. Get away from me, you wicked Uchiha brat. But Senshi merely looked on in mild interest. He found Obito's words suspicious, but let him get closer. So, Senshi said, what sort of commission are we talking about? Obito didn't answer directly. He walked closer, speaking in an offhand tone. Why don't you guess, Senshi? After all, the mission I have in mind is... He didn't even finish his sentence. The moment he was within range, he struck. Swoosh! In a flash, he lunged at Senshi, aiming to grab hold of him. With a haughty Uchiha laugh, he shouted. Madara! Still not done, or I'm not finished yet, in a rough pun on Madara. The move was abrupt. Moments ago he'd been smiling about a mission, and now he flipped the tables completely. He struck out with stunning speed, something that would catch most people off guard. Obito's single-minded pursuit of creating a world with Rin alive made him relentless. Once he decided to act, he was thoroughly decisive. But for Senshi, an opponent of Super Cage level, Obito's speed was like child's play. While it might have overwhelmed an average Cage level fighter, for Senshi it was like watching someone move in slow motion. He could easily dodge or even slam Obito to the ground if he wanted. Yet Senshi didn't resist. He was ahead with mild amusement. He recognized exactly what Obito intended. He's trying to warp me into the Kamui dimension. But so what? Senshi had plenty of space-time tricks of his own. Obito's Manjiki might be amazing in general, but Senshi had Kama, which was at least as convenient if not more. Besides, Senshi was also curious, why would Obito suddenly go after me? By all rights, there's no direct conflict of interest between us right now. So Senshi simply allowed Obito's hand to land squarely on his shoulder. Obito was momentarily shocked but also elated at how easily he succeeded. He had read Senshi's intel, estimating less than a 10% chance of success even with a sneak attack. Still, with Kamui's phasing ability, he could at least remain undefeated if things went south. But who would have guessed it'd be so easy? As he activated his Manjiki and started warping Senshi, Obito couldn't help thinking. Had all the intel I got from Nagato and elsewhere must be exaggerated. According to them, I had little chance of success, yet look at this, I caught him flat-footed. In Obito's mind, Senshi clearly didn't live up to the hype. He didn't realize that Senshi had briefly entertained an urge to grab him by the throat and say, in a voice reminiscent of Tobirama, "Evil little Uchiha brat. Is this all you've got?" But Senshi was in a good mood and didn't want to ruin it by humiliating Obito. Once Obito's Manjiki power triggered, Senshi vanished into the swirling distortion of Kamui. Inside the Kamui dimension, buzz! A translucent vortex churned within that grey, cubic space. Senshi landed lightly on one of the box-like structures. Honestly, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was quite fascinating. Depending on one's mental state at the time of awakening, you might acquire all kinds of strange abilities. Some were mediocre, some were top tier. Obito's Kamui happened to be formidable, especially in the old days of Manjiki. But in the era of Karma Seals, it wasn't nearly as unassailable. After all, any wielder of Kama could teleport freely. That left Obito's once groundbreaking Mangeki overshadowed. For Senshi, being dropped into this space was no big deal. He felt no alarm at all. If he wanted, he could easily make Obito sweat. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Reality is Cruel. For instance, he could activate his Kama space-time ability right in front of Obito's face. Just flick his sleeve and teleport right out of there. Then if Obito got upset after Goenji threw all that trouble only to see Senshi escape in an instant, well, that would be Obito's problem. But Senshi didn't do that. Instead, he strolled around the Kamui dimension, unhurriedly taking in the scenery. The Kamui dimension was a predominantly grey alternate space filled with numerous rectangular cuboid structures, giving it a somewhat artistic feel. Of course, Senshi himself wasn't much into art for now. The Akatsuki's art duo hadn't fully formed, only Sasori was obsessing over art at the moment. After observing for a while, Senshi noticed that the edges of the Kamui dimension were pitch black. Emptiness, like a void where nothing could be seen. After wandering around a bit, Obito apparently finished his own preparations and also entered the Kamui dimension. Seeing Obito, Senshi simply smiled, giving him no chance for his usual nonsense about being Uchiha Madara or whatever. He cut right to the chase, calling out Obito's identity. "So, Tobi, why'd you bring me in here?" "Obito." Senshi's direct words nearly made Obito's eyes pop out. Indeed, Senshi's guess was spot on. Obito had been planning to intimidate Senshi by invoking the "I am Uchiha Madara" routine. Those words were practically on the tip of his tongue, but he forced them down. Truth be told, Obito's usual tactics in normal mode were limited to two main skills. 1. Skill number 1, claim to be Uchiha Madara. 2. Skill number 2, use Kamui. Both of these were meaningless against Senshi. Right now, pretending to be Madara would be downright comical. More importantly, how on earth did Senshi know his true identity? And there was another thing Obito didn't know. If he dared to get all serious in front of Senshi and say, "I am Uchiha Madara," given Senshi's personality, Senshi would probably play along and reply, "Long time no see, son. I'm Uchiha Tajima," which was Madara's father. Unfortunately, Nagato was just too earnest to see through Obito's deception. Senshi's real reason for revealing Obito's identity so bluntly was to make Obito get on with whatever he was planning. Otherwise, if Senshi spent too long hanging around in here, the red-haired girl waiting outside might get so anxious that she'd go barreling around in Gundam mode to look for him. Meanwhile, on another wide road, Itaki and Kisame were traveling together on a mission. These two were often called the environmental protection ancestors of the shinobi world, the true walking duo, because, no matter how far the mission location was, they went on foot, never even riding in a carriage. They were all about zero emissions. As they walked, Itaka got Kisame to share more about Senshi, especially since Kisame and Senshi had traveled together when capturing the Three Tails Isabu. Moreover, Itaka had heard from Kisame that he and Senshi had actually fought once. Thinking it over, with no expression on his face, Itaki asked calmly, "When you fought Uzumaki Senshi, did he fight you seriously?" The reason Itaka brought this up again was because there were all sorts of baffling things happening around Senshi. As someone who quietly gathered intel on every member of the Akatsuki, Itaka had been watching since the day Senshi joined. He was certain most of his observations about Senshi were accurate. But when he lined up all the data, it painted a terrifying picture. The first time Senshi fought was against Kakuzu. According to Kakuzu, although he lost to Senshi, he could have easily escaped, though that statement might be questionable. Still, it's a fact they fought and Kakuzu survived. Based on how strong Senshi had recently become, if he intended to kill Kakuzu now, Kakuzu would stand no chance at all. Yet only a few months prior, Senshi would have needed a significant effort to kill Kakuzu. Now he could likely do it in one move. Even in the eyes of a prodigy like Itaki, that growth was inconceivable. Was there any shinobi left in a one-on-one who could stand against Senshi? Itaki felt he had to take Senshi more seriously, investigating him further without revealing his own status as a spy. Senshi's growth was abnormally fast. Kakuzu, of course, had no idea that in Itaki's mind, he had become a measuring stick for power. He could add it to his resume: I once fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and came away with no definitive outcome. Then I fought the modern Super Cage Ninja, Uzumaki Senshi, and walked away unscathed. Moreover, he didn't dare chase me. It wouldn't be a total lie. Senshi at that time didn't have any reason to pursue him. If Senshi's reputation someday shook the entire ninja world, Kakuzu could ride that wave of notoriety, becoming the black market's MVP. Back to Itaki and Kisame. After exchanging random chatter, Kisame answered Itaki's question about his battle with Senshi in Kirigakure. Honestly, Itaki-san, I don't think Senshi fought me seriously that time. Kisame was the kind of straight-laced shark man who'd actually weave all 40-4 hand signs for the water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. He basically didn't lie. On the vast lake in Kirigakure, their clash was more of a test of Senshi's skill than a life-or-death fight. Kisame bared his teeth in a grin. Kakuzu has this habit of killing his own teammates, and Senshi was a bit offbeat to begin with. Partnering on a mission with Kakuzu only caused him to adopt some of Kakuzu's ways. While we were on that mission in Kirigakure, Senshi was primarily interested in cashing in on the bounty, so he insisted that I keep the targets alive. He said dead targets are worth less. At the time, I wanted to see for myself what Senshi was made of, since Kakuzu claimed he was extremely powerful. But once the fight began, despite Senshi not really going all out, I still got completely crushed. I nearly died. Remembering that encounter at Kirigakure's lake, Kisame couldn't help feeling emotional, even though it happened quite a while back. Even back then, Senshi was already very strong, now he'd grown even more formidable. If not for his own resilience and the healing from his sword Samehada, Kisame would likely have been killed outright. He trusted Itaki enough to tell him everything truthfully. Unlike many other Akatsuki members, each harboring their own agendas, Kisame actually believed in the group's ultimate goals and stayed to see them through. Hearing the full details of Kisame's narrow escape, Itaki concluded that Senshi was an extremely dangerous individual. His danger rating rose even further. Itaki even thought, if Senshi had been born earlier, Uzushiagakure might never have been destroyed. Under Senshi's leadership, the Uzumaki clan could have built a village to rival the Big Five, given his super cage level might and strategic vision. After all, in part thanks to his ideas, Aim and Kusa had allied, both enjoying significant development. But it was too late now. Land of Whirlpools was gone, and Uzushio was ancient history. Otherwise, the ninja world would be a much livelier place. Itaki and Kisame pressed on, only to find someone suddenly appear in the middle of the road, blocking their path. It wasn't Obito. He was still tangled up with Senshi in the Kamui dimension. The person facing them was another old acquaintance and fellow Akatsuki member, Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked troubled. He desperately wanted a perfect container to possess, but that was proving far too difficult to obtain. After Senshi had left, Orochimaru stewed over it a long time and finally decided to check with Itachi. Orochimaru had some knowledge of Itachi. He didn't consider Itachi a real threat at this point. When Orochimaru first gained fame as one of the legendary Sunin, Itachi hadn't even been born yet. In his eyes, Itachi's performance in the Akatsuki had been fairly average. He hadn't shown any overwhelming power. So Orochimaru believed if he challenged Itachi, he stood a good chance of winning. More importantly, Orochimaru had no desire to become a wanted traitor targeted by Senshi. The rest of the group wouldn't even need to lift a finger if they could just throw money at Senshi, who would happily hunt down and finish him off. Thus, he planned a sneak attack under the guise of a friendly sparring session to incapacitate Itachi, haul him away to some hidden base, and perform his living corpse reincarnation. Uchiha bodies were far too perfect as vessels. If he succeeded in taking over Itachi's body, Senshi's threat would be greatly diminished. So when he blocked Itachi and Kisame's path, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue in what he considered a friendly smile and said, "Uchiha Itachi, I have a favor to ask. I've been developing a new jutsu, and I'd like you to test it with me, just a simple sparring match." He finished, but Itachi's face remained expressionless. He had no interest in fighting Orochimaru. In his life, only two things truly mattered: the growth of his foolish little brother, and his undercover mission. Beyond that, he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Kisame felt curious. A battle between Konoha's two rogue nin? He chuckled. Orochimaru was once labeled one of the Sunin by Hanzo the Salamander, no small feat. While Itachi-san is known as one of Konoha's top geniuses. Who's stronger? It'd be interesting to find out. How about you two spar a bit? As Kisame spoke, he politely cleared space for them. In the forested path, Itachi stood still, expressionless. He had zero interest in fighting, but since Orochimaru clearly wasn't going to let them go without a confrontation, Itachi resigned himself to it. Hands still tucked inside his robe, he regarded Orochimaru with a bored gaze. So arrogant. Seeing that, Orochimaru assumed Itachi as just begging for death. He planned to teach this brat a lesson he wouldn't forget. Swish, 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 swish. Summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru's hands flew into seals, aiming to use Edo Tensei to distract Itachi and then swoop in to snatch the cocky little Uchiha. On the sidelines, Kisame was puzzled. After Orochimaru said, "Arrogant," there was silence. Kisame scratched his head and muttered. Could Orochimaru have fallen prey to a genjutsu? He found it unlikely. When he did missions with Itachi, they often encountered enemy ninja where battles went back and forth. Although, strictly speaking, Itachi tailored his effort to avoid revealing his full potential as a spy, so Kisame hadn't truly seen Itachi go all out. But Orochimaru was a legendary Sunin. How could he be bested like a random nobody from their usual missions? What Kisame didn't realize was that whenever Itachi faced skilled opponents, he often held back for covert reasons. This time, against Orochimaru, there was no such need. Even before Orochimaru spoke, Itachi had already released a genjutsu on him. Now he was drawing Orochimaru into a mental illusion space. In that blood-red dimension full of strange black cubes, crow's cod, gradually coalescing into the form of Itachi at some distance. Orochimaru's mind reeled. Damn it, when did he cast this genjutsu? He hadn't even noticed Itachi's trigger. Sharp iron spikes appeared out of nowhere, pinning Orochimaru in place. This was Itachi's demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique, which leaves its victim completely immobile, unable to defend or counter. Itaka's illusion self stared at the immobilized Orochimaru without a word, then disintegrated back into crows. The outcome was decisive. Orochimaru had been one-shot by Itachi's genjutsu right at the start of the fight. When the illusion finally ended, Orochimaru collapsed to his hands and knees, panting heavily. Thoroughly shaken. At that moment, one truth stood out more than ever: the Uchiha clan possessed an absolutely perfect body for his reincarnation. If he could have just dragged Itachi away, even the threat of Senshi might be reduced. But the brutal reality was he wasn't even Itachi's equal for a single exchange. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Toby is scared. Meanwhile, Kisame was watching Orochimaru kneel on the ground, gasping for air, and felt quite astonished. What the heck? Is that all one of the legendary Sunin can do? That was way too anticlimactic. Kisame had expected a fierce clash between two major powers, yet it turned out Orochimaru, contrary to his legendary reputation, got dispatched by Itachi in an instant. After releasing his genjutsu, Itachi said nothing. He simply continued on his wi, as though defeating Orochimaru was trivial. No extra words, no additional reaction, he just left. Kisame glanced at Orochimaru, then hurried to catch up with Itachi. Orochimaru stared at Itachi's retreating figure, his expression dark and grim. I underestimated him. That Uchiha brat really is unfathomable. His genjutsu is truly superb. I didn't notice a thing. And judging by how calm he looked, he must be hiding even more power. Even if I carefully planned an ambush, I still might not beat him. That foot Orochimaru deeply conflicted. Did he really have to pay a sky-high commission of 100 million RY just to hire Senshi to capture a living Uchiha for him? At the same time, within the Kamui dimension, Obito recovered from the shock of having his identity unmasked. From behind his mask, he scrutinized Senshi again. Inwardly, he was thinking. So he saw through my identity in one shot. Surprising, but only that much. This is my Kamui dimension, my turf. Now that he's trapped here, he's at a total disadvantage. With that in mind, Obito felt quite secure. As far as he knew, Uzumaki Senshi was a musclehead ninja, someone like a Kumigakure brawler specializing in lightning-style taijutsu. If he dragged Senshi into Kamui, Senshi was as good as a sitting duck. People like that might be fearsome in close combat, but they weren't adept in space-time ninjutsu. Hence, Obito began questioning Senshi. Looking at Senshi, Obito spoke in a low, severe voice. All the intel on you in the Akatsuki, it's fake, isn't it? A ninja like you couldn't possibly have grown strong enough to capture the Three Tails alone without some organization or clan backing you. So, what's your real identity? Whom do you serve? And why did you really join the Akatsuki? You'd better get it straight, the position you're in now isn't favorable. Spill everything, down to the last detail. Obito suspected that Senshi might be some secretly trained ninja from a certain clan or faction who had infiltrated the Akatsuki with hidden motives. Obito couldn't tolerate that possibility. After all, the whole business of collecting tailed beasts was something he'd orchestrated in the shadows, step by step, as part of his Eye of the Moon plan. According to that plan, the Akatsuki was supposed to gather tailed beasts stealthily, and in his view, it was too early to start the capture phase in earnest. After pelting Senshi with questions, Obito paused and waited. Since this was the Kamui dimension, Senshi had nowhere to run, so Obito believed he could take his time. Senshi listened casually and then answered in an indifferent tone. All the intel the Akatsuki has on me is actually correct. That data wasn't provided by me personally. The Akatsuki themselves investigated it. How could it be wrong? If the records they have are accurate, that already rules out me being from some big clan or major faction. I'm just an ordinary wandering ninja who happened to cross paths with them. In truth, the more precise description would be that he was just a passing super cage level ninja. As Senshi spoke, Obito watched him keenly. Obito had asked several questions in one go, and Senshi obviously hadn't answered them all. Yet Obito didn't rush him. He had all the time he needed in Kamui. Meanwhile, Obito was analyzing the impact of Senshi having joined the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's top-tier forces are limited. They can't mount a swift blitz to capture all the tailed beasts. If the tailed beasts start disappearing one by one, the 5 great nations will definitely notice. If they respond by deploying more elite shinobi to guard the beasts, the Akatsuki will have a hard time capturing the rest. So this Uzumaki Senshi, who already handed over the 3 tails, is both a help and a hindrance. Pondering it all, Obito concluded that Senshi's presence in the Akatsuki was far more of a liability than a boon. Senshi had single-handedly taken the 3 tails, and then talked Nagato into aligning Omegakure with Kyuzagakure, pulling the Akatsuki away from the planned path and out of Obito's control. Obito didn't realize it wasn't entirely Senshi's doing, and that Nagato also had a different aim. Regardless, the organization was now on a course that didn't match his. Obito grew suspicious. Did Senshi have premeditated reasons for joining G? What was his actual goal? Unable to figure it out, Obito pressed Senshi point blank. Uzumaki Senshi, you've had time to consider. Now tell me, did you join the Akatsuki as part of some scheme? What's your real objective? His single Sharingan flared with intensity. Senshi, for his part, looked serious and answered. Obviously for the missions. Nagato seemed like he had a lot of them. If Senshi's first encounter had been with Danzo's route instead of Kakuzu, he might have already forced Danzo into early retirement and taken over the group. That might have been amusing. He could inherit Danzo's door-slamming legacy, monopolize all of Konoha's mission requests, and so on. But that was all theoretical. With his unique information advantage, he could have set up anywhere in Konoha or the other great nations. Of course, Obito didn't believe that. He was certain Senshi was hiding something. Senshi, that's no fun. Plus, I'm just trying to gather some intel, I'm not out to kill you. Are you? Sure you don't want to be honest? Senshi shrugged helplessly. I'm telling you the truth, Toby, don't get carried away imagining things. Besides, aren't you the one collaborating with the Akatsuki for that particular goal? You've seen Akatsuki's situation, and you've seen my capability. The organization is short on members and lacks high-end strength. Relying on them alone to hunt tailed beasts could take ages. Waiting is painful, isn't it? But me, I can do missions faster than anyone else. How about hiring me for your plan to gather tailed beasts? Senshi's intention was to advertise his services. Obito needed manpower regardless of his objectives, and he could delegate tasks to Senshi if he was willing to pay. On hearing that, Obito was startled. Senshi seemed aware of the real reason behind collecting tailed beasts. Not only that, Senshi's claim about his mission efficiency was no boast. Obito stroked his chin. No question your efficiency is impressive. But I don't plan to pay you. Senshi got angry. So he wants to exploit me for free? That was outrageous. Senshi had hoped to earn Some commissions from Obito's myriad scheming. But if Obito wasn't going to pay, that was that. Senshi had no intention of working for free. If you're not paying, forget it. In the Shinobi War LD, it was either you mooch from them, or they mooch from you. No way would Senshi let Obito mooch off him. Doing paid missions and receiving system rewards was how he kept powering up, preparing for possible future alien threats. Obito might have been willing to hire Senshi if the price wasn't so high, but he had no money saved and didn't care about wealth. At that point, negotiations broke down. After some thought, Obito decided to confine Senshi in Kamui for a while. Maybe after being locked up, Senshi would become more compliant, making negotiations easier later. So Obito said, "Uzumaki Senshi, do you realize where you are? This is a personal dimension created by my Manjiki Sharingan. Once you're trapped here, you can never leave. You'll remain here, reflect on things, and then come clean about your motives and sincerely work with me. Only then will I let you out. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever. And if I do release you and you still refuse to cooperate, I'll just drag you back in again. If I could catch you once, I can catch you twice." Finishing, he stared at Senshi, expecting shock. But Senshi showed no reaction at all. That left Obito puzzled. Guess he's not taking my words seriously. Maybe he thinks he can escape Kamui somehow. He's dead RONG. With that, Obito waved his hand. "Think it over here, Senshi. I'm leaving now, but I hope next time I come back, you'll be ready to cooperate." He used his eye jutsu, forming a transparent spiral ripple, and vanished from Kamui, feeling rather smug at having trapped Senshi so effortlessly. But the moment he reappeared, he was stunned. Because Senshi was standing right there with a broad grin. "Ah, Toby! Long time no see." That bizarre scene nearly scared Obito half to death, making him question whether he'd been caught in a genjutsu. He yelled inwardly, "What's going on? How did he get out?" No answer came. Alarmed and uncertain, Obito dove back into Kamui to investigate. Once inside, sure enough, Senshi appeared shortly afterward as well. Previously, Kamui had been Obito's personal domain. Now it was evidently open to Senshi at will. Obito finally saw Senshi open some kind of dark red, black hole-like portal and just walk in again. At that point, the Manjiki-wielding Obito felt an overwhelming dread under Senshi's tattoo-based space-time ability. Damn! How is this possible? His mind nearly crashed. He was experienced with space-time ninjutsu, but Senshi's method was something entirely different. Plus, even if Senshi could use teleportation, entering Obito's private Kamui dimension was a different matter altogether. Looking at Obito's shocked face, Senshi said cheerfully, "If you hadn't brought me in here, I never would have known where this dimension is located. Now that I do thank S, by the way." Though Senshi hadn't yet decided how he might use the Kamui realm, he could certainly imprison enemies he didn't want to kill. Or maybe he'd find other creative uses for it in the future. Hearing his casual remark, Obito felt both fury and dread, his already contorted features twisting further. A storm of thoughts raged in his mind. Other than Kamui, the only space-time jutsu he was familiar with was Flying Thunder God, but what Senshi had just demonstrated was on another level. Near instant activation, apparently able to break into Kamui itself too frightening. Senshi became a genuine threat, and the situation looked dire. Without a word, Obito cast his Manjiki and fled again via Kamui, determined to find safety and rethink his approach. Senshi pursued him instantly, but by the time he stepped outside, Obito was gone. Tapping his chin, Senshi used his sensory ability, mantra, to sweep the area, then shrugged. Looks like he's run off. From not far away, Karen's concerned voice called out. Senshi. What happened? Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Orochimaru's 100 million Ryo Commission. Karen had already activated her eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and summoned her pink Gundam. Hearing her call out, Senshi narrowed his eyes and grinned. Don't worry, we were just talking business. But it looks like the other side wasn't very sincere. With that, he couldn't help inwardly complaining about Obito showing up empty-handed to negotiate. Total waste of time. At least he now had a bead on Obito's whereabouts. Indeed, just a moment ago, Senshi had left a marker inside Obito's Kamui dimension. If he wanted to catch Obito later, the guy couldn't possibly run far. Right then, someone leapt through the forest, arriving at their location with a few quick bounds. It was none other than Orochimaru. He glanced at Karen, surrounded by that pink Susanoo, and spotting the striking eternal Mangekyou in her eyes couldn't help feeling envious. He'd already come to appreciate the terror of the Sharingan when he fought Ataki. If only Senshi were willing to hand Karen over, he'd skip all the trouble. But Orochimaru didn't push that. He was worried if he even hinted at it, Karen might come charging at him in her Gundam, and that would be more trouble than it was worth. Besides, his recent misadventure with Itaka had taught him an important lesson: if you want something done right, leave it to a professional. If Senshi fought Itaki, the outcome would almost certainly be different. But Senshi had already said he didn't want to break with the Akatsuki, so capturing Itaka was off the table, leaving Obito as Orochimaru's only viable option. Approaching Senshi, Orochimaru exhaled a long, helpless sigh and got straight to the point. Lord Senshi, if it has to be Obito, so be it. I'll pay the fee. Senshi was a bit surprised Orochimaru came back so quickly. He'd named a sky-high price of 100 million RY for the commission. That wasn't just a few tens of millions, it was an astronomical sum. Still, Orochimaru wouldn't be getting fleeced for no reason. There was probably no one else in the shinobi world who could handle this mission. After all, thanks to Obito's Kamui, you needed space-time powers just to keep him from escaping. And if Orochimaru also wanted Obito's other Sharingan, currently with 50-50 Hatake Kakashi, that was tricky intel to begin with. Never mind infiltrating Konoha to snatch it. Truth be told, the Sharingan caused as many problems for Kakashi as it solved. He didn't have Uzumaki physiology with near-limitless chakra, nor did he have Hashirama cells to freely power the eye. On top of that, he only had the one eye to begin with, limiting its full potential. Later, he'd even developed Chido Ri, a unique lightning release technique that required no Sharingan at all. Clearly, Kakashi would still have become formidable without it. Standing on the wooded path, Orochimaru finished speaking and waited for Senshi's reply. In his view, Senshi was the only one who could pull off this task. Senshi thought so too. Although going to Konoha, he'd best not walk right up to the main gate. After all, the two gate guards there might be 6 paths level security forces. In future arcs, no matter who assaults Konoha Nagato or anyone else, they practically never come in through the main gate. Perhaps they're afraid of crossing that unstoppable pair, 6 paths Hagana Katetsu and 6 paths Kamizuki Izumo. Joking aside, once you're inside Konoha, you also have to remember never to underestimate any so-called genin. In this village, lowly ninja have a habit of pulling off the impossible, like in the fabled incident where the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist got turned into a 3 treasures of good fortune by a single Konoha genin. Not to mention the notorious eternal genin, Mariboshi Kasuke, there's no end to these Konoha tall tales. Senshi didn't plan to decline Orochimaru's job, though. The only question was whether Orochimaru could really produce such a massive sum of money. Eyeing Orochimaru, Senshi asked exactly that. You got 100 million RY lying around so quickly? You've got all those labs, equipment, experimental materials, a troop of subordinates on your payroll. Are you sure you can scrape together that much without messing with me? Because if you're playing games, you won't like what happens. Lab work is expensive. How could you have saved that much? Senshi knew Orochimaru well. Sharing those details out loud left Orochimaru with a sour expression. Indeed, in the shinobi world, the most critical factor is often information. Why had Asuma Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist suffered in certain encounters? Because intelligence can make or break you. Orochimaru had BS's all over and many underlings, but hearing Senshi casually recite the details of his operations was hardly pleasant. After a short pause, Orochimaru said, "At the moment, no. But soon, I will. I have ways of acquiring that much. So long as you accept Tehi mission, I can take steps to secure the funds." He had no intention of cheating Senshi. Considering the huge gap in power between them, if Orochimaru tried anything funny, Senshi might just take a Konoha job to arrest the missing nin. Orochimaru on the spot. Orochimaru soon added. Based on the intel you provided, Obito's other Sharingan is in Konoha. So you can start anytime. I want you to deliver me a living, complete Uchiha not a one-eyed version. Too bad Shisui was gone, otherwise that Susanoo W with one-eye guy might dispute whether both eyes were truly needed. Ding! A new employment mission has been detected. Client, Orochimaru. Mission objective, capture Obito and retrieve his second Sharingan. Commission fee, 100 million RY. Mission rank, S. Mission reward, 100,000 employment points. Seeing that pop up, Senshi didn't hesitate. Evidently, Orochimaru was serious, and yes, he did have a way to cough up the 100 million. Senshi smiled indifferently as Orochimaru spoke. Don't worry. Leave it to me, I'm a pro. Orochimaru had no doubt of his competence. After all, it was hard to find anyone else in the shinobi world who'd completed so many missions with a 100% success rate. Still, Senshi couldn't help wondering how Orochimaru had been puss-head to take this step so quickly. Maybe it was that disastrous fight with Itaki. Or maybe something else had triggered him. Having accepted the mission, Senshi heard Orochimaru ask, "How long do you need to wrap it up?" Instead of answering directly, Sensei replied with a question. "How soon do you want it done?" Orochimaru thought for a moment. "Within 3 months. Can you deliver a living Uchiha with both eyes in that time?" Senshi nodded firmly. "Not a problem. Just get my commission ready, then wait for word." Orochimaru had zero doubts about Senshi's reliability. Handing this off to him, Orochimaru planned to start gathering the commission money. He'd have to find some hapless big spender. Obviously. He might go running to an old buddy, Danzo. Through Danzo, he might extract funding to cover the expense since Danzo relied on Orochimaru's research for many of his own shady projects. So, leaving Senshi behind, Orochimaru headed out in good spirits. As he walked, he told himself, "No doubt about it, Senshi has the skill. And from my fight with Itaki, plus all the intel I've gathered, On the Sharingan, I'm more convinced than ever that the Uchiha body is the perfect vessel. Once I have it, with my talents, I'll soon be able to unleash the clan's full power. Just as Orochimaru went to secure the fee, Senshi was readying to act. If Orochimaru asked him to capture other Uchiha like Itachi or Sasuke, Senshi might weigh the pros and cons more carefully. But capturing Obito the shit-stirrer, whose Kamui had forcibly tried to drag him in? No need for second thoughts. Besides, Obito had basically just tested him, flaunting his Manjiki and ignoring Senshi's tattoo powers. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wasn't bluffing. The moment he left, he hurried off to contact Danzo, the first Hokage of pots and kettles, and secure the money. With Danzo's backing, he'd gather enough experimental funds to carry out their mutual dark dealings. Somewhere in Konoha's root base. Achoo! Danzo sneezed out of nowhere. He silently grumbled, "Those evil Uchiha brats, there are barely a handful left, yet still they cause trouble." He had no idea that via a chain of cause and effect, he was about to lose 100 million Ry thanks to the Uchiha. Back on Senshi's side, once Orochimaru departed, he started preparing for the mission. If someone asked him to take down the other remaining Uchihas, he might hesitate. But Obito, the prime problem child of the ninja world? No problem. Besides, Obito had just tried to Kamui him without offering a single coin. When Orochimaru went off, he was visibly content. Before long, Senshi was about to leave as well. At that moment, Karin, glancing up at him, asked curiously, "Senshi, we're going after Obito, so that means we have to go to Konoha again, right?" Historically, the land of whirlpools had been Konoha's close ally, but when her homeland was destroyed, Konoha hadn't been able to help them. Karin, as an Uzumaki descendant, knew the story well but had never seen Konoha herself. So if she got to go there with Senshi Ahem, for a mission, she'd be delighted. Senshi nodded with a slight smile. "Yes, Karin. We're in for a busy stretch. But before we head to Konoha, let me fill you in on Konoha's urban legends." Karin's pretty Manjiki eyes flashed with confusion. Tilting her head, she asked, "Urban legends? What do you mean?" With a serious face, Senshi explained, "They're special tidbits of intel about Konoha that few outsiders know. First off, avoid using your Sharingan around Konoha, or they might BRNU an evil Uchiha. Next, if you run into a green-skinned, kappa-like ninja who keeps shouting about youth, don't say the word youth within earshot, he might go berserk. And then there's..." He rattled off a string of so-called Konoha tall tales. Karin listened attentively, practically tempted to pull out a notebook from her Kamui dimension and record every bit of nonsense. Senshi described how Konoha apparently had so much talent they stationed 2 6-paths level guards at the main gate, forced another potential 6-paths level shinobi to open a ramen shop, and so on, purely to entertain her. After joking around, he activated his Kama space-time ability, conjuring a dark red, black hole-like portal in front of them. A moment later, they reappeared in their own room. "Karin," he said casually, "go pack up, we're about to head out for a while." "Okay." Karin bustled around in her bedroom, organizing her things. Then she ran to the kitchen, storing her cookware in her Kamui dimension. At this stage, her usage of the Sharingan was basically limited to Gundam cooking mode. The first Hokage, Hashirama, once admired Madara's creativity in summoning Susanoo with a tailed beast overlay. If he ever saw Karin frying meals in a pink Susanoo, he might marvel at how the innovative spirit of the Uchiha had been passed down. Once she finished, the two of them dashed over to Kakuzu's door. Senshi kicked it open but, contrary to his usual scenario of scaring Kakuzu out of bed, he found Kakuzu already sitting there. Calmly, legs crossed, as though he'd been expecting him. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Please share this fanfic and add it to your library, thank you. Chapter 50, would release, Villa. Senshi wasted no time and went straight to the point. Kakuzu, we've got a mission. He shouts loudly. It's time for our mission crazy squad to shine again. We're heading off to Konoha for a big job. Sitting properly on his bed, Kakuzu met Senshi's gaze with a calm, confident stare. It was too bad. Megakure's tobacco trade wasn't developed, otherwise he'd probably have lit a cigarette, taken a lazy drag, and then replied in a haze of smoke. Still, maybe he'd get to rob Konoha's crown prince. Later, who knew? Once Senshi explained why he'd come, Kakuzu's face took on a look of regret. He shook his head. Decisively, speaking in an unusually firm tone. Sorry, I won't be joining you this time. Senshi. After a brief pause, Senshi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kakuzu, you're getting ahead of yourself. Do you think your decision even matters? It seemed to Senshi that Kakuzu had forgotten the fear of being forcibly hauled off to the black market for non-stop missions. Yet instead of using force, Senshi said calmly. Why won't you come along? Given that Kakuzu was the greatest hired hand in the shinobi world, a man who'd been at it since the first Hokage's era, his famous name held sway in black markets everywhere. When they weren't actively on a job, Senshi would let Kakuzu rest. But now a mission had presented itself, so naturally. Senshi wanted to bring him. Kakuzu sighed and spoke with a hint of sarcastic resignation. It's not that I don't want to, I've just got a new mission already. He spread his hands, feigning helplessness, though beneath his mask his grin was practically unstoppable. He wasn't lying, he really did have another mission. Senshi, curious, asked. What mission? You can do it with me. Kakuzu shook his head in regret. No can do. My assignment and yours won't line up. The organization told me to recruit a new member, so I can't go with you this time. I'll be setting off soon to do just that. You should go on and carry out your own mission. Senshi. At a loss for words, Fin Ally complained. If you don't come along, that means I'll lose out on so many commissions I could pick up on the way. After all, Senshi's brand was relatively new, he'd been active in the black market less than a year. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was a century-old big name. When traveling around Megakure, Kyuzagakure, or Kirigakure, Senshi's own notoriety was enough to land them tasks easily. But beyond those regions, his mission terrorist reputation wouldn't open as many doors. Hearing that, Kakuzu felt secretly overjoyed. Serves you right, Senshi. All those times they traveled together, Senshi had treated him as some tireless ox, running missions day and night without stopping. Now, at last, the Akatsuki had given Kakuzu a special assignment of his own meaning. Senshi couldn't rope him in. Seeing the dumbfounded look on Senshi's face only made Kakuzu more smug. He said, with an air of mock seriousness. I, too, mourn that we can't join forces to scour missions on our way to Konoha. It's truly a shame. But there's nothing to be done. I promise there'll be a next time. Senshi, skeptical, asked. So why do I feel like you're not mourning at all, but rather enjoying this? Kakuzu flat out denied it. I was trained in Takigakure, no matter how amusing the mission topic, I don't laugh. Right then. I'm off. With that, he practically fled his own room, afraid he wouldn't be able to contain his glee and would burst out laughing any second. At last, he had the upper hand. He'd been waiting ages for Senshi to come back, just so he could gloat. Once Kakuzu had gone, Senshi went to see Kisame. If Kakuzu wasn't willing, maybe the honest shark would do. The Akatsuki usually operated in pairs, supervising and helping each other. True. Sometimes people worked alone or in larger teams, but going with two was standard. Senshi used his mantra to locate Kisame and then teleport there via Kama, bringing Karin along. The moment Kisame saw him appear out of nowhere, he felt a jolt of unease. Troubles here. This devil of a GUI just randomly showed up with some fancy space-time jutsu. He licked his lips nervously and asked. Uzumaki Senshi, what do you want? Senshi cut straight to the point. I have a mission in Konoha. Want to come along? At that, Kisame shook his head with such vigor that his silhouette seemed to blur. No, no, no way. Though honest, Kisame had learned from experience. Teaming up with others might be draining, but teaming up with Senshi was downright suicidal. That time in Kirigakure, Senshi had beaten him half to death, then almost sold him to collect a bounty. Meanwhile, when working with Itaki, he might have to walk everywhere at a snail's pace, but at least it was safe. He trusted Itaki, who might be the only one in the Akatsuki who definitively wasn't an undercover agent. Kisame's face now showed aversion, fear, and outright refusal. Seeing Kisame's unwavering stance, Senshi was speechless. What the? You guys all bail at the crucial moment? None of you'll go. So I have to do this alone in that dangerous village. Kisame said nothing but privately thought, facing Konoha's ninja, at least I can flee if it's too tough. Facing Senshi I can't fight him or outrun him. At that moment, Karin peeked out from behind Senshi's shoulder, speaking gently but resolutely. Don't worry, Senshi. If they're all turning you down, I won't. I'll go with you anytime. I'll never dislike going on missions together. Senshi turned to see Karin's earnest expression, and he couldn't help smiling wryly. Still, a sense of warmth spread in his chest. It was always better to have a companion than go alone. Thanks, Karin. All right, then, let's get going. Cough, cough. Karin, determined, nodded vigorously. The small arms she had wrapped around Senshi's neck unconsciously tightened, nearly choking him. She was set on being a competent partner, no letting Senshi down. If Senshi knew what she was thinking, he would have realized this was the power of bonds. In the shinobi world, that's the supreme law. If you break it, even an Otsutsuki god might get smacked around. Karin was thrilled previously, she was just his little assistant. Now, she was a genuine partner. But after they walked a short distance, Senshi suddenly paused, face darkening. Confused and worried, Karin asked. Senshi, what's wrong? He complained. We're heading into unfamiliar territory. I tried to pick up an escort mission from a caravan, but we were out of luck. Missing out on that is a total waste. He didn't particularly care about the monetary reward, he cared about the system's bonus. Karin just blinked, wondering what was so serious, then offered. So, we can just teleport ourselves with space-time ninjutsu, right? Senshi shook his head. No, I wanted that mission so I could build some reputation in places here I'm not known. This time, I plan to send out wood-style clones everywhere along our route to local black markets, to gain notoriety so I can snag missions easier in the future. With that, he wove signs, and a series of wood-style clones sprouted from the ground like men out of the earth. Senshi decided Kakuzu must never hear about his failing to land an escort mission. His image as the unstoppable mission killer would suffer. Observing all those clones, Karin gasped. Senshi, is it really okay to send so many wood-style clones? Won't that drain your chakra? She was no stranger to large chakra reserves herself, but it still seemed insane. Senshi, ruffling her red hair into a messy tangle, replied. It's fine. Feels like I hardly used any chakra at all. Fuming, Karin pouted her cheeks and swung her little fists in mock anger. Senshi had a habit of messing up her carefully groomed hair. So annoying. He took off running, lightning quick, and she gave chase, unable to match his speed until she used her spa CE time jutsu herself. ZZZT. A swirling, translucent vortex opened before her, and she vanished, reappearing right in Senshi's path. If he didn't have dimensional tricks, he'd never outrun me now. Senshi was really just teaching Karin combat tactics through a playful scuffling. She was a highly versatile ninja, after all, a sensory type, a medical type, and now someone with the eternal Mangeki. He wanted to help her develop her fighting powers properly. Susanoo. Karin knew that Senshi's games were part of her training. So the moment she teleported in front of him, she activated Susanoo in a flourish. Boom! A skeletal pink frame enveloped her. Transparent flesh formed over its bones, then armor plating. Until it had legs, and eventually a full suit of armor. Then she controlled Susanoo to attack Senshi. Clang! A sword rang free from its scabbard with a horizontal sweep. Swoosh! Countless trees behind Senshi were sliced down. He leaned backward, disappearing into a dark red vortex, courtesy of his Kama, and re-emerged above Susanoo, lightning flickering around him. Eat this Yabaku! Boom! Even though he wasn't using full force, the blow made Susanoo tremble. By now, Senshi's mastery of lightning release eclipsed any Raikage in history. If the Kumagaku knew, they'd probably beg him to teach them. Swoosh! Susanoo's blade struck upward. This time, Senshi didn't teleport away. Instead, he dashed in a lightning-quick movement, appearing right by the giant's forehead. Chop! Wham! Lightning crackled as his punch hammered Susanoo in the head, making it totter precariously. If he were to unleash his full arsenal like the true several thousand hands, that would basically reenact Hashirama vs Madara. After trading about 30 moves, he said to Karin. That's enough for today. Karin deactivated Susanoo and asked eagerly. Did I improve? Senshi nodded, thinking to himself how far she'd come. In the original timeline, Karin might have been stumped by a single bear. Now she could flatten multiple BRs unless a certain Doraemon plus Nobita duo turned up. That said, he also noticed her offensive repertoire was limited. Against run-of-the-mill foes, she might easily dominate, but she didn't need Susanoo for just anyone. Still, he pushed that thought aside for now. Before long, the two arrived at a clearing. Senshi clapped his hands together and cast a technique. Wood release, Villa Jutsu. Boom! 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 Rows of wooden beams and boards sprang from the ground, rearranging themselves. In just moments, a luxurious wooden villa stood before them. Clearly, Senshi knew how to enjoy himself. He'd taken the wood-style four-pillar house jutsu, also joked about as the wood-style two-bedroom suite, and elevated it into a full-blown villa by virtue of his massive chakra tonnage. Possibly, Captain Yamato would feel envy at seeing Senshi's advanced version of the jutsu. Glancing at the new house, Senshi said casually. Karin, let's rest here tonight. Patreon.com/Bleem Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Please add this fanfic to your library. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Go Big or Go Home. Senshi was feeling rather vexed. He realized he'd been short-sighted before. He really should have taken Kakuzu with him all over the ninja world to do missions, spread his fame, and then, no matter where he went, he wouldn't have trouble finding work. Just then, Karin tugged at his sleeve. Senshi, I can sense Orochimaru's presence somewhere nearby. Hearing that, Senshi paused for a moment, then understood. For a long time now, the so-called first Hokage of Pots and Kettles, the 5.5th Hokage, aka Shimura Danzo, had secretly funded Orochimaru's experiments. Don't worry about it, Senshi said. We don't need to bother with him. Normally, Senshi wouldn't keep his mantra ability active all the time. The barrage of information would be too noisy. Knowing Orochimaru was lurking didn't concern him. He already had a good idea of what Orochimaru was up to. A short while earlier, Orochimaru stood in Teehee Leafy Path for a moment. Soon, a Konoha ninja leaning on a cane, one arm wrapped in bandages, approached from a distance. It was Shimura Danzo. Seeing Orochimaru show up in person, Danzo was somewhat surprised. I never expected you to come here yourself. That's unexpected. Since you've come in person, I take it there's been huge progress with those projects I hired you for. Orochimaru gave a snake-like grin. Of course. We've made significant progress, but it's still incomplete. If I'm to continue my research, I need funds, lots of them. Danzo's face instantly darkened. Orochimaru, I've heard that many times now. You should know how much I've already invested in these projects of yours. I need to see real results. Results that satisfy me. Otherwise, I won't be putting in another RY until you present something worthwhile. Orochimaru felt a twinge of frustration. One of Danzo's prime directives had been for him to cultivate Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru did have some success, but he wasn't about to hand it all over yet. So long as he withheld it, Danzo would keep the funds flowing. But now, with the matter of obtaining a perfect Uchiha vessel, he had no choice but to offer at least some tangible findings. Finally, he decided to show part of his progress with Hashirama's cells. He gave a curt nod. Of course I have something that'll please you. No sooner did he say that than a loud crack noise echoed from afar. Crack crack. Clack, clack. It was quite the ruckus. Both Orochimaru and Danzo turned at the commotion only to see a massive, lavish wooden villa rising amidst the trees. Danzo was completely stunned. Wah! This scale of wood release. Have you developed the first Hokage's cells to that level now? Compared to those previous failures, this is on a whole different plane. Marvelous. I'm very pleased. Elated, he made to hurry toward that giant wooden construct. Orochimaru, seeing the villa, froze momentarily and then quickly realized Danzo was misunderstanding. As far as Orochimaru knew, in the current ninja world, there was really only one person who could perform wood release on that scale: Uzumaki Senshi. Obviously, Senshi must be nearby building that wooden mansion for some reason, perhaps preparing to snatch the Sharingan from Konoha. So professional. Observing Danzo's mistake, Orochimaru felt secretly delighted. Lucky me. This is the perfect chance to swindle him. A wood release of such magnitude is on par with the first Hokage's. And Senshi definitely has no idea what's going on here. Which means, he won't even know to claim a share of the research funding. Excellent. Having been influenced by a certain mercenary, Orochimaru now excelled at extortion tactics. Spotting this golden opportunity to empty Danzo's pockets, he suppressed a snicker while Danzo stared, intent on going closer. Orochimaru quickly coughed. It's no use going over there. That individual is in an uncontrolled state. If you approach, you might get attacked. Danzo stopped, frowning. What's going on? Orochimaru sighed in feigned helplessness. As I said, the results are still incomplete, so I can't fully control them. Danzo's already grim face looked even darker now. He spoke coldly. Orochimaru, I've poured so much money into your research, and you are telling me now you can't control the subject. Orochimaru shrugged offhandedly. Danzo, research is research. As long as I produce results, that's good enough. Once we have a breakthrough, we refine it until the flaws are gone. Think of how ninjutsu is de-evoloped. Once you have a prototype, you keep perfecting it until it becomes truly powerful. Danzo didn't want to hear any of that. All he wanted was for Orochimaru to meet his demands. But he'd shelled out huge sums of money already, and for what? Dissatisfied, he grimaced. Orochimaru leaned in with a crafty tone. Look, you can see for yourself how great this achievement is. The wood release on display doesn't lose out to the first Hokages. The one real drawback is its instability. With a bit more funding, I can perfect it. And then, I might even implant these new Hashirama cells into you, letting you wield wood release yourself. At that, Danzo's scowl remained, but inwardly he was reeling. You mean, your newly cultivated Hashirama cells could be transplanted into me? Then I could have this level of wood release. Orochimaru laughed internally. If he really had cells that gave people first Hokage level wood release, he would have used them on himself already. Still, when Danzo asked, he solemnly nodded. Yes, these cells are nearly perfect, fully transplantable. Once implanted, you'd gain incredible wood release power. Of course, like I said, the process is incomplete, so the research must continue. He was basically bamboozling Danzo, who was out of his depth when it came to scientific research. Staring at the giant wooden villa in the distance, Danzo was deeply tempted. He thought, I've told Hiruzen countless times that sacrifices are unavoidable for the sake of the will of fire. Remember the era of the first Hokage, when Konoha was unbeatable. That was thanks to wood release. Being able to harness that again would be phenomenal. People might die? Well, that's the price we pay. Hiruzen, you're too soft. If you saw this scale of wood release, you'd realize I was right all along. He grew more and more excited, picturing how he would soon prove himself right to the Sandame. And how Konoha would grow stronger with the mass production of wood release wielders. His heart pounded at the thought, and he looked to Orochimaru. How much funding are we talking about? Orochimaru answered blandly. 1 billion RY. Danzo's lone eye bulged in disbelief. How much? Folding his arms, Orochimaru repeated decisively. 1 billion. In past dealings, Orochimaru had adopted a steady drip approach, asking for modest sums over time, occasionally throwing Danzo a few small successes. But this time, since he had no real way to produce such a massive wood release for Danzo, why not go big or go home? A one-off, sky-high demand. An eerie hush fell upon the forest, only broken by the faint rustle of the breeze tousling Orochimaru's long hair and Danzo's robe. Although Orochimaru was a missing nin, his scientific expertise was nearly unmatched. Danzo needed him. Their relationship was never exactly pleasant. Cooperation, but both had found it mutually beneficial. Orochimaru was no entrepreneur. If Danzo refused to pay, Orochimaru would have to waste time scraping funds from elsewhere, which he didn't want. Likewise, Danzo's route needed Orochimaru's inventions. Finally Danzo spoke, his eye cold. 1 billion. Orochimaru, do you know what that kind of money represents in the shinobi world? Nobody can just whip that out of nowhere. Are you messing with me? Why do you suddenly need so much? Danzo wasn't sure what Orochimaru was scheming. Usually he only asked for relatively modest amounts, showing some progress each time. Today he wanted an astronomical sum. Yes, certain bounties in the exchange houses might be listed at insane figures, like 7 billion, but that was all. Theoretical, no one ever actually got it. Danzo, being ruthless, could still gather a fair chunk of money if it wasn't too huge, but this was too much. Orochimaru's golden eyes stared back, as if expecting Danzo's pushback. No matter, he knew Danzo's weak point. With a sly grin, he responded. Well, in that case, there's nothing for it. If you can't provide the necessary funding, we'll have to suspend the project. Danzo's eyes went bloodshot. Suspend the project? Don't be ridiculous. There was no way Danzo would allow that. He'd dumped so much capital into Orochimaru's research money, secret test subjects, all sorts of shady deals, and now at the brink of success. Orochimaru threatened to abandon it. Navar. Orochimaru smiled inwardly. Danzo's reaction was exactly as he expected. All the time and resources Danzo had already put in were a sunk cost. Although Orochimaru occasionally gave Danzo some moderate results, he never turned over a definitive breakthrough ugh. And now that Danzo glimpsed such a powerful wood release, or so he believed, there was no turning back. Even a cunning fox like Danzo, Orochimaru thought, is just like a gambler who's put in too many chips to back out now. Danzo stood silent for a long while, torn. He cursed Orochimaru for daring to extort him like this. Yet what choice did he have? Finally, he asked. If I give you enough funds, how long before you finish? How long until I can fully master a wood release rivaling the first Hokage's? Orochimaru answered without hesitation. It's already in the final stage. I'd estimate 2 months. You've seen with your own eyes that wood release out there. No need for me to say more. Just think, if Root gets a hold of a technique to mass-produce wood release users, imagine what that means for Konoha, and for you. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Check my Patreon for more laughs. Thank you. Chapter 52, Shimada. Orochimaru's words were filled with temptation. For Danzo, it was almost irresistible, like a certain star who, upon seeing the goat, simply can't walk away. Even so, Danzo still wore a grim expression. After some deliberation, he finally said, "Give me 3 days. I'll have an answer for you." Elsewhere, hidden in the woods. Out of curiosity, Senshi was using his mantra to eavesdrop on Orochimaru's conversation. He only caught bits, focusing on Orochimaru's bargaining with Danzo over research funding. Whoa! Orochimaru really is black-hearted, asking for 1 billion Ry just like that. Senshi smacked his lips in disbelief. Orochimaru's current commission to hire him was set at 100 million Ry. Senshi had felt that was already pretty steep. Yet here Orochimaru was, asking Danzo for 1 billion. After Senshi was paid, he'd certainly fulfill Orochimaru's request 100%. But what Orochimaru had just done amounted to tricking Danzo with empty promises, and Danzo actually believed it. Senshi shook his head. He had at least some understanding of Orochimaru's research progress on wood release. Even if there were some minor breakthroughs, they were nothing to brag about. Maybe he could grow a 3-room, 1 living area-sized wooden hut, at best. How had Danzo fallen for this? 1 billion RY? Orochimaru was unbelievably bold, planning to con Danzo out of that huge sum. Then Senshi grinned to himself. The more money Orochimaru rings out, the better. After all, Orochimaru's money basically ends up being my commission. Most of Orochimaru's jobs can't be handled by ordinary ninjas, sooner or later, he'll have to hire me anyway. He was pretty much on the mark. Orochimaru's big haul from Danzo would mostly go toward paying Senshi to do tasks. Orochimaru had discovered that although hiring Senshi was expensive, he always got perfect results. Better to let a professional handle things while he stayed in his lab. Senshi soon sighed again, musing that Danzo must be quite good at raising funds. That guy actually has the leeway to get 1 billion. If he were the giving me a mission at that price, I could take off on the spot. Now that he thought about it, maybe he should see if he could snag a job from Danzo. Since Danzo could collaborate with a slimy traitor like Orochimaru, why wouldn't he pay a top-notch mercenary like Senshi? In the woods, Orochimaru's every movement was under Senshi's watch, though Orochimaru was oblivious. Feeling content about duping Danzo, Orochimaru headed off, leaving Danzo standing there, staring in silence at the massive wood-end villa. 1 billion RY was an astronomical number to a normal person, and even for Danzo, someone who didn't care about wealth but loved power. Coming up with that sum was no small matter. Still, as a high-level figure in Konoha, he had some means of drawing funds. Now, he was like a gambler with one final throw of the dice, to bet on Orochimaru's experiment or not. Inside, he was shaken to the core. If I stop now, all my previous investment is wasted. If I go all in just this once. He let out ragged breath. The money he'd poured into Orochimaru's research felt like pieces cut from his own flesh. He wouldn't accept not getting results. But if he invested more, maybe it would yield that long-sought wood release. That thought was like a shot of adrenaline to Danzo's system, making his single eye redden with excitement and the hand gripping his cane tremble. He pictured returning to Konoha wielding a perfect wood release, forging an entire army of wood users, reviving the village's glory. Then, in that scenario, 1 billion RY would seem trivial. He'd be hailed as Konoha's hero, surpassing Hiruzen, possibly even getting pushed onto the Hokage seat. As the fervor set in, Danzo's mind underwent a subtle shift. His craving to merge with Hashirama's cells perfectly and gain the first Hokage's godlike power grew wild, nearly drowning out his rationality. Scenes he'd longed for danced before his eyes. You'll regret this, Danzo. Hiruzen, I'm the real Hokage. Boom. Under the bright sun and gentle breeze, Senshi and Karin continued through dense, emerald forests. Thanks to wood release, villa, camping outdoors was hardly different from staying at home. In fact, with the air so fresh, sleeping amid the trees was even more relaxing. Karin was excited to see Konoha. Senshi not so much. He knew Konoha's layout better than most anyway, and from what he recalled, there wasn't anything major going on there right now. Karin, on the other hand, was in a great mood. Long ago, she'd heard about Konoha's prosperity, and she knew they'd once been allies of the Uzumaki in the land of whirlpools. Konoha even adopted the Uzumaki clan spiral on their flak jackets. If only Konoha hadn't been too busy dealing with its own troubles when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, maybe Ishii and her mother wouldn't have had to flee to Kusagakure. Though, nowadays Kusagakure had changed drastically under MUI's leadership. In the past, it had been a horrific hell for Karin. Eventually, they reached a winding mountain path. Not far off, a boy was training hard. He wore a dark blue shirt bearing a red Uchiwa fan on the back, climbing a perilously steep cliff. Kids that age usually wouldn't do such dangerous training, but this boy was different, his eyes full of grim determination, harboring a deep grudge against the man who'd murdered his entire clan, his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Suzuki exhaled a heavy breath. He trained at maximum intensity every single day, but at 9 years old, he had no idea when he'd become strong enough to avenge his clan. Over a dozen wounds, both big and small, covered him, all from harsh training. I'll climb the rest of the way, then take a short rest. Like this, risking death daily might squeeze out more of his potential, forging an iron will through repeated brushes with danger. But crack! When Suzuki grabbed a protruding rock, he realized too late it was badly weathered. It crumbled in his hand, causing him to lose his balance and tumble off the cliff. Ah! Senshi and Karin had been strolling along the mountain trail, relaxed. Suddenly, they heard that cry and saw a boy falling from the cliff. Konoha kids are all this reckless, Senshi muttered. If they're not jumping around defacing the Hokage rock, they're doing extreme training on a vertical cliff. Even as he grumbled, lightning flashed around his body in a burst of chakra. An instant later, he appeared beside the falling boy. In Sasuke's shocked eyes, both he and Senshi vanished into a dark red vortex. When they emerged from that swirling hole, the Y were back on solid ground. Suzuki stared at him in utter disbelief. Karin peeped out from behind Senshi's shoulder, pushing up her glasses. Hey! A good-looking boy fell from the sky. While surprised, she took a closer look. Suzuki was quite handsome. Had been the youngest son of the Uchiha clan head, a veritable prince before the massacre. What, like him? Senshi teased, narrowing his eyes at Karin's reaction. Better not let my little assistant get kidnapped by Suzuki. In the original timeline, Karin ended up tailing him around. Without missing a beat, he pressed Karin's head back down. Karin promptly flattered. He's nothing compared to you, Senshi. He grinned. Then how about I treat you to your favorite pork cutlet bowl for lunch? You're the best, she squealed, hugging his leg in delight. Meanwhile, Suzuki, having just witnessed Senshi's lightning speed and space-time ninjutsu, was stunned. But he quickly collected himself. Gaze flicking between the red-haired man and girl, he reined in his usual sea-oldness long enough to offer a polite thanks. Thank you for saving me. Despite what he'd gone through, he was, after all, the son of a major clan, well raised to show manners. Senshi waved it off casually. No need. Your big brother and I won fights-7 go way back. Sasuke's eyes went wide. You know Itachi? Before Senshi could answer, a familiar figure emerged from behind a tree, Orochimaru. Senshi was a bit surprised. Hadn't that guy left already? Seeing Senshi, Orochimaru gave a signature sinister grin. From a distance, I saw such a large-scale wood release. I figured it had to be you. Here to carry out that mission I gave you, are you? Senshi had thought Orochimaru would vanish after swindling Danzo. Guess not. He shrugged. What else did you think? I have a job to do. I work efficiently. Orochimaru let out his odd version of a hearty laugh. Heh. Your efficiency is as staggering as ever, I see. Not bad at all. Hiring you was definitely the right call. No matter what I assign, you deliver. He was genuinely impressed by Senshi's speed. Now he understood why so many people, specifically went to the Ames black market seeking Senshi's help. Senshi just gave a faint smile. Right? So, what is it you got another task for me? After all, I know you just got a truckload of money out of Danzo, right? He snickered knowingly. If Orochimaru had indeed closed the deal, Senshi wanted his cut. Orochimaru was taken aback. He hadn't felt Senshi's presence at that distance, yet somehow Senshi knew about his conversation with Danzo. It dawned on Orochimaru that Senshi could eavesdrop from far beyond normal perception, meaning if Senshi so desired, not even a 5-cage summit would remain secret. That was a terrifying notion. He forcibly buried those thoughts. Ahem, I haven't actually received that money yet, Orochimaru hedged, worried Senshi might ramp up his fees otherwise. He was about to say more, but then pointed at Sasuke and changed the subject. Who's that kid? When did you adopt another stray? Originally, Orochimaru hadn't seen Sasuke at 9 years old. Senshi considered brushing off the question, but a wicked idea flashed through his mind. With a smirk, he glanced at Sasuke. That strange laugh sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. Senshi said to Orochimaru. You mean you don't recognize him? This is the living Uchiha you've always dreamed of. You see him with your own eyes and can't tell. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Hey? He is. Senshi shrugged. He's Uchiha Sasuke, the last surviving member of Konoha's Uchiha clan. Interested in acquiring this living Uchiha? At that, both Sasuke and Karin went rigid with shock. Karin glanced at Senshi, flabbergasted. He's got to be joking, right? Sasuke, for his part, was even more horrified. Have I just run into human traffickers? And not just any. This guy has space-time ninjutsu. Shimada. There was no way to run. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. More chapters or words will be posted after Patreon's advanced chapters got even with public chapters. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, almost lost a couple billion. He's Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Orochimaru's expression was equal parts shock and bewilderment. He never expected that, in a complete fluke, a living member of the Uchiha clan would just run into him like this. But after giving Sasuke a once-over, Orochimaru lost interest. The boy before him was still tiny. Probably not even 10 years old. What good would it do Orochimaru to take in a child so young? Even if he was from the Uchiha clan, at that age he could barely have developed the Sharingan. If Orochimaru chose this kid as a vessel, he'd have to figure out how to make the child awaken the Sharingan himself. Most importantly, some Uchiha ended up in their 70s or 80s still stuck with a single Tomo Sharingan. What if this boy was one of those cases? Who could he complain to then? While turning these thoughts over in his mind, Orochimaru couldn't resist blurting out. How much? Senshi. Just now, Senshi had only been teasing Orochimaru by casually offering Sasuke. He never imagined Orochimaru would actually ask the price. If the figure were suitable, maybe there'd be a real deal on the table. Looking utterly surprised, Senshi exclaimed. I was just joking, and you're taking it seriously. He's just a kid, you don't even spare children. Had. Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, seeming to defuse the awkwardness. Then he added. If you've got time to run your mouth here, why not hurry up and bring me the person I actually want? Clearly annoyed, Orochimaru turned and left. Inwardly, though, he was considering, if he ran out of other options, maybe raising this little Uchiha wasn't impossible. But right now, he still had Uchiha Obito, who at least had awakened the Manjiki. Wasn't a Mangeki user far better than some little kid? After Orochimaru left, Sasuke remained wary, keeping his eyes on Uzumaki Senshi. Both Orochimaru and Senshi gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. Sasuke had initially thought Senshi was kind-hearted, seeing how he saved him. But from the conversation with Orochimaru, it looked like Senshi wasn't exactly a good person either. At the moment, Sasuke pegged Senshi as someone who knew Uchiha Itachi, an apparent child trafficker. A very dangerous man indeed. Internally, Sasuke grew anxious. Damn it! I never should have trained near the village outskirts. With our massive power gap, I'd need at least 5 more years of training, maybe longer, just to have a shot at beating this guy. Right now, I'm not only weaker than he is, I can't even run away. What do I do? Senshi, seeing Sasuke all tense and ready to bolt, felt a bit amused. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's naturally spiky hair like it was plastered up with gel. Relax, I was just messing with Orochimaru. I'm not going to traffic anyone. If you feel it's not safe here and want to go home, go ahead. Karen's eyes sparkled at the sight of Sasuke's hair getting turned into a messy bird's nest. She let out a soft giggle. Hee hee. At last, it wasn't only her hair being messed with, someone else was sharing the misfortune. Sasuke, hair all mussed, turned his head away sullenly. But he realized Senshi apparently had no intention of capturing him, so he didn't run off immediately. Shooting Senshi a cold, serious glance, he asked, "Where is Uchiha Itachi?" Senshi arched a brow. "You want to see Itachi?" Sasuke's tone became icy. "I'm definitely going to kill him with my own hands." Hearing that, Senshi had a peculiar thought. What if I told this kid the entire truth, like about Itachi's real motives? Wouldn't that ruin his hatred-driven path of awakening the Sharingan? That might infuriate Itachi. The next time the brothers met, Sasuke would still be stuck at a Tsutomu Sharingan, all his drive gone. Itachi would see that the account had been ruined. While it seemed entertaining, Senshi decided that might be too mean-spirited. Looking at Sasuke, he said in a mocking tone, "If you want to get revenge on Itachi, you're still way off. Go home and train harder." With that, Senshi took Karin and walked away. Sasuke could only glare at his retreating figure in frustration, fists clenching so hard they creaked with tension. He was furious, but he also knew Senshi was right. Itachi had been a top genius of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke's own talent was clearly behind that. He'd need far more effort to become strong enough for revenge. Resolving himself, Sasuke vowed, "Increase the intensity. I have to train harder. This still isn't enough, not nearly enough. I'll add 2 more hours of training today." Steeling himself, he wasted no time resuming his punishing regimen. A short distance away, as they walked, Karin suddenly asked, "Senshi, would I stand any chance of defeating Itachi?" That question gave Senshi pause. After all, Itachi had his innate gifts, whereas Karin had him helping her cheat, so to speak. Logically, a cheat-powered ninja shouldn't lose to a mere genius, right? Thinking for a moment, Senshi replied, "Karin, if you actually want to face Uchiha Itachi, you'll need more growth first." She nodded seriously and asked, "How much more do I need to grow?" Senshi put on a solemn expression, held his fist above her head at some height, and said, "At least this much. You're nowhere near it yet." Humph. Senshi's just treating me like a kid again. I didn't mean physical height. Karin realized he was toying with her. She'd meant growth in terms of power, not how tall she was. Wait a minute. I feel like I'm forgetting something. As Senshi teased her, a sudden jolt of realization shot through his mind. A memory sparked. The Uchiha clan was once the top noble family of Konoha. They'd been there since the village was founded, building up massive wealth over generations. With the clan all but wiped out, Sasuke was the sole heir to everything. Couldn't that make Sasuke one of the richest individuals in Konoha? Danzo might be good at wringing out money, but not even he could easily seize that entire fortune overnight. Which meant Sasuke, a mere kid, might secretly be Konoha's biggest landowner or something. Oh, man! Senshi thought. I let this big catch slip right under my nose. He silently berated himself. You've grown complacent, Uzumaki Senshi. That was a prime target for a huge business deal, and you nearly missed it. Without delay, he spun around to go back for Sasuke. Senshi, why do you look so upset? Karin asked, hopping onto his back and leaning near his ear. Just moments ago, he'd been joking around, and now he looked dead serious. He answered reflexively. I lost my money. Hey! She blinked. Impossible. Even if pigs flew, you couldn't lose your money. How much did you lose? Karin knew he always stored his money in a space-time pocket. How could it ever get lost? Senshi sighed tragically. Not sure yet, but maybe a couple billion I let slip. A couple what? Karen's cute face scrunched in confusion. By the time Senshi and Karin returned, Sasuke hadn't gone back to the village or moved too far away. He was simply training on another precarious cliff, an even safer spot, pushing himself to climb relentlessly. Or rather, over relentlessly. Huff! Clinging to the rock face, Sasuke thought back to his encounter with that red-haired man who'd casually said he was attack his friend and then bluntly told Sasuke he was nowhere near strong enough. How dare he belittle me? I'll just train that much harder. In the end, I'll kill that man. Just then, a dark red vortex opened out of nowhere, and Senshi appeared right beside him. In the blink of an eye, like a teacher catching a student who'd been dozing off, Sasuke jerked in fright. Ack! A few loose rocks tumbled from where he'd been gripping. Sasuke glanced over. You again? What do you want now? Changed your mind about capturing me? He was certain Senshi must have regretted letting him go and now intended to snatch him. A friend of Uchiha Itachi can't possibly be a good person. Senshi felt a bit awkward. Seeing Sasuke's hostility, he cleared his throat. Relax, I'm not here to abduct you. He couldn't help regretting teasing the boy earlier. Sasuke now clearly saw him as a villain. The first impression was thoroughly messed up. Nonetheless, he pressed on. Sasuke eyed him warily, climbing to the top of the cliff just to keep some distance. There, he asked. Then why are you here? Senshi decided to cut to the chase. Sasuke's chief interest was Itachi, after all. Putting on a confident smile, he said. Sasuke, you really want to see Itachi, right? I can take you to him and supply plenty of intel on him, too. Senshi was tempted to brag that he was one of the top 3 info sages, rivaling Jiraiya and perhaps an Otsutsuki with knowledge from beyond. Indeed, he knew intel others didn't. Senshi's big speech made Sasuke's face freeze. He clenched his fists again, trembling with rage and excitement. Uchiha Itachi. He wanted revenge more than anything, but he still didn't trust Senshi. Staring coldly, he asked. Why would you be so kind? Why help me find Itachi? Senshi waved dismissively. Even if I took you right now, it'd do you no good. Hear me out. He rubbed his hands together, adopting a professional, earnest demeanor. Sasuke, listen carefully. Standing before you is the greatest mercenary in the current ninja world. Uzumaki Senshi. The black market calls me the nightmare of bounty boards, the mission terrorist. The scourge of Ronin. So far, I've taken countless contracts, all completed in record time with a perfect success rate. I've battled Kirigaku's tailed beasts and many other powerful foes there are. Simply too many feats to list. Putting it simply, so long as you pay me a generous commission, I can handle any job. Senshi rattled off a string of accomplishments, leaving Suzuki quite dazed. At length, the boy snapped out of it, half incredulous. How much would it cost, to lead me to Uchiha Itachi? Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Senshi was thrilled. This might work. But just leading Suzuki to Itachi wouldn't help. Suzuki was too weak. Right now, meeting Itachi would only bring him trauma. Senshi planned a bundle deal, full service tutoring plus intel plus an escort to Itachi, maximizing his profit. After thinking a moment, Senshi continued. Going to find Itachi right now means nothing. And your current training is too slow for real growth. If you want to locate Itachi and beat him, you need a powerful ninja to act as your personal tutor, to train you rigorously. I can do that. Take you to him and train you until you're strong enough to defeat him. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 70 chapters ahead of others. Please check the Patreon for more chapters. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Teacher Senshi. Senshi wasn't just bragging. No matter how formidable Itachi, who could take on 7 opponents at once, might be, he still wouldn't stand a chance against this cheating powerhouse, Senshi. Suzuki, however, doubted Senshi's words. He did acknowledge Senshi was strong. Whether it was the random display of powerful lightning release or high easy use of space-time ninjutsu, both